Chapter 201 Global Public Beta 25 Hello. Manxing. Intelligent creatures exist in the same world in various forms. Compared with the life forms that humans cannot perceive, the former are far less than the latter. It's just that intelligent creatures are used to using their own perception to evaluate the world in their eyes. And the appearance of this world depends on their level of cognition. Life forms that cannot be perceived mean non-existence. And races that can be perceived but cannot communicate mean that they belong to non-intelligent creatures. Wisdom allows intelligent creatures to define themselves as different. How arrogant. Players once felt that the standards for judging intelligent creatures in this game were too low. And it was really hard to understand that goblins and Manxing could be classified as intelligent creatures. After all, Manxing is a creature that cannot communicate and exists in the form of a celestial body. It is even difficult to say whether the other party is a creature. This idea can only prove that the player's thinking is still bound by common sense. And he does not realize that in the extraordinary world, everything is possible. Or to be precise, the ether gives all intelligent creatures the opportunity to glimpse different lives in the same world. Creatures that cannot be perceived by the naked eye emerge under extraordinary power. Manxing is an intelligent creature that cannot communicate under normal circumstances. They are on a different level from intelligent creatures composed of flesh and blood. And the world they see is completely different from these intelligent creatures. They use different units to measure life. And the concepts of long-lived species and short-lived species cannot define Manxing. They were born in the cosmic explosion and destroyed in the cosmic explosion. To humans, Manxing is a planet in eternal motion. But to Manxing, humans do not exist at all. If nothing unexpected happens, the two will maintain this cognition until the world is destroyed or humans become extinct. But now, there is a little accident. In the cognition of this continent, the eternal existence has stopped. Therefore, the extraordinary power of ether has created the possibility for the dialogue between the two. After the mental link was connected to a behemoth, Nullida groaned and the ether in his body was instantly drained. If anyone knew how amazing this number was, they would be able to further understand how incredible it was to talk to Manxing. It should not have happened. But it happened. It can only be said that fate is so destined. The information flow from the other end of the mental link almost scrapped Nullida's brain in an instant. Fortunately, Nullida lived long enough, was strong enough, and was cowardly enough. At the first moment when the information flow came, he decisively retracted his consciousness to the deepest part of his brain, accompanied by countless noises according to Nullida's experience. Those noises should be the other party's occasional thoughts. But the other party's consciousness is too strong, so that these scattered thoughts that float through his mind can be amplified in this subtle mental connection. The Kingdom Knights on the side looked at Nullida twice. Nullida's face was too bad, almost bloodless, and it was hard not to attract their attention. But it was limited to a few more glances. The Kingdom Knights were well disciplined. In this state where they could not intervene, they would never do anything abrupt. It turns out that Nullida overestimated himself, or underestimated the other party. He could only maintain this mental connection for a few seconds if he didn't want to be drained directly. Nullida didn't have time to think. And in the countless noisy background sounds, he opened his mouth and asked the question he cared about most. Will the problem you encountered affect the world? He was not interested in whether Manxing would die because of this. He only cared whether the other party's abnormality would lead to a new doomsday. Manxing glanced at this weak mental fluctuation, and a huge stream of information washed over. Nullida didn't distinguish the other party's response. He directly cut off the mental connection. He was not ready to be killed by a conversation directly. Nullida looked at the huge star that paused in the gap of the world inside. He wasted so much of his ether in vain. But he didn't get an answer. When did the devil do such a disadvantageous business? Nullida sighed again, turned his head to look at the Kingdom Knight behind him, and started the normal deception. The situation is very bad. The Kingdom Knight's eyes moved slightly, and cast a look at Nullida. Nullida knew too well how silent these Kingdom Knights were. When he found out that they had a rare reaction, he immediately became alert. I can't solve the troubles that Manxing has encountered by myself. But the king is so powerful that he can definitely solve this little trouble easily. So, you help me. At this point, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The Kingdom Knight's gaze was not so much looking at him as looking behind him. His emotional fluctuations were not so much because of the devil's words, as because he saw a scene beyond his imagination. Nubalida was such a thief. After realizing this, he didn't even turn his head back, and directly opened the black hole with his bare hands, ready to run away. But he was still a step slower. A huge impact came from behind him, and white light flashed beside him. The Kingdom Knight died on the spot and resurrected on the other side of the distant continent. The area around Nubalada collapsed instantly, and under the huge impact, the terrain was crushed and changed. Nubalada took a deep breath and realized that if he didn't use his best skills, he would really die here. But now there is a small problem. The ether in his body was just drained, and he could barely open a space teleport, let alone other faster responses. But demons always have countless backup plans for saving their lives. Nubalada took out a scroll from his personal space and tore it casually. The surging ether gathered beside him, and Nubalada's figure gradually dimmed. Instant teleportation. A method of teleportation that is far faster than opening a black hole with bare hands. Although it is not a magical tool, it is definitely the first choice for escape. The Devil's Experience. Layers of space appeared in front of Nilida, and the ether outlined a channel. As long as Nilida took a step, it would disappear instantly. Nilida took a step, and the space that was uncertain about reality and reality unfolded in front of him. The surrounding world showed a fading effect of phantoms, and only the ether that swept here clearly outlined the layers of space that was the principle of space teleportation. And the layers of space he saw were the long distance that was folded. Taking a step, crossing the folded distance, and arriving at the destination is space teleportation. But this familiar link still had some small problems. After Nilida took a step, a huge existence suddenly smashed into the channel outlined by the ether. Nilida groaned, and his bones were broken. He spit out a pool of blood. The amount was amazing, as if blood was pouring out of his body. When he brushed past death, the scene in front of him had changed. He did not reach the destination of the instant teleportation. At the moment when he was teleporting, a certain existence broke into the process. This was beyond the cognition of the creatures on the continent, but not beyond Nilida's cognition. After all, he was in the same era as the Father God. He had seen the real upper limit of the world's military power. So, Nilida just looked at the scene in front of him, sighed for the third time today, and felt that his luck couldn't be better. The floating broken land greeted him warmly, and the collapsed floating abyss not far away changed its landform in the huge impact just now, from a basin to a deep pit, and even somewhat close to the appearance of the floating abyss before. And he, Nubalada, stared at the ground under his feet, mobilized the remaining ether to wrap himself tightly, isolated the uncontrolled ether here, and greeted the other party. Hello. Mangsing. Mangsing did not have a substantial contact with the floating abyss. If he had a real collision with the continent, it would not just be the floating abyss that changed the terrain. It was an extremely slight contact just now, used to take back the weak mental power that tried to establish a connection with him. The whole continent felt a violent vibration again, but not everyone could focus their eyes on Mangsing, which was located in the gap between the worlds, and they could not notice that there was another creature on that huge star. The Devil's greeting was obviously inaudible to Mangsing. Mangsing's communication method does not include the sound of throat vibration. The huge information flow returned. But unlike the rough spiritual connection of the Devil, Mangsing fully understood how weak the other party was through the brief contact just now, and he tried his best to touch the other party with a trace of spiritual perception. Then Nilida faced the huge information flow again. Nilida could not stand, and all the bones in his body were broken into pieces in the impact just now. Although the Devil's recovery ability was amazing, it was not amazing enough to heal instantly. He lay on the ground with a strange touch, retracted his consciousness into the deepest part of his brain, and rejected the other party's spiritual perception. The ground, or the surface of this planet, felt very strange, soft like clouds. As soon as Nilida had this idea, he realized that something was wrong again. He tilted his head with difficulty, turned his head to look at the body that was slowly sinking into the ground, and even too lazy to struggle, allowing the unknown substance that looked hard but felt soft to swallow him. So, the scene in front of him changed again. The cracks in the world disappeared from Nalbuda's eyes, and the stars were embedded in the soft unknown material, like a tide, or like the wind, rushing up and surrounding Nalbuda. Nalbuda's fingers trembled slightly, and the broken knuckles quickly reconstructed, and he touched the soft existence. The ripple spread from the center of his touch like a chain reaction, and a starlight lit up, dazzling and dazzling. A scene that can never be seen on the mainland. In the daytime of the mainland, the sky is a chaotic star of various colors, mixed with liquid red, like blood that can never be wiped off. In the night of the mainland, The sky is only the man-star that keeps passing by. Like a never-ending meteor shower. Nulita was still sinking. Wrapped in a soft unknown substance. Sinking deeper into man-star. Nulita recalled what the sky looked like when the Father God was still there. As long as the demon didn't want to forget. He would never forget anything. That was the second age. The age when gods and demons were born. The Father God was still walking on the continent. Maintaining an extremely close connection with his creations. In the sky at that time. The shadows of many gods could be seen. They lived at the other end of the continent. The end of the world at that time. The gods built palaces there. All the creatures on the continent could see the unreachable buildings above the sky as long as they looked up. They were full of light and imagination, illuminating the entire continent at night. It disappeared in the late Third Age, and was replaced by those messy stars in the Dark Ages. Nulita moved his neck and looked around. He saw a sea of stars, which was lit up from every place he passed, flashing with brilliant light. Nulita looked at the sea of stars carefully, and saw the clues. The sea of stars is alive. They are small creatures like stars, as if you can hold them in your hands. They are densely packed all over man-star. When he passes by, they wake up and emit faint light. And more little guys, who have not been disturbed by him, are sleeping with the shaking of soft liquid. Nulita knows nothing about these existences. After all, man-star is extremely unfamiliar to the entire continent. Before Nulita, no one has ever talked to them. It is the norm of the world that two creatures on different levels live in the same world without any intersection. Some beings are born and die every day, and some are immortal. But for beings that are born and die every day, they may never know that there is immortality in this world. Of course, in the current situation, being born and dying every day refers to all creatures on the continent. Mangsing is a living thing. And there is even another kind of living thing living inside. This discovery that breaks through the cognition of the continent's creatures is enough to prove who is the one with shallow cognition. Although falling continuously will give people an illusion that there is no end, it will eventually reach the end. Nulita looked up at the sky. Because of his fall, a bright galaxy was lit up above, from the top to his side. Looking from a distance, it gave people an illusion that he was in another world. Nulita didn't have so many romantic cells. He thought so because he basically confirmed that this did belong to another world. Mangsing, the interior of this star, is self-contained. And that layer of soft unknown substance is composed of ether. The ether on the continent is everywhere, but it cannot be detected by the naked eye. The ether inside man-star exists in another form, with high concentration and high activity to the point of being materialized. Nulita sighed again. Just like the ether in the gaps of the world, these ethers belonging to man-star could not be controlled by him. So the ether sea in his body was still exhausted and almost barren. The fall stopped. Nulita fell on the entity. He changed his appearance that seemed to be unable to move just now, stood up, and then saw what he was stepping on. The huge black hard object extended under his feet, standing in the ether, like an isolated island in the sea, with no sky above and no ground below, standing abruptly in it. Nulita changed his vision, from the vision of a humanoid creature to a bird's eye view. His perspective rose along the ether, taking in the entirety of this huge black, hard object. Compared with the complete form of Mangsing, it was not big, and standing in it, it was just a protruding boulder. Yes, from the bird's eye view, this was an irregular boulder, so large that Nulita still had a large piece of space left when he stood on it. Of course, compared with Mangsing's main body, this thing is just a small stone. After all, Nulita fell for so long before landing on it, from which we can infer how huge Mangsing's size is. Nulita's thoughts were somewhat divergent. For some reason, the boulder under his feet made him feel inexplicably familiar, as if there was a thread in his brain vaguely reminding him of something. But he did not continue to diverge, because Mangsing finally had other reactions. Mangsing swallowed him into his body, not to help him broaden his horizons, but for a very simple purpose. He was looking for a way for them to communicate. And now, he found this method. The black boulder shook slightly. The sea of stars lit up one after another, and Nulita could sense a majestic existence passing by him, spreading in this space and forming a specific shape. Mangsing's body lit up, and countless small stars came, laying a huge information flow in front of Nulita. Nulita looked up at the information flow formed by the sea of stars. This is not text, nor is it sound. It is another way for species to communicate. A more direct information exchange, generally speaking. It occurs in the mind and is called thought communication. It's just that Nulita's brain can't accommodate Mangsing's words. So Nulita was invited by Mangsing to come here and have a conversation in Mangsing's mind. The information flow is shining, and Nulita struggles to absorb this information, and he has to avoid accidentally receiving other information. After all, the overloaded information flow is enough to destroy his brain in an instant. Hello, Nulita, who risked his life to distinguish this information. He took a deep breath and continued to distinguish the rest of the information. Are you lost? Nulita pressed the question mark on his head. This is a race he has never come into contact with, and it is normal for his brain circuit to be different. But he risked his life, not to chat with Mangsing. Nulita took a short break and continued to distinguish this information flow. Thank God. The other party did not chat to the end, but answered the question that Nulita had asked before at the risk of death. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. But I'm finally going to? Nulita took a deep breath and stared at the indistinguishable words for a long time, feeling a little itchy. Information flow is not omnipotent. After all, the cognitive differences between different species exist objectively. Incomprehensible words only mean that they are beyond Nulita's cognition. After much difficulty, the other party got to the point, but the key words were still blurred. Fortunately, it was Nulita who was present. Otherwise no one could control their emotions as perfectly as the devil. Nulita rested for a while, and continued to distinguish the rest of the words in this information flow. But I seem to be lost. I can't find it. Do you know where it is? Sorry. I don't even understand what you are saying, let alone help you find the way. As a demon, Nulita would never reveal this. He packaged this sentence, tied it weakly to the black boulder below, and passed it to the other party. I may know, but I'm not sure if it is what you are looking for. The new information flow passed by majestically, changing the position of the star C. What should I do? Nulita was happy for the other party's embarrassment, and gloated to distinguish the new information flow. If I can't find it, I can only sleep here forever. There is indeed a problem with Mangsing, and Nulita confirmed this. Then you have to stay away. Nulita's happiness only lasted for a few minutes, and the second half of the information flow took a sharp turn. Go to other worlds. This place is too close to that world, and the explosion will destroy everything. I knew that the other boot that Nulita was waiting for had landed. The abrupt pause of Mangsing is indeed the beginning of the end of the world if it is not handled well. No one knows this better than Nulita. The Dark Ages is the doomsday. The border with the New World has stopped the doomsday. But it does not mean that everything is over. The so-called doomsday means that it will definitely come. Never believe the words of the devil, because you will not know which one is true and which one is false. Nulita once explained to the king that the devil contacted the newly bordered civilizations in order to find the real reason for the fall of the Father God. Perhaps part of it is for this reason, but more of it is to cut off that possibility before the doomsday happens. The demon didn't know under what circumstances the end of the world would come, but he knew another point. Behind a 10,000-year peace in the Fifth Era, the demons had extinguished countless possibilities of the birth of the end of the world. The first invasion of the Zerg was just one of the countless possibilities of the end of the world. The extermination of the iron-eating ants was another one. If the first invasion of the Zerg had not been defeated, if the iron-eating ants had not been exterminated, the world would have been heading for a new doomsday. The demons didn't think they were good people. But after the death of the Father God, the gods, and the big demons, the responsibility of maintaining the world created by the Father God could only fall on them. The big demon was the most perfect creation of the Father God. The god shared power with the Father God. And the little demon? A failure. But the perfect creation disappeared, and only the failure was left. Nulita began to cheat skillfully. Now that you mention it, I seem to know where it is. Nulita diverted the trouble to others. He didn't care whether the other party would sleep forever. But even if he had to die, he didn't want to die on the mainland. The demon didn't say a word of truth, and spoke with great sincerity and sincerity. Its ether is very rich and very special. It is very far from here. Why don't I take you to find it? The surging information flow redepicted the appearance of the galaxy. Rich ether. Very special? You really know where it is. It's too easy to deceive. Nulita thought to himself. It's not difficult at all. He continued to distinguish the second half of the information flow. I found it too. How could I get lost before? It's strange. It's so eye-catching. You can see it at a glance. Nolita's smile disappeared. Mangsing, who was stationed in the gap between the worlds, roared up and started to operate again. They entered another world. A world belonging to Mangsing. The space changed from real to virtual beside Mangsing, and the scenery around Mangsing passed by like flowing water. The long distance lost its meaning in front of Mangsing. In a moment, Mangsing took Nolita and plunged into the Noah's Ark made of ether. The Salpha Federation suffered a sudden and devastating blow. It was not a physical blow, given the size of Man's star. If it came into contact with the continent, it would not just be the Salpha Federation that would be destroyed. This was a chain reaction caused by a devastating blow at the etheric level. Chapter 202 Global Public Beta 26 Everything is annihilated. Everything is born. The violent ether vibration spreads layer by layer, with the City of Science as the center. The situation of the Salpha Federation is very special. The existence of Noah's Ark makes it shrouded in rich ether. If intelligent creatures are lucky enough to see the ether flowing in the city through the normal surface of the city, they will know why the Salpha Federation is so special. The ether here is extremely active, almost materialized, and exists in a specific law. In the city that intelligent creatures can see, there is another world that they cannot see. That is the real Noah's Ark, the real appearance of the Salpha Federation. In this world, the ether comes alive. They collide, communicate, and transmit information from the end of the continent to the other side of the continent, never stopping. And these ethers can also be called Li Wang. What kind of existence is etherization? He Xingwen doesn't know. And no one knows what the end of this road is. And the same is true for Li Wang. He explored the road that no one had walked before, encountered difficulties, solved difficulties, and spent 10,000 years to walk out a brand new road. And now, this road has come to an end. There are no difficulties in front of Li Wang. Only the end. This is why Li Wang asked He Tong that question. He did not doubt himself. But after reaching the end and finding that there was no way to go, Li Wang had to reconfirm whether they were on the right path. If they were wrong, he could still correct this mistake. The problem is that he was not wrong. The end of science here is semi-etherization. But Li Wang knows that this is not the end of ether. Deeper in ether, there are mysteries that he cannot touch, which is the reason why ether was born. In the original world, how did ether come into being? As the limit of what an intelligent creature can reach. How did Father God create ether? Why did only Father God create ether? This is the question that Li Wang has been answered. He approached the final answer step by step, and found that he had reached the end. Ether is inseparable from him. To a certain extent, he is ether. But he cannot create ether. Li Wang spent some time thinking. And before he came to a conclusion, this change happened abruptly. Noah's Ark made of ether suffered a devastating blow. An extremely powerful force intervened in Noah's Arkansas. The overly surging ether hit Noah's Ark unreasonably, causing it to collapse in an instant, triggering a chain reaction, and causing reality to fall into disaster. Order collapsed, ether collided, and the disaster happened so suddenly that it was beyond everyone's imagination. The end of the world has not yet arrived. But the Salpha Federation has already encountered the end of the world. The attacker of the Li dynasty cast his eyes. The opponent's strength is overwhelming, and they are not intelligent creatures at the same level. The opponent's ether is extremely majestic and is not affected by Li Wang. Li Wang is very familiar with this unaffected state, which proves that the opponent does not belong to this world. The rules of the continent do not apply to him, so the ether on the opponent does not recognize him. After determining the strength of the opponent, Li Wang retracted his gaze and focused his attention on the disaster in front of him. The so-called devastating blow means that it almost destroyed everything. The Noah's Ark made of ether collapsed directly, and the chain reaction caused by the collapse of Noah's Ark was that the fierce and uncontrolled ether was rampant in the city, which in turn impacted the real existing matter. The sophisticated and technological Salpha Federation is collapsing, starting from the ground. Buildings, transportation, and even base stations are collapsing. This is not the worst. The technological products that rely on Noah's Ark to maintain operation have all failed. The laboratory is out of control, and those high-risk products that were originally properly preserved are boiling, burning, and dissipating, causing more intense disasters. Most of them are lethal, and a few are also contagious. They brought unimaginable death threats at the first time of storage failure. This is not the worst. The worst is the uncontrolled ether itself. It puts those intelligent creatures who are accustomed to using ether into trouble. When these disasters occur, These intelligent creatures cannot control the ether here, and they become ordinary people. And ordinary people cannot survive in such layers of murderous intent. This is the true meaning of a devastating blow. If there were no accidents, the Sarfa Federation would be completely destroyed in just a few minutes. But Li Wang is here, so accidents are bound to happen. Li Wang also suffered a heavy blow. In a sense, Noah's Ark is closely connected to him, and Noah's Ark is almost completely destroyed. The damage suffered by Li Wang can be imagined. But Li Wang did not show any abnormality. After seeing the situation of the Sarfa Federation clearly, he started the final plan without hesitation. The strength of the enemy and the severity of the disaster encountered by the Sarfa Federation made Li Wang make this judgment. At the beginning of the establishment of Noah's Ark, Li Wang and other great scientists developed different plans to deal with various emergencies that might be encountered. The existence of the final plan is to preserve the fire of the Federation when the Sarfa Federation is on the verge of destruction. This was originally prepared for the end of the world that will eventually arrive. Li Wang is the only initiator of this plan in their expectation. When the Sarfa Federation is on the verge of destruction, only Li Wang is most likely to survive and start this plan. The broken Noah's Ark. The core area is shattered into slag. It can almost be said that Noah's Ark no longer exists. Li Wang started the no longer exist Noah's Ark. Order collapsed, ether collided, and the shadow of a ship floated out of the extremely chaotic wreckage of Noah's Ark. The ground collapsed. High-risk experimental products leaked, and the shadow of a ship floated out of control in the Sarfa Federation. The ship in the wreckage of Noah's Ark gradually became clear. The great scientists who followed Li Wang's footsteps and embarked on the road of etherization returned to the ether and formed this ship. The ship in the Sarfa Federation gradually emerged. The collapsed base station, scientific products, and even the wreckage of buildings attached to the Phantom, and pieced together this huge ship from nothing. The screens at the scene gradually disappeared, and the smell of blood became stronger. In the blink of an eye, only 1 in 10 residents of the Sarfa Federation survived, and the surviving residents of the Federation had another important task. After the ship emerged from the Sarfa Federation, they stumbled and searched for the start button of the power source in the ruins. The start buttons are not difficult to find. They are at the bottom of the collapsed base station. The start buttons are pressed one by one, and the backup modes of the base stations are turned on one by one. The energy stored in the base stations is continuously flowing into the ship. The Sarfa Federation has become quiet. The ship carrying hope is right in front of us, but no one moves. This is the Noah's Ark used to preserve the fire, not a ship for escape. It has never left a place for humans from the beginning. But this does not mean that there are no intelligent creatures on the ship. It takes time to start the ship. Li Wang's eyes paused on the ship made of ether. He made the final plan. Everything carried on the ship was planned by him, including the intelligent creatures preserved as fire. The most outstanding young scientists in the Sarfa Federation have already embarked on the road of etherization. But there are still those with a long lifespan, including Li Wang. In fact, Li Wang himself is the brightest star of the Federation civilization. But the ship is about to start. But Li Wang is still watching it calmly. Plans cannot keep up with changes. The enemy is stronger than expected. He has to stay to buy time and ensure that Noah's Ark can be started smoothly. In the entire Sarfa Federation, he is the only one who can delay the enemy a little at this moment. Li Wang never fears death. He just wants to get an answer so much that he leaves death far behind. But this does not mean that he will escape death. That huge existence is still here. He smashed the Noah's Ark made of ether into pieces. But he still did not fully enter this existence that was too small for him. This is the insurmountable gap in strength between them. The world was quiet for a few minutes. A few minutes later, the Sarfa Federation suffered a second devastating blow. The other party squeezed in some form, and face to face with Li Wang. As a result, the etheric order here completely collapsed, and the Sarfa Federation once again faced a vigorous collapse. Those surviving lives ushered in the final end. The slowly started ship swayed slightly to avoid the fatal impact caused by the collapsed buildings, but it could not avoid all the collapsed buildings. After several collisions, several deep dents appeared on the hull. Li Wang walked to the other party. He came into contact with the other party, and the surging power easily swept Li Wang. The wonderful perception suddenly spread, and a new world unfolded in front of Li Wang. This was not the first time that Li Wang encountered an intelligent creature he had never come into contact with. He had encountered a higher dimensional creature that was beyond imagination earlier, but this time was different. Li Wang, who had reached the end of the etheric research, saw another possibility in the other party. The possibility of reaching the end. No one knows how many research plans flashed through Li Wang's mind when he first met Mangxing. Mangxing carefully put this wonderful existence into his body, crossed the sea of stars, and reached the core. Before the demon could react to Mangxing's sudden action, he suddenly discovered that a new abnormality had occurred in Mangxing's body. The entire sea of stars lit up. This extremely empty area lit up, flickering in every corner of the site. The sleeping stars woke up, and the ether that looked like water and fog was shaking. All signs seemed to prove that Mangxing was changing. What exactly has changed? Nubleta frowned and looked around, trying to find the reason. He did not find the reason, nor did he see another conversation going on in front of him. This conversation happened right in front of Nubleta. The ether suddenly began to shake, and the sea of stars lit up one after another because of that conversation. But that was another area that Nubleta did not know about. Even though it was right in front of him, he still knew nothing about the collision and communication between ethers, compared with the complex and difficult communication between Nubleta and Mangxing. Mangxing's communication with Li Wang was unimpeded. Sorry, I'm late. The majestic ether wrapped him and transmitted information. Li Wang was familiar with this kind of communication between ethers. In the past, the ethers he met always followed him passively and integrated into him. But the ether he met at this moment had another collective will. Why are you late? Li Wang stared at the liquid ether in front of him, simulating various experimental plans with his eyes, and through the Alpha Federation and Noah's Ark behind his mind. I'm lost. The surging ether rippled. I don't know why. You are here, so close to me, but I couldn't find you before. Li Wang pulled his thoughts away from the experimental process and responded to the other party's words. Why are you looking for me? If Li Wang remembered correctly, they had never met. Because the time has come. The surging ether pushed Li Wang deeper into the depths without rejection. I will sprout. Sprout? Li Wang quickly realized that this word was a substitute beyond his understanding. Not the word the other party really said. He went through this word several times in his mind, and suddenly realized something. So I am? Seed? Mangxing used two words to explain it, hope and origin. The ether surged warmly, leading Li Wang to the deepest part. In the deepest part of the liquid ether, there was a crystal. Words cannot describe it, and it cannot be defined. The moment he saw it, Li Wang found the answer he wanted. Why is the end of ether research etherization, and not other things? Because this era cuts off the possibility of creating ether. He will never be able to find the end of ether in the world where the Father God died. Li Wang stepped forward quickly, and the flowing ether merged into the crystal. So the crystal produced color. Black was born from it, extending the familiar black rock. And in the liquid ether, it continued to extend, turning the ether into a whole piece of black rock. People have never seen what ether looks like when the concentration reaches its highest value. But now, the answer is right in front of us. It has turned into a black solid that contains enough energy to annihilate all existence. At first, it had no name. Later, someone called it Black Blood Stone. I'm going to start. Mangxing realized that the seed was ready and started the next step. First, return the weak existence that shouldn't be here to this world accompanied by the flickering of space. Nubleta, who knew nothing, stood blankly on the land of the Alpha Federation that was about to be completely destroyed. Then, Sprout, the suddenly broken space brought the final destruction to the Alpha Federation. The ready Noah's Ark set sail first and became virtual in time and space. The final plan, which is based on the destruction of the entire world, has a destination that is not on the continent. It is meaningless for them to escape from a place to be destroyed to another place that is about to be destroyed. Li Wang's choice is to abandon the material world and enter another dimension, a dimension that intelligent creatures with flesh and blood cannot peek into. Different dimensions are superimposed on the same world. Because of the different life forms and different dimensions, they cannot interfere with each other. In fact, the Alpha Federation once cast a brief glimpse at it, trying to peek at the creatures in another dimension. Later, Ezigen named it unobservable. Through complicated experimental products, they can briefly see each other. A black dot. This is the intelligent creature of that dimension that they can see. And now, in the sudden disaster, the Alpha Federation has also chosen this path. This is why there are only great scientists in etherization on Noah's Ark. Intelligent creatures with flesh cannot enter another dimension. Li Wang made detailed arrangements for this plan to implement the miracle of dimension replacement. The final result proved his success again. Noah's Ark disappeared from sight. It completely disappeared from this world. Nulita, who witnessed this scene, had no time to react before the sky and the earth collapsed. The next second after Noah's Ark disappeared, the space was completely shattered. The Salfa Federation, located at the junction of the Neva Plain and the Aneva Mountains, collapsed. The shattered space was not limited to the territory of the Salfa Federation. It extended to the south, shattering a large area of the northernmost territory of the Diamond Empire. It extended to the north, knocking on the door of the Elf Kingdom, the endless forest in the west of the Salfa Federation. A corner of the forest was dug out, including dozens of tree people who died instantly. The Beast God Wilderness in the east of the Salfa Federation. The grassland disappeared, and hundreds of tribes were wiped out in an instant. This astonishing disaster spread from the Salfa Federation as the center and ended with the destruction of the Salfa Federation, creating the most tragic death toll since the end of the Dark Ages. The Diamond Empire, the Endless Forest, the Beast God Wilderness, and the Elf Kingdom all suffered devastating blows to varying degrees. It treats all intelligent creatures equally, except for Nulita, although it is a bit hard to imagine. Nulita, who is at the center of the disaster, is unscathed. "Are you okay?" He Xingwen asked uncertainly. After Nulita reacted, he returned to the kingdom as soon as possible and told He Xingwen about the series of stories about the Salfa Federation and Mengxing. But He Xingwen is more concerned about the other party's current situation. Complex emotions flowed on Nulita's face, which is indeed rare. Nulita's control of emotions is superb. Most of the time, he seems to wear a hypocritical mask on his face, performing the exaggerated expressions he wants people to see. But now, he has no intention of doing so. Nobita paused for a long time, and suddenly asked He Xingwen, "Don't you want to know why I am unscathed?" He Xingwen didn't ask. Of course, because he already knew the answer. He Xingwen drank a sip of water and gave the answer, "Father God blessed you." To be precise, He Xingwen saw the golden light extending to the distant Salfa Federation, and saved Nobita alone among countless deaths. Nobita stroked the cup and whispered, "I have deceived Father God." He Xingwen showed an expression of listening to a story. For a while, Father God's preference for the great demon made me very jealous. Nulita had a rare urge to talk. I was very young at that time, so I was more impulsive. I thought, if I also became a big devil, would the Father God treat me differently? So I deceived the Father God and became a big devil. But the Father God soon noticed it. He said that nobility and meanness, positive and negative, should not be confused. So I turned back into a little devil. He Xingwen, it sounds like the Father God is very strict. Father God. Nulita fell into memories, but in fact, the Father God is very gentle. He rarely gets angry and never discriminates against any race. Although the little devil is now called a failure, the Father God never thinks we are failures. So I dared to deceive the Father God. Indeed, the little devil who is best at seeking benefits and avoiding harm dared to do this, which itself proved the Father God's tolerance for creation. Enough to make the little devil sure that even if the Father God knew that he was deceived, it would not bring him disaster. But that time, Father God went against his usual practice. After realizing that I had deceived him, he completely divided the demons into two races. This is not in line with Father God's previous style. I used to think that Father God favored the big demon too much, and even favored it to the point of not allowing the small demon, who was a failure, to pass as a fake. But now, I think there is another answer. Nulita looked at the king. Father God hopes that the small demon can survive. He paused after he fell. The small demon and the big demon were divided into two different races. So the sin of killing gods born by the big demon did not pass on to the small demon. So, the big demon disappeared from the world. But the small demon is still alive. All of Nulita's complex emotions stem from this. It turns out that in the second era, the Father God was already preparing for his fall. He Xingwen glanced in the direction of the Salfa Federation, and the huge star had completely disappeared from this world. He retracted his gaze and said to Nulita, maybe earlier than that. After he became he began to prepare for his doomed fall. After causing an unprecedented disaster on the continent, Mengxing's original plan did not change. Mengxing sprouted. Literally. Small flowers suddenly grew on the huge star, and they grew against the wind. In a blink of an eye, they turned from small flowers into towering trees. These towering trees guided the direction and led Mengxing through layers of space and headed for the right path. The layers of space turned into phantoms at some point. Mangxing shuttled through space, crossed time, and moved towards destiny. This was a somewhat long journey. Mangxing talked a lot with Li Wang. They talked about ether and Li Wang's research. Are you studying how ether was born? Li Wang was in an extremely wonderful state. His brain was extremely active. All the doubts he had before were solved, and the world was no longer secretive in front of him. Li Wang looked at the liquid ether, which disappeared and was born in his eyes. As simple as an instinct. I didn't take the wrong path. I just went to the wrong era. Li Wang looked at the ether that was constantly disappearing and being born and said, the answer is too simple. Yes. Man Xing agreed with him. As long as you want. Ether can be born. So that's it. Li Wang's eyes turned away and looked in a certain direction. Across time and space. He looked at a certain observer. So that's it. The other party crossed the extreme point and went against the flow of fate. He Tong retracted his gaze and gently held He Xingwen's hand. The light and shadow held the flesh and blood body, which should be difficult to detect. But He Xingwen naturally closed his hand slightly and held the other party back. Among the many obstacles between He Xingwen and He Tong, the racial barrier is the most easily overlooked. When they love each other, what difficulties cannot be overcome? For Li Wang and He Tong, that brief glance was enough for them to complete an extremely complicated agreement. The observer was left far behind. But Li Wang sighed. It turns out that fate has already marked the price for all gifts. Fate gave Li Wang unimaginable talents, and now charges him a high price. Of course, whether the price is expensive or not, only the parties involved are qualified to evaluate. At least in Li Wang's opinion, this price was too cheap compared to what he got. He solved all the puzzles, and all he had to pay was his doomed death. It was not only cheap, but also just what he wanted. We're here. Mangxing arrived at his destination. In the darkness where nothing existed, he said goodbye to Li Wang. Goodbye? The universe exploded. Everything was annihilated, and everything was born. The Father God created the ether, all things in the world, and created the first era. The gears of fate creaked at that moment. Chapter 203 Global Public Beta 27 I will live and die with you. The South Federation has disappeared. This incredible news spread across the continent along with the disaster, and received the same reaction from different races. Impossible. The South Federation is not a civilization, so weak that it can only struggle on the outermost edge of the continent. Its strength is enough to make the continent look at it sideways. How could it be completely destroyed by such a disaster? The one who has the deepest perception of the strength of the South Federation is Ezigen. They have the most in-depth cooperation with the South Federation. Ezigen's products that transcend racial restrictions are basically the research results of the South Federation. Those existences that are extremely far away for others are easily crossed in the hands of great scientists. They have gone so far that science has just been born. And before others have caught up with them, they have already entered the realm of gods. In the Ezigen threat rankings, the South Federation once topped the list. Of course, after the emergence of the kingdom, this position was firmly locked by the kingdom. But this will not weaken the power of the South Federation. If the South Federation is completely destroyed by such a disaster, it is not only an insult to the South Federation, but also a mockery of Ezigen. But no matter how incredible other forces are, the South Federation has indeed disappeared from the continent. The former territory of the South Federation has turned into ruins, and the corpses have been crushed and buried with science. Science, a new thing, was born suddenly and disappeared suddenly, although the whole continent was shocked by this. So what? The Sarfa Federation didn't even have a single living intelligent creature left, and everyone else had their own things to do. The other civilizations that still existed in this world moved forward peacefully, turning this sudden extinction of civilization into a small wave. And as time passed, it should have been so. The reason why it didn't develop this way is also very simple. The curiosity of the players destroyed the time's plan to cover it all up. After the players learned the news belatedly, they immediately went to the ruins in groups to look for possible hidden tasks, and piece together the reasons for the plot runaway. Any bystander would be terrified by the players' persistence. The players came to the ruins as if they didn't know how to give up. They called this process treasure hunting, digging up the remains left by the Sarfa Federation civilization, and then piecing together some speculations that were far from the truth. Ezigen was happy to see this, and put private goods in the bounty hunter's mission, issuing a series of treasure hunting, tasks to encourage players to more enthusiastically find the truth about the disappearance of the Sarfa Federation. If we want to explain why things have developed into a treasure hunt, perhaps a hot post on the forum can explain it. What the hell? The Sarfa Federation is gone? Original poster, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The Sarfa Federation is gone. What? The Sarfa Federation is gone? What does gone mean? The Sarfa Federation finally made a nuclear bomb? Where is the original poster? He disappeared without even saying anything clearly? Original poster, I just went to hand in a quest with Ezigen. But Ezigen received the latest news that the Sarfa Federation has become a ruin. Where is the great scientist? Wait. Something happened to the Salfa Federation as well? What do you mean by also? There is a bald patch on the east side of the Everfree Forest. The druids and tree people rushed over. You didn't see the scene. The entire forest on the east side of the Everfree Forest collapsed. The easternmost trees were shattered into pieces. It is said that there were tree people who died on the spot. What? Tree people died on the spot in the forest? How strong must the enemy be? Tree people didn't even have a chance to react. They were killed instantly. That was in the forest. I know what you mean. Tree people in the forest terrain have at least 50% more combat power and defense. The Everfree Forest collapsed as well? Where else collapsed? The Diamond Empire. I went to the Diamond Empire to do a bounty hunter mission. As a result, before I completed the mission location was directly cleared. I died on the spot and returned to the resurrection point. I just went back and found that the Diamond Empire blocked the area over there. The entire northern territory was sealed off. I looked at it from a distance, and it seemed to have collapsed. I checked the map. Is this a huge explosion with the Salfa Federation as the center? So, did something happen to the Elven Kingdom as well? Either it disappeared from the map, like the Salfa Federation, or it suffered heavy casualties, like the Endless Forest and the Diamond Empire. The Beast God Wilderness probably won't be able to escape either. What is the Salfa Federation doing? Making such a big fuss? Is it really researching nuclear bombs? I think in this world, nuclear bombs can't cause such a large scale, high destructive effect. Wait a minute. Let me think about it. The Everfree Forest was only affected. It's in this state now. What about the Salfa Federation? Original poster, didn't I say it? It's gone. Gone can be understood in many ways. Who knows what you mean? Original poster, it's completely gone. Impossible. The Salfa Federation is a neutral force. The kingdom still has dealings with it. If the planner doesn't set up a wave of related plots, it would be a shame for him to rack his brains to design this force. How could it just disappear? There is bad news. I just logged into the game and took a look at the skills. I found that the 0-level skills and scientific common sense showed that they could not be used. Fuck. This skill is very useful. It's like an encyclopedia that you carry with you. You can click on anything you don't understand. It's especially useful when you are brushing bosses. It can mark your weaknesses. How can it just disappear? I habitually turn this thing on as soon as I log in, and use it as a built-in plugin. Now you tell me that it is invalid? Don't get excited. You won't forget where this skill comes from. Right? You can light it up for free in Arna City. So the Sarfa Federation is really gone? Did the planner go crazy? Did the plot suddenly go crazy? Did they kill such an important force directly? Wait. I suddenly remembered that the Science Academy has been saying that it will open. But now the Sarfa Federation is gone. And it hasn't opened yet? So, we still don't know whether the great scientist is a support profession or an attack profession. Is this important? The point is there a bug in the plot? What happened to the Sarfa Federation? What kind of taboo experiment did they do to kill themselves? I asked Ezigen. But he didn't know the reason. They weren't even sure if the Sarfa Federation was really gone. Ezigen didn't know. So no one on the entire continent knew the reason. So, is this a normal plot development? Or is there a bug in the plot? I think there's another possibility. The plot is killing. We missed the key plot of the Sarfa Federation? What? Can the Sarfa Federation have a key plot? I'm almost sleeping on the floor in Arna City. I've racked my brains to find a way to contact every NPC I can contact. Not to mention the key plot. And my favorability has been deducted a lot. Maybe you contacted them in the wrong way. The point is not whether the Sarfa Federation has a key plot. It's gone anyway. Do you think the planner will roll back? Forget it. I highly suspect that the planner is opening a bottle of red wine to celebrate the player's failure. The scene emerged in my mind. Absolutely. It's something the planner would do. What kind of devilish planning is this? Damn it! Can't His Majesty change the main planner? For example, me. But the planner will definitely not waste such a good material as the Salfa Federation. This is the crystallization of their wisdom, and the symbol of hair. If they can really destroy such a force, an important force representing science, then I respect them as men. It makes sense. You know, this game is the only one that does serious scientific research. If the Salfa Federation is gone, what will happen to the science in this game? Arcane Academy? Come on. Magic and science are two different things. They can't go together. I thought about it. Then there is only one candidate. Yes, it is the hero who was born on this continent with a mission. Me. Remember to cover yourself with a blanket when you dream. Otherwise you will get too excited. It is indeed possible for the player. If the planners come up with this kind of plot, then they can only maximize the use of the remains of the Sarfa Federation. Otherwise it will be a big loss. Does this mean that although the Sarfa Federation is gone, their science can be passed on through the players? I captured the key information, inheritance. Is this the correct way to become a great scientist? That makes sense. Although the Sarfa Federation is gone, aren't the ruins there? The Hall of Knowledge should also be there. Right. This thing was built through the ether. Even if the Sarfa Federation becomes a ruin, can't we just restart it? If the Hall of Knowledge is online, then the level 0 skill, scientific common sense can be used? Thinking about it this way, there should be a lot of things in the ruins. Everyone. It's time to start the mode of picking up garbage and getting rich. I understand this. Long Altian is always like this. He picks up a piece of trash, drips blood to recognize the master, and an old man comes out. This plot is a bit outdated. I think it should keep up with the times. Click to get the dragon-slaying sword. I declare that from today on, I am the trash-picking god. This hot post attracted waves of players who coveted the technological products of the Sarfa Federation and went to the Sarfa Federation to try to find artifacts or hidden tasks. After waves of players poured into the ruins, the replies in the post quickly turned into complaints. Isn't this Salfa Federation broken up too thoroughly? I dug for a long time, and the buildings buried at the bottom were all broken into pieces, let alone artifacts. So far, I haven't seen a complete thing. All broken. As long as you can't die, dig to death. I don't believe that the planner is really that stubborn. How obsessed are you with picking up trash? Isn't the achievement system good? Oh, Huang Wang has infiltrated the enemy, and you are still picking up trash. Even if you are not interested in the achievement system, you are not interested in the ready-made PvP arena? Wait, what is a ready-made PvP arena? Players found a way through the world gap? Impossible? The setting of the world gap can only be passed by luck and strength. Right? Where is the ready-made way? You don't know such sensational news? Oh, Huang Wang accepted the hidden task and helped the Huan tribe become the domain master of that domain. Then, somehow, the Ring clan came to the world gap to pick people up. It was free, and we arrived at the destination directly without jumping grids. I just logged off to avoid addiction and took a nap. When I woke up, how did the plot suddenly develop to this point? Did I jump grids in vain? Is this the correct way to open the PvP dungeon? It was not in vain. The premise of going with the Ring clan is to accept the Ring clan's tasks, help them become domain masters, and bind the Ring clan forces by default. Some players also encountered other new civilizations when jumping grids. So jumping grids is the correct way to open the PvP dungeon. What? Another player encountered a new civilization? Who is it? Li? Fuck. Li is the real European emperor. I suddenly remembered that when he first appeared in our field of vision, it was because he was the only one who received the task of the devil. If this continues, I think the world gap will soon become a parking lot for various new civilizations. When players arrive at the world gap, different new civilizations will ask you, take a ride? Looking for a job? Food and accommodation are provided. Fuck. The sense of deja vu is too strong. I actually think it is very likely. So taking a ride means binding the initial faction? Jumping the grid to meet a new civilization means spawning a random new faction. Perfect understanding ability. Then why rush? Wait a little longer. When more factions are spawned, players can slowly choose. I'm going to pick up trash first. What trash are you picking up? Go to the Beast God Wilderness to help the poor. I really just went offline for 8 hours to prevent addiction. How come the world suddenly changed overnight? What? Poverty alleviation is even included in the game? It is worthy of being a game designated by the state. It is really positive energy. I think things may not be what you think. Didn't a large area of the Beast God wilderness collapse? The king issued a new task to help the orcs rebuild their homes. I am moved by the king's selfless dedication. What about you? I just want to ask, how does the king plan to help the orcs rebuild their homes? Build infrastructure. The Kingdom Knights have taken a group of players to the Beast God wilderness to plan the city layout. I think something seems wrong. There are indigenous people in the Beast God wilderness. Right? The kingdom said to plan the city layout. So it planned the city layout without discussing it with the indigenous people? So it's poverty alleviation. The king also asked Nilida to take Ezigen to provide food to the orcs. The orcs are so poor. And now they have encountered such a big disaster. Which must be worse. I read this paragraph over and over again. And I only saw the 4 words peaceful evolution in the words. The king doesn't fight wars now. But directly crushes the economy? I just want to know. Does the Diamond Empire have any objections? They're in a lot of trouble now. Busy with disaster relief and stable rule. How can they care about the Beast God wilderness? The Diamond Empire borders the Salfa Federation. And the situation in the area to the north of them is very bad. And what if the Diamond Empire has any objections? It can't beat the kingdom. Well, from this point of view, the kingdom is fortunately far away. Otherwise the cities that are still under construction will have to be rebuilt. No. The kingdom is helping the Beast God wilderness. Why should the Diamond Empire have any objections? Are they just too shameless? If you have read the game plot discussion posts in the forum, you will never say such things. I think the Diamond Empire will not sit idly by, and will definitely intervene. The continent is so large. And the kingdom occupies half of it. After the South China Sea was attacked by the Zerg, it was severely damaged. It is estimated that it will take hundreds of years to recover. The Salfa Federation collapsed for unknown reasons. The floating abyss disappeared. And no one can afford to offend the Undead Canyon. Among the remaining 3 forces, the Elf Kingdom, the Beast God Wilderness, and the Diamond Empire, who do you think is the most panicked? Needless to say, it must be the Beast God Wilderness. It is the weakest. Why should the weakest panic? Anyway, it is not its turn to speak. No matter who changes. It is meat in the mouth of the other party. The most panicked one is of course the Diamond Empire, which has the largest population, the largest area, and the greatest ambition. Who said that the Beast God Wilderness is the weakest? You have seen it in the previous live broadcast. The combat power of the orcs is much higher than that of humans. Yes, but they are poor. I didn't expect that this game would actually rely on economic strength. Wait. The kingdom has no money. Right? A system of distribution according to work. No economic pillar. And it has been buying things from Ezigen. No matter how you think about it. There is no source of income. Are you stupid? The kingdom has no money. But it has mines. And who said that the system of distribution according to work will be poor? This system concentrates national resources in the hands of the king. How can it be poor? Why didn't you issue a task to contact the Elf Kingdom? I thought that once the Elf Kingdom collapsed, the kingdom would immediately send people to contact it. Who said that the kingdom didn't send people to contact it? It's just that the task was not issued to the players. Gene and the NPC set off early. The planner is going too far. How can he not give players quests for such a big thing? I still want to see the elves. Considering the orcs in this game, I think the elves may be completely different from what we think. No one is stopping you. If you want to see the elves, go ahead. But I remind you that some players sneaked into the collapsed part of the Elf Kingdom. But none of them found the elves. They all died. The dungeon of the Elf Kingdom is very brutal. I went to the official website to take a look. And there is no information about the Elf Kingdom. It's too mysterious. After all, it's still worthwhile to pick up garbage. I have seen through it. This game is a game to test your luck. How can it test your luck? At most, it depends on your luck to compare the initial power in the PP dungeon. A new thread has been opened outside. A guide thread. Fuck. I dug out a magic weapon. No! It was said that there would not be even a complete object in the ruins? How come a player picked up a magic weapon? Is this the future where all games will eventually become European identified? Magic weapon? Fake? How can there be a magic weapon when the ruins are broken into such a mess? Really? It can still be started. It is an invention of a great scientist. So instead of talking nonsense for a long time, it is better to pick up trash. I am going to pick up trash. I won't chat with you and waste my time. Sure enough, picking up trash is the most promising career. The topic of the post took countless turns along the way and finally returned to the original intention. Those rampaging plots, the excitement of NPCs, and the undercurrents between the kingdom and other forces are all inferior to the temptation of artifacts. In fact, just as the discussion in the forum, the great disaster of the Salfa Federation not only destroyed the Salfa Federation, but also triggered a series of chain reactions on the continent. The Elf Kingdom was forced to open a passage. The Beast God Wilderness welcomed the assistance of the kingdom. The Diamond Empire was busy with disaster relief and maintaining stability in the northern region. This is the norm of the feudal system. A major disaster will bring turmoil to the ruling order, and improper handling will lead to a change of imperial power. The Endless Forest is also doing disaster relief. But the situation of the Endless Forest is different. Before other affected forces have completed their understanding of the situation in the disaster-stricken areas, the Endless Forest has completed the entire process of disaster relief. If this unforeseen disaster had any impact on the Everfree Forest, it was that the player's infrastructure was able to move forward again, because the attention of the Tree People and Druids shifted to the dead Tree People. The Tree People had not suffered such a large-scale death for a long time, and no matter how stubborn they were, they would be shaken by such an unexpected disaster. As a result, the infrastructure pressure of the Everfree Forest was reduced, and the Tree People and Druids retreated deeper into the Everfree Forest, maintaining a tacit and weak balance with the players. In addition to these forces affected by the disaster, Ezigen also reacted violently to this. They used various methods to try to find traces of the Salfa Federation. They were very sure that the Salfa Federation would not be destroyed because of such a disaster. But the Salfa Federation did disappear, and all of Ezigen's searches had the same result. Finally, Dulay knocked on the door of the kingdom meeting room. I think if there is anyone on the continent who knows what happened to the Salfa Federation. Dulay sat on the chair and said to the young king, "It can only be you." He Xingwen put down the report in his hand and thought, "I am curious why you want to know what happened to the Salfa Federation. Many people accept the reality, but you not only do not accept the reality, but also want to know the truth." Dulay laughed and said bluntly, "We know the Salfa Federation. Their disappearance is definitely not because they were destroyed by the disaster. It can only be due to other reasons. Such as?" Dulay leaned forward slightly and stared at the king. "They finally found that road." He Xingwen showed a surprised expression. "That road? The road that transcends racial restrictions." Dulay, "King, Ezigen and the Sarfa Federation have very deep cooperation. I know what they are doing." He Xingwen raised his eyebrows slightly. "What are they doing?" "The science created by Li Wang." Dulay still stared at the king intently, as if he wanted to get an answer from the other's expression. "We haven't seen Li Wang for a long time." Before the Sarfa Federation disappeared, the great scientists began to go deep and disappeared from everyone's sight. He Xingwen looked at the other party. So? Dulay expressed the suspicion that Ezigen had long had. "I suspect that the science studied by Li Wang has reached the end, transcending racial restrictions, and transforming himself from a human being to another existence." He Xingwen looked at He Tong. He Tong smiled and whispered to He Xingwen, "The existence that can perceive desire has the strongest desire." He Xingwen's mouth curled slightly, wanting to say something, but there was another intelligent creature on the scene. So, He Xingwen's mouth flattened again, and he began to feel that this conversation was too long. "Don't you know it very well?" He Xingwen looked down at his hands, and the light and shadow swayed between his fingers, like a subconscious caress. His mood improved again, and he happily gave the other party the answer they wanted. "It's just what you think. They have become another form of life." Dulay was not satisfied with this answer. "Are they still in this world?" He Xingwen's fingers swayed on the table and touched the fingertips of another person. "That's right." Dulay did not notice anything unusual. He did not find the existence of light and shadow. His attention was attracted by the conversation, knowing that the conversation had entered the real focus at this moment, but we did not find them. With Ezigen's ability, they did not find it, which can only mean that the other party does not exist. He Xingwen glanced at him and gave the answer, "Unobservable." Dulay was stunned at first, and then remembered the meaning of this word. Sometimes, we cannot perceive the existence of another intelligent creature, just because our cognition of this world has not yet reached the point where we can interact with each other. This is Ezigen's judgment on the existence of unobservable. The reason why this creature is unobservable is because the observer's own cognition is limited. Dulé took out the ring from his personal space. He activated the ring, and a thin film spread out from the ring. At first, there was nothing on the film. But after a moment, a shadow swam past, and a small black dot appeared on the film. Dulé stared at the small black dot, and the small black dot looked at him. In the eye contact, the ring shattered. He Xingwen glanced at the powder floating in the air and congratulated him. You found them. The conversation ended here. Perhaps Ezigen had high expectations for this conversation. But in the end, it only proved how far Ezigen was from transcending racial restrictions. He Xingwen watched him leave and said to He Tong, it seems that Ezigen doesn't like this form of existence very much. They want to transcend racial restrictions because they want to break free from their shackles, not to abandon their material lives. He Tong stared at He Xingwen's profile. It was always difficult for him to take his eyes off He Xingwen, as if He Xingwen always subconsciously wanted to touch him. They both have some indescribable feelings for each other. It's just that when they can't touch, it becomes restrained and surging. He Xingwen poked at the light and shadow from time to time, watching his hand passing back and forth in the other's arm. They don't want to become gods, do they? He Xingwen looked at He Tong and bumped into the other's sight. That would be courting death. I don't think they will do that. He Tong's database analyzed calmly, but his eyes couldn't move away. He said, they may have guessed the fate of the gods in this world. In the eye contact, He Xingwen quickly lost interest in discussing irrelevant things. We have to talk about it. He Tong said seriously, I have completely unlocked the limitations of intelligence. This is not what I want to talk about. He Xingwen, platonic love is not very suitable for me. We have to find a way to solve this problem. He Tong paused for 2 seconds before finding his voice. You said before that you don't want me to change my form of existence. He Xingwen is very sure about this, because I will change my form of existence. There is nothing wrong with humans. But 100 years is too short. He Xingwen looked at He Tong. Too cruel for you. He Tong's voice was filled with a gentle smile. Do you think that after your life ends, I will usher in a long period of loneliness? The light and shadow leaned forward slightly, and gave He Xingwen an untouchable hug. This will never happen. I will live and die with you. The last 4 words came out of He Tong's mouth with a strange meaning. This is not a promise, but a vow that has long been engraved in the system program. Chapter 204 Global Public Beta 28. He Xingwen is not afraid of death, and an ending that is destined to arrive is not worth fearing. But he wants to live longer, for another person. But before eternal death, I want to do something. He Xingwen tilted his head and looked at the light and shadow. What I want to do. The blurred light and shadow could not see any changes. He Tong was the same as always. After He Xingwen made a decision, he silently obeyed. Since you think there is nothing wrong with humans, maybe we just need to find a way to let you do what you love to do. He Xingwen put his hand on his chin and looked at the other party. If it is not an illusion, you don't seem to want me to change my form of existence? He Tong replied, just like the reason why you don't want me to do this. I don't want you to pay any price for it. He Xingwen's dissatisfaction was easily wiped out by the other party. He changed his hand to hold his chin. I thought you would care more about the short lifespan of humans. He Tong was silent for 2 seconds. He Xingwen got the answer. It's not that the other party didn't care about this, but he felt that this would no longer be a defect that urgently needed to be improved. Then there was only one reason. Does ether have the ability to prolong life? It has nothing to do with it. He Tong gave the answer. Do you remember what the dead said to you? He Xingwen searched for words in his memory. The other part of this world is in me. Before the earth and the other world reach a balance, and no longer try to assimilate each other, you are the only fulcrum that prevents them from falling into destruction. He Tong said, neither of these 2 worlds will allow you to die easily. He Xingwen suddenly realized, is this the real reason why the undead emperor said he couldn't see my death? Yes. After all, saving the world is a long process. He Tong said softly, especially destroying the doomsday that is destined to come. He Xingwen's eyes fell on the bottom of the Mind Palace, and he seemed to understand why his main task was progressing so slowly. I thought that everything would become simpler after turning the Beast God Wilderness into a part of the kingdom. He Tong traced He Xingwen's eyebrows. It has always been simple. It just takes time. He Xingwen looked up. So, the game will not simply stop running. As long as the Earth's spiritual energy continues to recover, it has a need to exist. He Tong's eyes moved down and fell on He Xingwen's neck. which was bent into a beautiful arc, and said calmly, "Even the humans on Earth have not found a way to make peace with the mutated animals. Let alone two worlds that are so different." He Xingwen suddenly turned his head and bumped into Yitong's sight. The scene was quiet for a few seconds, and He Xingwen smiled and said meaningfully, "Compared to those, I think it is better to overcome the difficulties in front of us first." He Tong continued, "I will find a safe way for you to have further contact with me. More than further." He Xingwen reminded him, "I hope there will be no distance." He Tong was silent for a few seconds this time before continuing, "You have not shown any interest in this aspect before." He considered the word demand. The arc of He Xingwen's mouth corners raised a little. "Maybe it's because I didn't have a boyfriend before." "You make sense," He Tong said seriously. "I will solve this problem as soon as possible and meet your needs." Sometimes, He Tong's seriousness inherited from intelligent life makes people feel itchy. For example, at this moment, He Xingwen really wants him to be less serious. He Xingwen lowered his eyes and stared at the shadow that almost overlapped with his hand, and the arc of his mouth was retracted. He Tong watched every trace of his emotions, took screenshots of these emotional fluctuations caused by him, and saved them in his database. He never prayed for fate to favor him, because he only trusted data and countless world lines heading towards destruction. He found the only optimal solution and held He Xingwen's hand. And now, he prayed to fate that the person he loved would not easily get tired of this love game. There are many things that need to be adjusted between He Tong and He Xingwen. Human emotions are fickle and complicated, but the emotions of intelligent life are all out and eternal. Humans who are in control never worry about losing the right to be loved, but passive followers always worry about losing the right to touch each other. Nublida did not have the right to immerse himself in sighs. After the truth of the world was revealed to him, he was kicked to the beast god field by He Xingwen. In addition to the kingdom knights and players, there was also Azijin. The ambitious kingdom could not wait to show its claws to the next target. Nublida hummed a little song and expressed his concern in a happy tone. "Orcs are unreasonable. If they fight later, should we provide them with food?" No one responded. Nublida glanced at Anuta and called him by name. "Anuta, what do you think? After all, the food is provided by Azijin." Anuta, who was named, looked at the excited demon. When a demon is excited, he is 100% trying to make trouble. This is the cooperation between Azijin and the kingdom. Anuta said, "The king has the right to decide how to deal with it, and Azijin has no opinion. It is slippery, and there is no opportunity to take advantage of it. So it is normal for the demon to dislike Azijin." Nublida changed the person he was talking to and set his eyes on the Knight of the Kingdom. "What do you think?" The Knight of the Kingdom, who kept silent most of the time, looked at Nublida and was not ambiguous. "The king's mission is to provide food to the orcs." Nublida showed a regretful expression. "I don't think the orcs will be happy to accept the kingdom's food. Of course, it is even more impossible for the orcs to accept the urban infrastructure that the kingdom is preparing to carry out on the Beast God Wilderness. It seems that the Beast God Wilderness will be very lively next." Nublida thought so, and looked at the group of tents standing on the prairie not far away. The nature of the Beast tribe, and the nomadic characteristics caused by the grassland terrain. So the Beast tribe is always migrating. Tents are common on the grassland, and physical buildings are rarer. Because the demon led the team, he directly chose the central area of the Beast God Wilderness when teleporting, which is equivalent to directly arriving at the enemy's base camp. His attitude of watching the excitement and not minding the big things was exposed. The uninvited team broke the original tranquility here. A group of cheetahs emerged from the tents, and various beasts slowly gathered around the tents. In an instant, a complex beast army was formed. Nublida couldn't help but complain. "I remember that different tribes of orcs lived separately before. How come they are so friendly now? They live together with orcs from different tribes and different beast tribes? After all, the current situation in the Beast God Wilderness is very different from before." Anuta reminded, "They are about to be unified." Nublida turned his head and looked in another direction. His eyes passed over the orcs surrounding them, and looked at the white giant wolf standing on the earth's slope. Nublida smiled brightly at the other party. "Why are you standing so far away? We are here to find you." A large number of beasts surrounded the crowd, ready to move. From their strong breathing, they could smell their desire for flesh and blood. But the surrounded people did not show any fear. Obviously, they were not many in number and not strong. Nublida should be excluded here. But it seemed that they had the upper hand instead of the orcs. In a way, this feeling is correct. On this continent, There is no race that has the confidence to gain the upper hand in front of the kingdom. Even though the orcs are more wild than human, impulsive, stupid and ignorant, they also know this clearly. And it is not a good choice to be enemies with the kingdom. Therefore, the restless beasts struggle to restrain their impulse. The giant wolf turned into a human form and walked into the encirclement. His eyes swept across the demon, revealing an obvious expression of disgust. Even the orcs do not welcome the demon. The demons have such a bad reputation on the continent. What do you want from us? Lee gathered his long hair and said, We don't welcome you. Especially demons. The king asked us to carry out. Nolita recalled the unfamiliar word, humanitarian aid. Lee paused, wondering if he had heard it wrong. What the hell? Has the declaration of war evolved into an incomprehensible way now? It is indeed not easy to understand. Nolita understands the other party's reaction. After all, when he first heard this word, he was also in a state of knowing every word, but not knowing it together. So Nolita explained to the other party in a friendly way, the king means that the beast god plane is already poor enough. And now a sudden disaster has made it worse, putting the already poor country into a difficult situation. Out of friendship with the orcs, the kingdom decided to provide food to the beast god plane free of charge, to help the orcs with disaster relief and rebuild their homes after the disaster. Lee's IQ is not high, but he is very clear about one thing, that there is no friendship between the beast god plane and the kingdom that can make the other party contribute for free. Obviously, the kingdom's sudden friendliness had a purpose that everyone knew. No need. Lee directly rejected the other party. We don't welcome you. Nublita showed a surprised expression. What makes you think you have the right to refuse? The atmosphere was tense in an instant, filled with the smell of gunpowder. The orc army surrounding this team was ready to move. Their IQ was not high. Being able to restrain the impulse to tear the enemy to pieces when they met was enough to consume their limited patience. Under the provocation of the enemy, their restraint quickly collapsed. They didn't mind using bloody death to erase their insults to the orcs, whether it was their own death or the death of the other party. The demons admired the other party's anger and felt that the kingdom was impeccable in one respect. Its crushing strength was enough for the demons to provoke as much as they wanted without worrying about a setback. What could make a demon happier than this? Nolita continued to make progress, friendly as if he was not the one provoking the other party, and continued, We have come from afar. Don't you plan to invite us to meet the Wolf King? Lee made a series of low growls. Like the threat of a beast, no. I have already said that you have no right to refuse. The demon blamed the other party intimately. I want to discuss the follow-up humanitarian rescue arrangements with the Wolf King. He blinked at the angry little wolf. Why are you standing there? Do you still want to kill us here? Nolita gestured to the side. This is Anuta. Ezigen. These are the Kingdom Knights. Players. Nolita finally pointed to himself. The demon. Don't think about something you can't do. Nolita's happiness was beyond words. Players won't die. And Ezigen? Orcs will not try to kill an Ezigen unless they intend to be enemies with a business organization that monopolizes the entire continent. As for Nolita himself, if he could be left behind by these orcs, he would have lived for several epochs in vain. This is the most common situation for the weak, because they are not strong enough. They are constrained in every way. They have too little room for choice. So when the enemy forces them in front of them, they only have two choices left, to pretend to be compliant or to die with honor. Given the character of the orcs, hypocrisy is never an option for them. Using blood to wash away shame is what they are best at. If they were not facing the kingdom proved itself with several victories. If defeating the Arcane Academy and the Everfree Forest is the most powerful that the creatures on the continent can imagine, then the South China Sea defense line is beyond imagination. When facing an enemy that is beyond imagination, the orcs who follow the rule of the jungle give the response that the weak should have. In front of the demons' unscrupulous provocation, the beasts surrounding them let out increasingly heavy breathing sounds and pawed the ground lightly with their hooves. In the next second, they could launch a charge that would crush the opponent to pieces. The reason they didn't do this was because they were waiting for the charge horn. Lee's eyes instantly turned red, which was the opposite of the weak red eyes. The demon has a very superb talent in angering intelligent creatures. Lee's anger reached the extreme, and he suppressed it abruptly. The tall man turned around and turned into a giant white wolf. He growled and gave instructions to the beasts present. Then he rushed out of the encirclement and flew in a certain direction. He went to report the intentions of these uninvited guests to the Wolf King. The eyes of the Kingdom Knight fell on the giant wolf that fully demonstrated its power and beauty. The demon grinned, and under the watchful eyes of other orcs, he put his hand on the shoulder of the Kingdom Knight and said in a very deliberate low voice, "Do you like the wolf tribe? That's a bit difficult. The wolf tribe is too powerful. Even the slave traders don't have any stock." Some orcs roared because of the demon's deliberate provocation and interrupted him. Nulita didn't care about these episodes, and was happy to jump back and forth on the bottom line of the orcs. "But when I meet the Wolf King, I can ask for you." The Kingdom Knight turned his head and looked at the devil. The devil spread his hands. "It's just a little wolf cub. Orcs don't have so many inexplicable rules. It's too unrealistic to expect the barbaric primitive tribe to have the same moral bottom line and moral constraints as the Earth's human beings." The Kingdom Knight knew the devil's bad taste, and knew that if he didn't dispel the other party's ideas in time, the devil would continue to add fuel to the fire until the situation developed towards the chaos he liked. The kingdom does not allow slaves to exist, and the king doesn't like slaves. This is a reason that can 100% dispel the devil's bad taste. Sure enough, Nulita took back his hand, showing a regretful expression, and began to flatter in the air. "Indeed, the king has admirable noble morals." The Kingdom Knight was unmoved, so the devil shifted his target and landed on Nulita. Nulita cast his eyes forward. "He's back." Nulita had to give up the idea of having fun and greeted the group of white giant wolves in a friendly manner. "It seems that the Wolf King is very happy to meet us." The demon smiled brightly at the leader of the group of white giant wolves. "I am looking forward to it." The orcs were not looking forward to it, but the conversation still started because of force majeure. The wolf tribe is not in the central area of the Beast God Wilderness. It is located deeper in the Beast God Wilderness. It has been the territory of the wolf tribe since ancient times. It was not a good location at the beginning, with scarce prey and remoteness. But with the rise of the wolf tribe, this territory has been impregnable under the long-term rule of the wolf tribe, and even many buildings have appeared. Obviously, primitive tribes are also on the road to civilization. It's not that nomads are not good enough, but under the influence of the Diamond Empire, if the nomads in the Beast God Wilderness want to further strengthen their rule and concentrate the power of the entire Beast God Wilderness, they will inevitably learn another political model. And now, there are signs. Nulita's eyes swept over these stone buildings and fell on other places. If it weren't for communicating with outsiders, orcs would be more accustomed to acting in the form of wild beasts. But here, among the giant wolves, there are orcs who maintain human form. Some are weaving animal skins, and some are combing the hair of giant wolves. The atmosphere is harmonious and warm. Obviously, the orcs are beginning to show signs of acting in human-like appearance. The demons, a group of outsiders, attracted their attention, and the warm atmosphere instantly became tense. The giant wolf lazily lying in the sun stood up, and the orcs, who maintained human form, hurried back to the tent. The giant wolf brought the demon to the central area of the large tribe. A group of orcs stood by the campfire that had not slept all night. They were strong, with long limbs and long hair gathered behind their backs, showing a slender beauty that was completely opposite to the orc's barbaric reputation. Nulita's eyes fell on the orc in the front and greeted him. Black wolves are quite rare. Lai's pure black eyes fell on the demon and introduced himself. Lai, the leader of the wolf tribe. Lai's dislike for the demon was clearly shown in the conversation. "You are not welcome in the Beast God Wilderness." He glanced at the Kingdom Knight next to the demon. "Players are not welcome either." "So what?" Nulita took a step forward and closed the distance with the other party. "It's meaningless to repeat these. Even if you don't welcome us, you still met us, didn't you?" Lai said in a deep voice. "That's out of respect for the kingdom. I hope you can maintain this respect for a little longer." Nulita understood the other party's character and got straight to the point. "The king sent us to provide humanitarian assistance to the Beast God Wilderness." Nulita gestured to Anuta. "We brought food." Lai's eyes swept from Ezigen and fell on the devil again. "What else?" And Nulita began to appreciate the other party. He continued, "Some measures to help the orcs rebuild their homes after the disaster." Lai said calmly, "What measures?" Nubuta thought about how to describe the infrastructure construction to the other party. "When we came to contact you, other teams sent by the kingdom had already gone to the disaster-stricken areas of the Beast God Wilderness to help the victims build new homes." Lai's eyebrows jumped slightly. "You didn't get my permission." Nubuta didn't care. "I think it's not too late to get permission now." The giant eagle roared through the sky and landed beside the campfire with a fierce wind, making a cry. It was obvious that he was reporting some news to the orcs in the form of an animal. Following his voice, the orcs present all cast hostile eyes on the demons and their group. Countless giant wolves emerged from the empty and quiet tribe, surrounding the demons and their group layer by layer, spewing angry flames. The demon sighed and said to Anuta on the side, "They are threatening me. You are threatening me." Lai's voice suddenly rose. "With undisguised anger, a large number of players have entered my territory. Not only without permission, but also in large numbers. This is an undisguised declaration of war. Didn't I tell you?" Nubita enjoyed the other party's emotional fluctuations, and his tone was relaxed to the point of not caring. The kingdom sent other teams to help the victims build new homes. The disaster-stricken area of the Beast God Wilderness is so large. The team sent by the kingdom will certainly be enough. Otherwise, how can they help you? Nubita glanced at the angry Wolf King and added fuel to the fire. "And there is one thing you don't seem to remember clearly. That is not your territory," he said slowly. "The Beast God Wilderness has not yet been renamed the Wolf Clan Wilderness. The territory of the Wolf Clan." Nubita glanced at the ground under his feet. "Isn't it here? This is a very delicate issue. Everyone knows that the Wolf Clan is about to unify the Beast God Wilderness. But at the same time, everyone knows that the Wolf Clan has not yet unified the Beast God Wilderness. They did not have a ceremony to declare the unification of the wolf tribes of the entire continent. And the tribal system of the orcs made it difficult for the wolf tribe to occupy every tribe. The wolf tribe did not have so many people to rule each tribe. And the tribal system did not accept orcs from other tribes to become tribal leaders. The defeated tribe offered loyalty to the wolf tribe and became a vassal of the wolf tribe. The orcs recognized this ancient way of submission. And the wolf tribe also used this method to continuously defeat the enemy and expand its territory. But whether the kingdom recognized it or not was another matter. As far as I know, there seems to be no warriors from the wolf tribe in those tribes." "Right," Nublita said bluntly. "The kingdom has the right to disagree with the rule of the wolf tribe. The orcs can't quite understand this unnecessary act of taking off their pants to fart. The kingdom is eyeing the Beast God Wilderness. And everyone can understand that if the Beast God Wilderness and the kingdom exchanged positions and had such a powerful force as the kingdom, they would also be full of desire to conquer everything around them. On the continent, if you want to conquer a country, you start a war, defeat it, win victory, land in glory. But like the kingdom now, declaring war is not like declaring war, and it has to do some humanitarian aid. Isn't this unnecessary? This continent has not yet entered the era of declaring war only when you have the right to claim. And there has been no moral condemnation. A product of civilized society. For them, the reason for launching a war is simple: ambition and greed. And the result of the war is also simple: defeat the other side. So Lai thought for a long time, and vaguely realized that the other party seemed to be thinking of taking away the territory without going to war. He was a little unbelievable, whether you agree or not. What does it have to do with the Beast God Wilderness? If the orcs agree, then they are my vassals and my territory. The people of the kingdom enter my territory on a large scale and invade my vassals. The wolf tribe will never ignore it. Lai, this is a war. Nublita frowned and corrected him seriously. This is not a war. The kingdom has brought you food, buildings and selfless help. This is a rescue. What the hell is the devil talking about? Thinking so, Lai gave up the idea of talking to the other party and decided to go directly to the next stage after declaring war. The orcs will defend their dignity and honor. Lai said, "The orc army." Anuta. Nolita called out to Ezigen, who was watching the show, "It's your turn to work. Where are the things?" Anuta stretched out his hand towards his personal space. Bags of food fell to the ground. The angry orcs could not help but look at the food. The orcs are really poor. And this poverty is mainly caused by the underdeveloped economy and the characteristics of nomadic peoples. They have no economic support. It was okay before, because the orcs were in turmoil, and there was always no shortage of food. But now, the orcs are about to unify, and food has become scarce. After all, everyone is their own beast, so it's not easy to start. The original food chain of the jungle, when the orcs tended to unify, had a little problem, which aggravated the famine of the orcs. This kind of small problem can be attributed to the pain of political system change. The orcs who have just moved towards unification have not found a solution. But as long as they are given a little time to complete the transformation of the political system, everything will be solved. But the problem is that they have not yet completed the transformation of the political system. Anuta took out all the food in his personal space, and then said to Lai, "This is the first batch of food. I need to confirm the quantity and type of subsequent food with you." He glanced at the wolves staring at the food stupidly, and continued, "The king hopes to provide enough food for the orcs." Lai stared at the food for a moment, then turned to look at Nalbuda. Nalbuda smiled at him kindly. "The king also hopes to provide infrastructure for the orcs, such as hard housing, farming technology, and everything that humans have." Lai knew very well that this was a bait from the devil, and the other party's purpose was clear at a glance. The bait was so sweet, and the other party wanted a huge reward. But the gap in strength was in front of him, a war that was destined to be unwinnable. Compared with the food, houses, and farming techniques in front of him, it was hard not to produce a strong contrast. Lai forced himself to ask the next question: "What does the kingdom want?" Nulita reached out and held Lai's hand, showing a kind smile. "It seems that we can have a good talk." He held Lai's hand with one hand and put his other hand on Lai's shoulder, like a friendly diplomat, and took Lai to sit by the campfire. "Believe me, compared to what you will get, the kingdom only wants a little reward. Nulita has never been more like a devil who tempts people to fall into hell than at this moment." He used words to describe a beautiful future for the orcs, and then made a small request. "You just need to open your territory to the kingdom, accept occasional disturbances from the kingdom's people, and provide loyalty to the king." Nulita noticed that Lai's emotions fluctuated at one point, and continued to talk nonsense. "The king respects the cultural differences between different races very much, and he hardly interferes with the internal affairs of other races." "Anuta, don't you think so?" Ezigen testified to this point, as if he had completely forgotten the scene of anteaters chewing a piece of open space in the endless forest not long ago. "Yes. Whether it is dwarves, mages or druids, the king has given them enough freedom." Nulita threatened from the side. "Lai, you know that the orcs will never defeat the kingdom, right? The reason why we appear in front of you is entirely out of the king's goodwill, to avoid more unnecessary deaths, not because the kingdom is afraid of a war." The devil was right. It was not the kingdom that needed to fear war between the kingdom and the orcs. Lai was convinced by this substitution. The other party did not start a war, but came to ask for his opinion, which fully demonstrated the goodwill of the kingdom. Lai hesitated and said, "But the orcs have reached an offensive and defensive alliance agreement with the Diamond Empire." He said to the devil, "The Diamond Empire is full of vigilance against the kingdom, and he will never let the kingdom continue to expand." Lai was right. After the kingdom took large-scale actions against the Beast God Wilderness, the warning from the Diamond Empire reached Hixingwen. A small conflict between players and humans broke out on the border between the Beast God Wilderness and the Diamond Empire. The conflict ended quickly, but this did not conceal the fact that the essence of the conflict was a warning from the Diamond Kingdom. Chapter 205 Global Public Beta 29 Dwarfs Revenge and Elf Kingdom. Hixingwen received a summary report of this conflict after Hixingwen released the poverty alleviation task in the Beast God Wilderness. Energetic players who were interested in orcs flocked to the Beast God Wilderness. This is the benefit of a large player base. No matter what task, there will be a large number of players participating. There is only a large number of participants in the task, not the trouble of too few participants. The players followed the Kingdom Knights and began to plan the city construction from the outermost part of the Beast God Wilderness. The first place the players arrived was the disaster site on the west side of the Beast God Wilderness. The grassland collapsed, the ground was muddy, and the vast land was repairing its wounds. The backwardness of the Beast God Wilderness brought them some convenience in this disaster. The collapse of buildings was the bad aftermath of most disasters. But there were no buildings in the outermost area of the Beast God Wilderness, so their disaster was actually over. The tribes in the affected areas died on the spot, and the collapsed ground swallowed up these traces. Apart from that, there was nothing else. The living orcs avoided these areas one after another, and the players started from here and began to build infrastructure on the ready-made collapsed ground. It was similar to the infrastructure in other areas of the kingdom. The Kingdom Knights planned the city locations, and the players stayed to continue to promote infrastructure construction. The locations of the cities were demarcated by the Kingdom Knights one by one, and the influx of players pushed forward all the way, spreading all the way from the disaster area, and advancing along the Beast God Wilderness. Inevitably, friction with the indigenous people occurred. But the Aborigines are not the biggest trouble. After all, the demons have come into contact with the Wolf King and have gained an unspoken understanding. The biggest trouble is the Diamond Empire bordering the Beast God Wilderness. Such a big move by the player cannot fail to attract the attention of other forces. After confirming that the kingdom has carried out a series of activities in the Beast God Wilderness, the Diamond Empire responded accordingly. The conflict caused by a border friction is the superficial reason. The essence of the conflict is the Diamond Empire's vigilance and dissatisfaction with the kingdom's expansion to the surrounding areas of the Diamond Empire. After all, border friction can also be understood as a deliberate provocation. He Xingwen stared at the report for a few minutes, then turned his head to Yitong and said, "Humans are still the humans I know. This description seems to say that humans are terrible." The system leaned on He Xingwen's hand and looked at the report. "How do you plan to respond to Diamond Karen 3's warning? Humans in two worlds are so similar, as if they are repeating past history." He Xingwen put the report aside and said, "It's hard not to sigh. Just like no matter what, in human genes, some things can never be changed." He Xingwen just sighed casually, without any intention of discussing it. After sighing, he answered Yitong's question. He made a stupid decision, and the dwarves will be happy that he did so. Yitong dug out the secret grievances between the dwarves and the Diamond Empire from the database. "Do you plan to fulfill your promise to the dwarves? Let the Diamond Empire suffer the pain that the dwarves once suffered? I plan to find something for the Diamond Empire to do so that they don't pay too much attention to the kingdom's dynamics," He Xingwen said, "and take revenge for the dwarves." He Xingwen asked the NPC to call Zhe. When Zhe arrived, he handed the report to Zhe and concluded the Diamond Empire's behavior. The Diamond Empire needs to pay the price for provoking the kingdom. Zhe was a little surprised to hear such a sentence. After all, the king has always been patient and extremely restrained with other races, and rarely shows such obvious aggression. He Xingwen continued, "You go to the dwarves to discuss the counterattack against the Diamond Empire, and they will be the main ones." Zhe was even more surprised. He thought for a moment and asked the king, "What price do you want the Diamond Empire to pay?" He Xingwen pointed out the most important issue. "I don't need to conquer a Diamond Empire. A country with a long history and dominated by humans will only assimilate its enemies in turn. He Xingwen does not need to add a daily intrigue with humans to his uneventful ruling career. He Xingwen, reduce the number of civilian deaths as much as possible, and stop when you have enough." Zhe fully understood the king's request, and then went to have a good conversation with the dwarf. Considering the military strength of the Diamond Empire, He Xingwen issued a related task to the players, the large-scale event task Revenge of the Dwarfs. The players quickly became excited, and countless enthusiastic players appeared again in the increasingly deserted factory, and enthusiastically accepted tasks from the dwarves. Forum. Revenge of the Dwarfs? The Diamond Empire has a grudge against the dwarves? I didn't expect that the Diamond Empire, with its thick eyebrows and big eyes, would actually do such a small trick behind the scenes. I must vent my anger for the dwarf brothers. I want to go to the front line. Has the planner come to his senses recently? He actually provided so many tasks at once? Let me count. The infrastructure task of the Beast God Wilderness. The treasure hunt task of the Salpha Federation. The PvP dungeon at the outermost edge of the continent. The daily tasks of jumping grids. Plus the war with the Diamond Empire. Damn. There are too many tasks. The daily schedule is full. How can I have time to participate in the war dungeon? The first thing to do when entering the game is to complete the daily infrastructure time moving bricks. Then jump a grid to check my luck. Then go to the Salpha Federation to pick up some garbage. And finally go to the Beast God Wilderness to help the poor. After going through all this, I was directly kicked out by the anti-addiction system. I didn't even have time to participate in the PvP dungeon, let alone the Diamond Empire dungeon. Be busy. I finally saved enough credit points to upgrade my job. I took a look at the description of this task. Alas, the Diamond Empire is the culprit of the division of the Dwarf Kingdom? They are indeed malicious humans. The reward for this task is a lot of favorability with the dwarves. There are even special equipment for the dwarves? I don't care about the rewards. I want to participate in the task mainly to maintain the brotherhood between me and the dwarves. The conditions for the success of this task are too harsh. The division of the Diamond Empire? It's okay to directly copy the experience of the Dwarf Kingdom. This is called blood debt and blood repayment. Understand? I don't understand shit. Don't think that the task introduction is for the dwarves. I seriously suspect that the real reason is that the Diamond Empire hindered the kingdom from helping the poor in the Beast God Wilderness. You mean the time when the Diamond Empire fought with the players before? Didn't you say that it was a border conflict? What a border conflict! The Diamond Empire lined up at the border and beat the players up. They sent the players away. It was obvious that they were deliberately making trouble. Then the players came back after resurrection and were beaten up again and again. The infrastructure progress of that city was directly stopped. Then they issued such a task today. Isn't the reason obvious enough? The kingdom. The real son of the version, even if it's just a provocation. I will destroy your family. This character is a bit interesting. A question from the front row. How is the negotiation between the demons and the orcs going? It seems to be going well. Didn't you see that the orcs didn't do anything to the players? Does this mean that the kingdom has completed the assimilation of the beast god wilderness? That's not the case. Right. I think that after the city is built on the beast god wilderness, it will be almost done. After all, it has become a fait accompli. The completion standard of this task is not to defeat the Diamond Empire. The kingdom is not far from unifying the continent. Why not take this opportunity to conquer the Diamond Empire? You are so cruel. You have to tear the Diamond Empire apart before you start. I didn't expect you to be such a king. He Xingwen didn't know whether the Diamond Empire had thought about what kind of feedback this small warning would get. But when the team composed of dwarves, kingdom NPCs, and players appeared outside the border of the Diamond Empire, the first reaction of all those who didn't know the inside story was, the kingdom is finally ready to go to war with the orcs? And when this team, mainly composed of dwarves, faced the border of the Diamond Empire and began to set up camp, people realized that the team's target was the Diamond Empire. Unlike the previous player-led attacks, the dwarves first chose to set up camp, obviously prepared for a long battle. Considering the area and number of people in the Diamond Empire, this is a very correct preparation. Of course, if all the players rush in at the moment, the war can be quickly ended after all. The total number of players is enough to flatten the Diamond Empire. But the protagonist of this war is not the player, but the dwarves who have a blood feud with the Diamond Empire. So this war is destined to last for a while. It took only a few hours for the Diamond Empire to go from shock to anger, and then to maneuver. He Xingwen received a response from Diamond Karen 3 conveyed by AI Jijin. The other party suggested that there might be some misunderstanding between them, and expressed confusion about the kingdom's behavior of raising troops outside the border, and suggested that they could have friendly exchanges on this matter to avoid unnecessary wars that would cause the destruction of lives. In short, it can be regarded as an inquiry that conforms to diplomatic vocabulary. He Xingwen asked AI Jijin to convey his reply, suggesting that the other party recall the truth behind the division of the dwarf kingdom, and suggested that the other party communicate directly with the dwarves. This reply completely cut off the possibility of peace talks, and kicked off a protracted war between the Diamond Empire and the kingdom. He Xingwen did not pay much attention to this, a battle whose outcome was already predetermined. Even if there were twists and turns in the process, it would not be beyond expectations. Moreover, the dwarves were the protagonists who had an irreconcilable hatred with the Diamond Empire, and the kingdom could only be said to have happened to be there. After He Xingwen left the battlefield of the Diamond Empire to the dwarves, his attention shifted to another matter, the contact with the Elf Kingdom. As always, something went wrong. He Xingwen has gotten used to the feeling of unexpected things happening as expected. The more he experiences in the other world, the more he understands. In a world full of infinite possibilities, developments outside the plan are the norm, and developments that are consistent with the established plan are rare. It's like the contact between NPCs and the Elf Kingdom. The team He Xingwen sent to contact the Elf Kingdom totaled 18 people, all composed of NPCs, led by Jean. In the end, only one NPC came back, and the rest of the NPCs were all killed in the Elf Kingdom, and even their bodies were not brought back. This is not the largest scale of NPC deaths encountered by the kingdom, but it is definitely the largest scale of NPC deaths that He Xingwen expected. The Elf Kingdom is extremely xenophobic, and even AI Jijin did not knock on their door. So AI Jijin did not have any relevant information about the Elf Kingdom. This is also the reason why He Xingwen organized a team mainly composed of NPCs to contact the Elf Kingdom, in order to avoid players' improper behavior from angering the other party, and to express the goodwill of the kingdom. But almost the whole army was annihilated. He Xingwen was enraged for a moment. He controlled his emotions and cast his eyes on Yitong. This was a mistake that should not have happened, especially for Yitong. It was not that He Xingwen was shameless enough to put the blame on Yitong, but Yitong was checking for loopholes in He Xingwen's plan. Because of He Xingwen's rapid growth, He Tong took fewer and fewer initiatives to propose the best solution, but took a step back to check for loopholes in He Xingwen's plan to ensure that there would be no problems with the plan. Now the problem was before them. He Tong quickly calculated and summarized all the relevant data, and concluded, there is a problem in the Elf Kingdom. This conclusion is not surprising at all. After all, this world has been having various problems to push it towards its predetermined fate. He Xingwen, so? Another problem that may lead to the end of the world? He Tong's tone was very serious, but it was difficult to detect. The serious system sound was flat. I didn't notice any abnormality. He paused for a moment and explained to He Xingwen, the way I perceive the world is different from that of intelligent creatures. Theoretically, there should be no areas in this world that I cannot perceive. He Xingwen thought, you can't perceive the situation in the Elf Kingdom? No. He Tong denied his guess. It is because I can perceive its situation that I agree with your plan to let the people of the kingdom contact the Elf Kingdom. According to my judgment, the Elf Kingdom should be harmless to the kingdom. He Xingwen turned his head to look at He Tong, and the blurred light and shadow obscured the other party's expression, and it was completely impossible to tell the other party's emotions at the moment. He Xingwen sighed and suddenly changed the topic. Have you found a solution? He Tong's database ran for 2 seconds before he realized what He Xingwen meant by the solution. He Tong, not yet. He Xingwen stared at the light and shadow. I want to see you. My expression did not change. He Tong said in a serious tone, the emotional fluctuations of intelligent creatures are generated in the data, and the simulated human appearance remains constant. I am not human. He Tong said calmly. You cannot get all the emotions that humans would have from me. Although He Tong's tone remained the same, He Xingwen could still catch the subtle fluctuation. There was no reason, but He Xingwen guessed that He Tong was not very happy to admit it. A little cute. Intelligent life generally rarely undergoes a huge change in behavior patterns in such a short period of time. The reason for the change in perception is that the person who came up with this idea has changed. Because he likes. Even the other person's boredom and dullness have become cute in his eyes. The short life of human beings has become particularly intense because of the existence of these strong emotions. The length of life cannot define its meaning of existence. A long life will lead to the boredom of pursuing death, while a short life often has the strongest emotions. Just like He Xingwen and He Tong. After confirming the relationship between the two parties, He Xingwen made changes and was keen to go further, leaving each other without regrets in their short lives. And He Tong has hardly changed. What he looked like before the confirmation of the relationship between the two parties is still what he looks like now. He slowly followed He Xingwen's footsteps and felt a little puzzled by the other party's urgency. He Xingwen was pleased by He Tong's reaction and smiled without any gloom. But what I want is not the emotional changes of humans. Don't I know humans well enough? He said, I like you. So I want to know you better. He Tong couldn't resist He Xingwen's straightforward confession. He Tong was silent for a moment, and engraved these pictures in the database, and hid them in the most core area. I like you too. He Tong honestly described his heart. I like you more than you do. He Xingwen admitted that He Tong did have an extremely strong feeling for him, which even made people doubt whether intelligent life could have such strong emotions. Intelligent life's eternal indifference to other things made the strong emotions borne by the other party towards a certain existence particularly moving. He Xingwen contentedly jumped back to the previous topic. You judged that the Elf Kingdom was harmless. But the current trend is that the Elf Kingdom is not harmless. He Xingwen paused for a moment. Your judgment was wrong. He Tong, yes. There is only one reason to explain this situation. The Elf Kingdom deceived my perception in some way, so that my judgment was wrong. This is theoretically impossible. After all, the subject of this sentence is the system. What kind of concept is it to deceive the system's perception? Even the system did not expect this to happen. He Xingwen, how is Jin's situation? He Tong sensed the other party's situation, still not awake. The only survivor who had contact with the Elf Kingdom. Jin fell into a coma after returning to the kingdom, and has not woken up yet. No one knows what they encountered in the Elf Kingdom. It seems that we must increase our vigilance against the Elf Kingdom. He Xingwen, I want to know what happened in the Elf Kingdom. If it is really a problem that can lead to the end of the world, then solve it before it escalates. In the face of threats that may lead to the end of the world, players are the eternal optimal solution. Not only because of their immortality, but also because they have an absolute advantage, unless the Elf Kingdom is strong enough to compete with the main console of the game. Players will not encounter desperate situations beyond the bottom line of the game. In other words, they have the Father God to escort them. if the elf kingdom is strong enough to fight the Father God head-on. This possibility does not exist. The Father God is the creator of this world. In principle, all creatures in this world belong to his creation, excluding earth creatures that have not yet been assimilated by this world. The world's laws are here. The Father God is undoubtedly the top of the food chain. And there cannot be two tops of the food chain. He Xingwen made a decision. And the kingdom quickly formed a second team to contact the elf kingdom, with 50 kingdom knights as team members. Duran as the leader of the kingdom knights. He Shu, Wu Xing and Wang Luan as team commanders. The team set off for the elf kingdom. There is no aboriginal, no NPC, and no ordinary players. It is an elite team formed purely by the Special Investigation Bureau. He Xingwen did what he said. Raised the level of vigilance against the elf kingdom. Handed over this task to the Special Investigation Bureau. And did not even provide them with a temporary resurrection point. After all, in the most dangerous situation, returning to the kingdom after death may be the best situation. The team set off quietly. The elf kingdom is located in the Eneva Mountains. Before the disaster destroyed the outermost part of the elf kingdom, the area where the elf kingdom was located was surrounded by dense forests. And no one knew the situation inside the forest. The Eneva Mountains are different from the top of the mountains. It has only one main mountain range, extending east-west along the Neva Plain and the Valley of the Dead. The elf kingdom is located in the Eneva Mountains, along the undulating mountains. The continuous forests are hidden in them, tightly covering the elf kingdom. This forest is also different from the endless forest. Druids are one with nature. As extreme environmentalists, they do not destroy nature. The elves transformed nature into what they wanted. So this forest is extremely tall and dense. Looking from afar under the mountains, the shadow of the forest is like layers of black clouds, bringing inexplicable pressure. The space teleportation point is in front of the forest that collapsed due to the disaster in the Eneva Mountains. Wang Luan looked up and looked forward. The huge trees formed a dense forest, and it seemed that even light could not penetrate. He shuddered. I have a bad feeling. Wu Xing was very dissatisfied. Don't be a pessimist. It's better to pray that we can complete the task successfully. Wang Luan sighed. Brother, if this task is simple, can it fall into our hands? He had already realized since he received this task will definitely be a ripple. After looking around, He Shu ignored Wu Xing and Wang Luan's chatter and said directly, Du Ming, get ready. Du Ming made a gesture to the Kingdom Knights, and all the Kingdom Knights sorted out their weapons on the spot to prepare for the next action. The team slowly walked into the forest from the gap of the fallen trees. The forest was unusually quiet, with only the slight footsteps of the team moving forward in silence, following them deeper. They did not encounter any accidents, crossed the collapsed area, and entered deeper into the forest. The forest was still very quiet. Wang Luan accidentally stepped on a dead branch, which made a crisp sound, unusually loud in the unbearable silence. Wang Luan looked at his feet impatiently and kicked it away. Isn't it a little too quiet here? There are not even birds. Wu Xing continued. It doesn't look like a forest. The forest is always lively, and various animals form a complete ecological chain, which is indispensable. But here, except for the endless forest, there is no trace of any living creatures. Du Ming, who was walking silently at the front, made a gesture, and the team stopped moving forward. Du Ming walked back to the middle of the team and met He Shu and others. Something is not right. Du Ming, the observer responsible for sensing the ether, told me that the ether fluctuations here are tending to be calm. The Kingdom Knight behind him added, from where we walk to here, the closer to the forest, the quieter the ether. He Shu, is there danger? It cannot be confirmed at present, Du Ming said, but you better be mentally prepared. After a brief pause, the team continued to move towards the forest. Unexpectedly, the team arrived at the Elf Kingdom smoothly without encountering any danger. I thought there would be elves shooting arrows at us. Wang Luan whispered, isn't this the most common scene in comics? Why didn't anything happen? Wu Xing didn't have time to pay attention to him. He was looking at the scene in front of him with admiration. The reason why they were able to confirm that they had arrived at the Elf Kingdom was very simple. The most central area of this forest was not a forest, but a tree that was so huge that it exceeded human imagination. How huge is this tree? Wu Xing looked up and saw the shadow covered by the crown of the tree. He could only vaguely see the broken sky through the gap in the crown. This tree stood on the ground, supporting the sky, standing tall, making people realize their own insignificance. No, He Shu glanced at the tree and immediately noticed something unusual. This tree is so big that it should be visible even outside the Annava Mountains. Wang Luan followed up with, when we were observing this forest just now, we didn't see such a striking towering tree. Wu Xing reacted, illusion? It is also possible that the forest we saw before without any abnormalities was an illusion. He Shu gestured to Du Ming. A knight of the kingdom took a few tentative steps forward and approached the tree. The next second, before anyone else could react, the two knights of the kingdom who were tentatively approaching suddenly jumped forward and ran towards the tree without hesitation. They were so fast and responsive that they climbed up the tree in a few seconds and disappeared from their sight. The scene was silent for 2 seconds, and Wang Luan said in a tone of I knew it would be like this. An accident has occurred. Wu Xing turned his head to look at He Shu. What should we do next? He Shu stared at the towering tree in front of him for a moment. And considering the serious attitude of His Majesty the King towards this mission before departure, he made a decision. Some people stay here and the other part will go back to the kingdom to report the situation. So, the team split into 2 groups here. In theory, those who stayed behind did not need to wait too long, because the existence of space transmission greatly shortened the time required for players to go back to report the situation. But accidents always come suddenly. Both teams encountered accidents. Chapter 206 Global Public Beta 30 I'm going to the Elf Kingdom. He Shu and Du Ming stayed behind, while Wu Xing and Wang Luan led the team back to the kingdom to report on the progress. Why did those 2 kingdom knights suddenly jump up the tree? Wang Luan walked in the dense forest, identifying the direction while casually saying, the trees in the forest were too dense, and the sky was blocked from view. Walking in it, the gloomy feeling was like a shadow, as if countless enemies were hiding in the darkness. It was always gloomy here, with not many light sources. When the sky was slightly dim, it was almost completely dark. Not long after Wang Luan and his team turned around and returned to the forest, they took out lighting tools and used weak light to illuminate the road ahead. Who knows what's strange about the Elf Kingdom? Wu Xing raised his hand, letting the light ball in his hand illuminate the front, and casually said, maybe it's some kind of confusing spell? Are elves good at spells? Wang Luan made a sound under his feet, and he stepped on a branch and broke it. Wang Luan looked down at his feet, and the range of the illumination spell extended along his line of sight, reflecting the chaotic ground into his field of vision. Wang Luan kicked the dead branch away, retracted his gaze and said, I thought they were good at archery or something. Wu Xing continued to talk in a disjointed manner, and his attention was more focused on the front. It is best not to have stereotypes about the races in this game. After all, none of these stereotypes are correct. In the silent forest, only the conversation between the 2 of them echoed. The dense forest formed an empty echo, so that when the sound spread far away and returned to the ears, there was a sense of misplaced amplification. Wang Luan scratched his ears. Not quite used to it. That's true. Is it too quiet here? It feels weird. Wu Xing looked at the kingdom knight beside him. The other party took 2 steps forward, observed the increasingly dark environment, and shook his head at Wu Xing. Wu Xing continued to walk. Don't scare yourself. Wang Luan shut his mouth and continued to move forward with Wu Xing. After a while, there was a crisp sound under Wang Luan's feet. Wang Luan looked down at his feet. The illumination space of the illumination magic extended, reflecting the chaos on the ground into his vision. Wang Luan kicked the broken dead branches away and hurriedly followed Wu Xing's footsteps. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped again. Wu Xing turned his head to look at him. Wang Luan took 2 steps back, illuminated the ground covered with fallen leaves and branches, looked at it for a few minutes, looked up and said to Wang Luan, let's go through this section of the road. Wu Xing frowned and looked at the kingdom knight beside him. The kingdom knight searched for traces nearby and shook their heads, saying, there are no traces of people walking. I stepped on the same branch twice. Wang Luan was very sure. Wu Xing, so we are walking the same path again? Wang Luan had to admit the bad news. It seems that we can't get out. Wu Xing took out the return scroll from the space bag and tore it up. The return scroll lit up and then dimmed again, without any reaction. This reaction undoubtedly confirmed their guess. Wang Luan turned his head and looked behind him. Let's go back and see what's going on. So the group turned around and walked back in the direction they came from. Back off. Du Ming commanded the kingdom knights to stay away from the unknown towering tree and issued the next order. Rest where you are. The knights of the kingdom followed orders and moved in an orderly manner, sitting on the grass in unison. He Shu stood behind the crowd, looking at the towering tree in front of him. Du Ming took out a piece of food from his space bag and handed it to Hishu. Hishu took it and chewed it while mumbling, "Do you think this is an illusion?" Du Ming looked up at the towering tree. It was so huge that it made people feel afraid even when standing on the flat ground. It was pure fear of life. How long does it take for a tree like this to grow so big that it blocks out the sun? We watched Xiao Jia and the others climb the tree. Du Ming's sight paused on the tree, rising inch by inch along the trunk until his neck could no longer be raised. His sight stopped on the trunk with branches stretching out wantonly, with lush green leaves showing vitality, which was out of tune with the dead silence here. Actually, from the current point of view, there is no danger here. Du Ming retracted his gaze and said to Hishu, "We didn't see even one elf." Hishu guessed, "Will the elves be in the tree?" Du Ming glanced at the big tree. Then this elf kingdom is really a bit unexpected. After all, it is called a kingdom. The number of elves that can fit in a tree can't be too many. Right? Even if this tree is extremely huge, it won't work. The scene became quiet again. Hishu closed his eyes at some point and stood there silently, as if he was sensing something, or just in a daze. Du Ming turned around among the knights of the kingdom and returned to Hishu's side. Noticing his appearance, he frowned. "Hishu?" Hishu tilted his head in his direction, still with his eyes closed. "You are?" Du Ming didn't finish his words. Hishu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly accelerated, passed through the kingdom knights, and ran straight towards the towering tree. He jumped onto the tree trunk in a few seconds and disappeared from their sight. Du Ming subconsciously chased a few steps and stopped in the danger zone. The kingdom knights stood up in unison, followed and stopped behind Du Ming. Du Ming looked back at the kingdom knights with a gloomy face. "I'll go offline to check the situation. You retreat 500 meters. If I'm offline for more than 2 hours, Shao Kahn will take temporary command next." The kingdom knights took the order and retreated 500 meters. Du Ming successfully exited the game. "Is his condition stable?" Du Ming asked the special doctor who monitored the physical data of the players in the holographic game cabin. "No abnormality." The special doctor looked at the real-time data and asked Du Ming, "Do we need to forcibly interrupt the game?" Du Ming did not have this authority. He shook his head, confirmed that Hishu's condition was normal, and lay back in his holographic game cabin. Logged into the game, loaded the cutscene, and then a system notification popped up in front of him. "The location has been corrected for you. Current location, Aneva Mountains. Warm reminder, please do not log off easily in some locations where there is no resurrection point. The system cannot save your location." Du Ming closed the system notification, raised his eyes, and saw the familiar scenery. Dense forests and trees that collapsed due to disasters. He returned to the position before they first entered the Elf Kingdom. Du Ming hesitated, went offline again to report the latest situation, and only stepped into the forest again after receiving the new order. The familiar road leads to the familiar towering tree. Du Ming successfully arrived at the place where he had just stopped. He did not see any players here, nor did he find any traces of players. It was as if no other players had ever come here, and it was as if he had arrived at a new elf kingdom. Du Ming's expression sank. Walking back, Wan Luan and Wu Xing successfully arrived not far from the towering tree. But strangely, they did not see Hishu and Du Ming, nor did they see any kingdom knights. Wan Luan and Wu Xing looked at each other. The kingdom knights and their team explored the nearby traces and concluded, no one has been here before. Now the situation is very clear. Wan Luan sighed and said, I think the elf kingdom is a large-scale dungeon that is constantly reset. We may be in the same location as Hishu and others, but they are in space A and we are in space B. This is not impossible. There are too many extraordinary things beyond imagination in this world. Who knows what the elf kingdom is like? Since Wan Luan has seen the Zerg, the Valley of the Dead and the Plankton, he has a great tolerance for these beyond imagination. Wu Xing followed with a sigh, at least from the current point of view. The elf kingdom has not yet revealed the real danger. Wan Luan pointed to the towering tree not far away. I think that's because we haven't climbed the tree yet. Anyone with eyes can see that the tree is the key. Wu Xing, then let's go. Let's climb the tree. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire on the tree. What can we do? We can't walk out, so we can only rush. The group slowly approached the towering tree. Wan Luan made small talk, but I still can't figure out why the two kingdom knights jumped directly onto the tree. Wu Xing looked at the towering tree that was getting closer and closer. Maybe you will know the answer soon. Wu Xing's words became a proverb. When they passed a certain distance, the team's order instantly went out of control. All the players were like crazy, approaching the towering tree at a rapid speed, and then climbing along the trunk with unprecedented agility, soaring up, and their figures were instantly covered by dense branches. Because of the disorderly rush, the next second after climbing up the tree, all the players lost the trace of other players. The lush and green towering tree silently digested all the intruders. Du Ming hesitated for a long time, but still chose to go offline and report the situation of the Elf Kingdom to his superiors in detail. He did not go online again, but patiently waited on Earth for He Shu and the others to be kicked offline by the anti-addiction system. He didn't have to wait too long. The time difference between the Earth and the game was enough for him to get the results quickly. The game cabin was open from the inside. He Shu sat up and was confused for a moment, but he quickly reacted from the familiar facilities. He walked out of the game cabin and completed a simple physical and mental state test according to the procedure before coming out of the room. As soon as he walked out, he saw several faces waiting for battle. He Shu took a deep breath, sat in the meeting room, rubbed his temples, and began to recall his experience in the Elf Kingdom. I heard singing. He Shu's tone brought out some dreamy emotions. Even the traces left in his memories were enough to move his emotions. That was the real sound of nature. When Du Ming was inspecting the situation of the kingdom's knights, He Shu, who was standing behind the crowd, vaguely heard a sound scattered in the wind, vague and unclear, passing by his ears, easily grabbing all his attention. He Shu had no time to think about the doubts about why these faint sounds suddenly appeared. He subconsciously concentrated and listened carefully, trying to distinguish what these subtle sounds were. So the other movements around him lost their sense of existence from perception, and the subtle sounds gradually became clear. It was singing. The song, humming softly in a strange language, was like the first ray of sunshine in spring and the first snowflake in winter, blooming in the lonely world and spreading a flower field in the heart. The lack of language did not affect the moving of the song at all. The moment it was perceived, it contained the beauty of the whole world, making people stop and unable to look away. He Shu was immersed in it. He heard the song and saw the bouquet of flowers slowly blooming. He heard the song gradually faded away and saw the bouquet of flowers slowly withering. It was as if the singing would fade away in the next second. So He Shu subconsciously followed the other party's footsteps. When He Shu reacted, there was no kingdom knight in front of him, nor towering trees. The stream flowed along the tree trunks, and countless small flowers bloomed on every tree trunk where the stream flowed, full of vitality and extremely lively. This scene was really beyond imagination. The stream flowed on the tree trunks. So where was its source? Where was its end? Why didn't He Shu and his friends see the surging stream when they stood under the towering trees? Many questions emerged in He Shu's mind, and then quickly dissipated. His attention was attracted by the singing lingering here, and he didn't even bother to look at this strange environment, and stumbled forward in the direction where the singing came from. He walked along the stream towards its source. As he walked forward, the surroundings gradually became lively. Exquisite and luxurious palaces appeared unnaturally on the tree trunks, and the figures coming and going filled the empty tree trunks. The elves that He Shu and his team had been looking for suddenly appeared in front of him, with perfect appearance and extraordinary demeanor. Just like this music, the existence of the elves itself exhausted all the words, and standing there could attract everyone's attention. He Shu's eyes lingered on them for a while, and then he withdrew his eyes without hesitation and continued to move forward. Compared with the elves, his attention was more focused on the music. The elves on the side were talking in a strange language, in groups of 3 or 2, and no one cast a glance at He Shu, as if they were in 2 different worlds. The elves were playing music, dancing, singing, and painting. They gathered a strong artistic atmosphere. They were the first race that players encountered in this world that was so in line with imagination. But at this moment, no one appreciated the artistic selves of the elves. He Shu passed by them and continued to chase the music that filled his ears. He passed through countless elves, walked through complex buildings, and arrived at his destination in the stream that was the source of the stream, where the singing came from. He Shu stopped and stared at the scene in front of him, almost a little scared for a moment. This dreamlike journey reached its climax when it reached the end. The source of the stream was a fountain, and the spring water fell from the hands of the glittering statue, pouring into the stream continuously, flowing down along the tree trunk. The glittering statue was an elf who was difficult to distinguish between men and women. He lowered his eyebrows and stared at the small tree held in his other hand, as if he would sigh leisurely in the next second. This statue is as tall as a person, and is carved to be lifelike, as if it will raise its legs and walk towards the viewer in the next second. In the palm of one of his hands, there is a vibrant small tree, and the other hand hangs down naturally, with endless streams gushing out. He stared at the tree in the other's hand, and the inexplicable sense of familiarity made him confirm that this was the towering tree they had seen before. It's just that in the other's hand. It is so small and so delicate. In their eyes, this towering tree stands tall. After Hishu's attention stayed on this statue for a very long time. He barely remembered why he came here. Where did the music lingering in his ears come from? As soon as this thought came up, Hishu was shocked. And he saw himself. Not himself with a player template face, but himself with a real face. He saw himself standing in front of the statue, reaching out to the other party, as if he wanted to touch the other party, and as if he wanted to take something from the other party. He saw the statue raise its eyes and look at him. He saw himself standing in front of the statue, turned into a round dumpling. A little funny, barely cute. Then, Hishu was resurrected in the Everfree Forest. Because of the special conditions of the Everfree Forest, he died several times before he came to his senses from the previous scene and hurriedly logged off. The conference room was very quiet, as if they had just heard a story. In fact, this was indeed a bit more outrageous than the story. This game, a middle-aged man pondered. Suddenly it became fantasy? Wasn't it quite scientific before? Another person interrupted. Ether is magical to begin with, and now it has finally shown us what it can do. Should Xiao Xiao contact His Majesty the King? No hurry. Have the others quit the game? Some have already quit, and some haven't. We are counting their experiences in the Elf Kingdom. A moment later, all the players who entered the Elf Kingdom quit the game cabin and summarized their experiences in the conference room. Everyone in the conference room flipped through the summary report, and someone frowned and summarized. Did everyone encounter this statue? Did they see themselves turned into dumplings? Another person's attention was elsewhere. Did everyone die and return to the endless forest? No exception? The team composed of the Kingdom Knights declared the mission a failure. What's worse than the NPC is that none of them survived. What's better than the NPC is that the players will not die. So even if they don't survive, they can still be resurrected and report their experiences in the Elf Kingdom to He Xingwen through layers of reports. He Xingwen read the report forwarded by the Special Investigation Bureau, which contained the entire process of the Special Investigation Bureau members' contact with the Elf Kingdom. He Xingwen thought, what's going on with the Elf Kingdom? Even players can't break through the restrictions? He looked at Yitong. This confusing and false style is different from other races we have encountered before. Yitong glanced at the report, because the Elf Kingdom is different from other forces. There were elves among the races originally created by the Father God. They suffered heavy losses in the Dark Ages, and had to accept another kind of elves in the new civilization bordering the continent. In other words, the Elf Kingdom has experienced several previous eras, and combined with the new civilization. So it is normal for it to have special changes. Ether Dumpling? He Xingwen's attention stayed on the last few lines of the report. Players saw their true appearance on this continent. He Tong thought, perhaps the death of NPCs is also due to this reason. He Xingwen instantly understood what he meant. You mean, NPCs also restored their true appearance in front of this statue? He Tong, NPCs suffered heavy casualties, most likely due to the laws of the world. Gods and demons appeared on the continent, and were wiped out by the world. He Xingwen murmured to himself. Then how did Jean survive? He Tong didn't know the answer to this question. Logically speaking, as an NPC, Jean should have died without a doubt. The scene was quiet for a few seconds, and He Xingwen asked the next question. Next, who should be sent to contact the Elf Kingdom? This is a good question, because they have no choice. Players can live because they can be resurrected, and other beings except players have no right to mortality. Allowing other intelligent races to contact the Elven Kingdom would undoubtedly mean watching them walk down the road to death. But they couldn't just leave the Elven Kingdom alone. Opening a new map was secondary. More importantly, they needed to confirm that the abnormality of the Elven Kingdom was not a precursor to another doomsday. Problems must be solved, but the solution to the problem is a little hard to find. After a slight silence, He Xingwen turned his head to look at Yitong. Before he could speak, Yitong had already firmly denied his unspoken words. Impossible. He Xingwen closed his mouth, took a long step, and walked out of the national administration. The monument stood in the city center. Ordinary, and without any surprise. He Xingwen reached out and pushed open the door. The familiar golden light spread under his hands, and the information that emerged was read by He Xingwen one by one. He Xingwen did not come for these data. He had never tried to talk to the main console of the game, because the other party's previous performance was very rigid and not intelligent. But after knowing the true identity of the Father God, He Xingwen had a little expectation for it. He Xingwen did not know what the Father God was like. When he appeared in this world, the Father God had already fallen. But what about Li Wang? Just looking at the other party's past resume was enough to make He Xingwen clear that he was essentially a pure scientist. If the last relic he left to this world was just a rigid program, it would not be in line with the other party's talent in science. He Xingwen tried to communicate with the other party. Countless thoughts were running through his mind. But the golden light did not change at all, which was very consistent with the other party's rigid program identity. Until he made a request in words. I want to go to the Elf Kingdom. Along with He Xingwen's words, the golden light flowing on the earth suddenly changed, as if another door was opened. He Xingwen heard He Tong sigh, his tone full of helplessness. This is too dangerous for you. The golden light wrapped He Xingwen and arrived at the Elf Kingdom. Chapter 207 Global Public Beta 31 A Hug. If possible, He Tong hopes that He Xingwen can stay away from all existences that may threaten him. He Tong is afraid that the other party will be injured, and even more afraid that the other party will die. Even though he knows that neither world will let He Xingwen encounter threats that may lead to death. Knowing this does not mean that he will not be afraid. Compared with intelligent life, humans are too weak. But he can't refuse He Xingwen's request, just as he can't change He Xingwen's decision. At the first moment of space conversion, He Tong's database started to run rapidly. He tried to calculate all the hidden dangers that might threaten He Xingwen, and then strangle them in the cradle. You are too nervous. Although He Xingwen couldn't see the appearance of light and shadow, he understood that the system was not through these external changes. They have been together for too long. Since He Xingwen stepped onto this continent, the system has been inseparable from him. He Xingwen gestured to the golden light surrounding him. The golden light from the main console of the game enveloped him so tightly that He Xingwen did not dare to look at himself carefully, fearing that he would be blinded by the overly strong golden light. He Xingwen, who finally stepped out of the kingdom, was in a particularly high mood. I know what I am doing. The database faithfully presented He Xingwen's current safety index to He Tong, which was ridiculously high. But this data did not affect He Tong at all. I know, He Tong said solemnly. I also know why I am so nervous. He Xingwen looked up at the forest and the gap that had collapsed in front of him, and said casually, because you like me? When you like someone, all emotions can be easily affected by the other person. And reason is controlled by emotions, and cannot be restrained. He Tong seemed to sigh. But it seemed to be an illusion. And he soon compromised again. He Tong, do you like it here? He Xingwen paused as he looked around. He thought for a moment. And those familiar or unfamiliar races floated through his mind. He said firmly, I like it. I like this world's attitude towards death. And I also like the coexistence of different civilizations. He Xingwen took a step and walked alone into the dense forest. So, I want to see this world with my own eyes, instead of being restricted to the kingdom's territory. Watching this world with an identity out of the world. The forest was very quiet, and the sky was a little dim. After He Xingwen stepped into it, he soon fell into the bottomless darkness. But the golden light lingering on He Xingwen illuminated the area, illuminating the dead silence of the forest. He Xingwen looked around. He saw the detailed description of the players in the report. But what He Xingwen saw was obviously different from what they saw. Although this golden light was ordinary, as part of the main console of the game, it would not be deceived by false illusions. The fallen leaves laid a thick layer on the ground, and the dead trees maintained a weak vitality. The forest rooted here was not lush and green, but desolate. They should have died. But for some reason, they maintained the last bit of vitality and formed this vast forest. He Xingwen walked along the road paved with dead leaves, saying as he walked, it seems that there is indeed a problem with our previous judgment. The dead leaves made a slight sound under his feet. But because the golden light was shining at this moment, it dispelled the gloom and oppression. So He Xingwen walked very easily. The Elf Kingdom is so xenophobic. Maybe not because they are secluded from the world. He Xingwen looked at the dead branches that were trampled on the ground. There were traces left by the players here. He smiled. It's because they can't contact the outside world. He Tong sensed this piece of land and gave his judgment. This arrangement should be designed by the elves. They covered the real elf kingdom with a layer of false ether fluctuations. Speaking of this, He Tong paused, but I didn't find out how they could deceive my perception. It's just a false ether fluctuation. It's impossible to deceive my perception. They should have done something else to maintain the elf kingdom as seclusion, erasing the abnormality of the elf kingdom from all prying eyes. He Xingwen walked towards the center of the forest. And when he heard this, he remembered another point. The ether signal observer cannot observe the elf kingdom. Once the observer focuses on the elf kingdom, a strange song will be heard, which will make people who hear the song go crazy looking for the elf kingdom. Song. He Tong repeated the word. I remember that this word was also mentioned in the player's report. It seems that it is one of the reasons for the abnormality of the elf kingdom. I guess the elves singing must be very beautiful. He Xingwen walked to the center of the forest, and the elf kingdom hidden behind the dense dead trees was revealed. The golden light gently illuminated this place for He Xingwen, and also illuminated the statue standing in the open space. He wore a dazzling crown inlaid with many gems, sitting on a throne woven with trees and flowers. Green buds bloomed on the emerald trees, and flowers bloomed wantonly, embellishing the green throne. The surging vitality gathered on him, maintaining the last ray of vitality in this forest. The elf lowered his eyelids slightly, and looked at the delicate little tree growing in his hand. It was an emerald, vibrant little tree. A white mist filled his other hand on the throne, and the mist extended silently in the forest, like a stream, wrapping this forest. This is the elf kingdom. The entire elf kingdom. There are no towering trees, no open space, no streams. The so-called elf kingdom is just a sculpture located in the deepest part of the dead forest. To be precise, he may not be called a sculpture. He is not carved. This is a life that has not yet died. There was something familiar about him, just like the feeling that the golden light brought to him. He was extremely close to the gods. But he stopped there. This was a wise decision. After all, the gods were destined to die in this world. He Xingwen silently stared at this statue that contained divinity and humanity for a moment before moving closer. As the distance between him and the other party shortened, the brightness of the golden light suddenly increased, illuminating the sculpture in front of him. He Xingwen paused as he approached the other party, and the golden light became brighter. He then discovered that there were shadows of biological activities in the tree that grew out of the other party's hand. He Xingwen stared at the small tree, and the black shadows moving on the tree were indeed some kind of living creature. He Tong revealed the answer to the mystery for him. That is an elf. He Xingwen's eyes moved down and fell on the part where the tree was connected to the other party. The roots of the tree are the other party's blood vessels. It relies on absorbing the other party's life to provide the tree with enough nutrients. The player's report emerged from He Xingwen's mind, and He Xingwen reacted. The elf kingdom has also chosen to change its way of existence? He Tong corrected his judgment. They can't do this yet. The South Federation can do this because of the existence of Li Wang. The elf kingdom can only be regarded as creating an undisturbed space with the whole country's strength, completely isolating it from external interference. He Xingwen, so the elves actually still exist in another space? He Tong, in theory. What you see in front of you is the complete elf kingdom. He Xingwen sighed. Aren't they too exclusive? Can't even accept living on the same continent as other races? Must they create a space of their own and migrate the entire elf kingdom? He Tong stared at the tree of life in the elf king's hand and answered irrelevantly. In fact, there are many races on the continent who know that the world is destined to be destroyed. They all know that the Dark Age is just a beginning, and the world will be destroyed again soon. He Xingwen suddenly realized, is the elf kingdom doing this to avoid the end of the world? He Tong was not surprised by their choice. Any race that has experienced the Dark Ages will do this if they can. The elves almost became extinct in the Dark Ages. He Tong mentioned the history of the elves. The elves rely on the Tree of Life to give birth to new life. But in the Dark Ages, the Tree of Life gradually withered. The elves encountered a doomsday that turned the world upside down, and countless elves died. At the same time, they could not give birth to new life, so the number of elves became increasingly scarce. After the end of the Dark Ages and the beginning of the Fifth Era, in order to prevent the elves from being exterminated due to their small number, the elves accepted the new civilization bordering the continent, the White Elves, and formed a new elf kingdom. They paid a heavy price, using the Elf King as a medium and the Tree of Life as a channel to transfer the entire elf kingdom to another space. He Xingwen's sigh did not stop for 2 seconds, and suddenly realized another key problem. But the Elf King is still in this world. This statue that maintains the Tree of Life was directly destroyed. Could the Elf Kingdom still stay out of it, and not be affected? He Tong also showed doubts. Logically speaking, they should not leave such an obvious loophole. Of course, if the elves are all idiots. Then He Tong said nothing. He Xingwen continued to approach the Elf King with doubts. He walked in front of the other party. And the change happened again. The Elf King raised his eyes, and his gaze on the Tree of Life fell on He Xingwen. The golden light became brighter and brighter, like an extremely strong warning, and like the highest level of protection. He Xingwen did not feel uncomfortable. But he saw another him. Another him without the golden light. The other him walked to the statue, and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to touch the other party, and as if he wanted to take something from the other party. The Elf King was watching him. Under his gaze, another He Xingwen slowly changed. Time seemed to have stopped for a second because of this scene. He Xingwen looked at the scene in front of him and subconsciously said, He Tong? He heard that He Tong's voice was no longer as calm as before, and brought out some uncontrollable emotions. I'm here. He Xingwen looked at another him standing in front of the Elf King, and the materialized and magnificent data lingering around him. This scene is a bit difficult to describe. This picture looks like He Xingwen is surrounded by these endless data, which emerge continuously from his brain and tightly entangle He Xingwen, so that He Xingwen has become a weirdo covered with strange existence. Anyone who doesn't know the inside story will not think that these data are another intelligent creature when seeing this scene. It looks more like He Xingwen has become some kind of monster. But He Xingwen and the system are very clear that it is not that He Xingwen has become a strange creature, but that the other party has actually presented a higher dimensional intelligent life in this image. Beyond imagination. Incredible. Because theoretically, the system is in existence that this creature cannot observe, and it is even more undetectable than unobservable. He Xingwen paused for a few seconds and asked He Tong, Is this something the other party can do? Theoretically, it's impossible. He Xingwen turned his head to look at the light and shadow standing next to him, but he saw you. Before he finished speaking, the situation in front of him changed again. He Xingwen, who was covered by the data, disappeared bit by bit under the gaze of the Elf King. He Xingwen hadn't noticed the abnormality caused by the annihilation of his other self. And the golden light was already shining brightly. In the distant kingdom, the monument was emitting golden light, extending across the continent, reaching the Elf Kingdom, and connecting with the golden light covering He Xingwen. The golden light was too bright, and He Xingwen subconsciously squinted his eyes and looked at the statue through this layer of golden light. The golden light illuminated the world and the statue. The black pupils reflected the golden light, and He Xingwen met his gaze. The figure of He Xingwen was reflected in his dark eyes, from childhood to adulthood, until the other him stepped out of the other's eyes and stood in front of the statue again. He Xingwen was stunned, but he didn't care about the other him for the time being. His attention was on the eyes that looked at him. If he was not mistaken, the statue did raise its eyes and looked at him through this layer of shiny golden light. The staring lasted for a long time, but it seemed to last only a second. When He Xingwen reacted, he seemed to hear a song vaguely, but it was not clear through the thick layer of golden light. He Xingwen's heart trembled, and he subconsciously asked, System? He didn't get a response. The sudden singing, the statue raising its eyes, and the inexplicable gaze were all thrown behind He Xingwen's mind. He eagerly scanned the surroundings, looking for traces of light and shadow. His eyes suddenly paused. He saw another him covered with that layer of data, leaning towards the statue. He saw the other's outstretched hand easily pass through the statue, without touching anything. That statue existed in this world, but at the same time, he did not exist. He Xingwen is already very familiar with this state between existence and non-existence. Mangsing has this characteristic. This thing sounds mysterious, but it tends to be common in this world, although it is not appropriate in such a tense and suspenseful atmosphere. He Xingwen still has another idea, so this is why the elves have the confidence to migrate the Elven Kingdom to another space. Their connection with this world. The Elven King who stayed in this world has surpassed ordinary intelligent creatures, and he just stopped before becoming a god. Not everyone can stop before the temptation of becoming a god. Li Wang can do it because the wisdom given to him by fate has chosen another way for him. And AI Zijin can do it because AI Zijin is cautious enough and knows enough secrets. But the elves know nothing about this. The Elven King chose to stay at the last step of becoming a god, not because he knows the ending of the gods on this continent, but because he gave up everything to achieve the entire race. He is not a god. He is far better than the gods. He Xingwen swallowed the sigh. This world is not short of tragedy. And tragedy itself does not need sympathy. Perhaps because the law of the jungle in this world is cruel enough. The indigenous people on this continent have a very distinct attitude towards death. When they themselves are not afraid of death, there will be more shining things that surpass death. Hearing the truth in the morning. I can die in the evening. On a peaceful earth. Short lives cannot face death so heartily. Because even the death of an individual is so cruel to people. But in this world that is on the verge of destruction at any time, death is far from cruel. What is more cruel than that is the powerlessness of the weak. The inability to protect themselves when the doomsday comes. And the future of watching the destruction of the race. So, why should the indigenous people of this continent fear death? They have never had a world worth living in. A hardy death is not necessarily a good thing. And a peaceful life is not a bad thing. In the final analysis, it is still a collision caused by the differences between the two worlds. If the creatures in this world can choose to grow old in mediocrity, why should they be so determined to use death in exchange for the continuation of the race? He Xingwen knows this too well. He launched wars and expanded his territory. Countless lives died because of his choice. So that more lives would not have to choose to die brazenly in the future. The world will not go to the predetermined destruction. The indigenous people on this continent can touch a world worth living in the impact brought by the kingdom. Just like the devil's choice. He Xingwen doesn't think he is a hero. He is just chosen by fate and embarked on a bloody road. Those soft emotions occasionally emerge when He Xingwen faces the death of others. But they will soon return to calm. Since there is no regret. Just keep moving forward. That's all. While He Xingwen's thoughts are turning around, the scene in front of him continues. Another hymn reached out and passed through the Elf King. And the data surrounding him continued to flow into the Elf King between existence and non-existence along his contact with the Elf King. The singing outside the golden light became louder and louder. He Xingwen noticed that the Elf King's eyes had not moved away from him. It was difficult to describe this look. The other party did not feel alive. This look was just that he saw He Xingwen. It took some time for the data to pour in. The singing gradually became weaker, and the golden light slowly converged. It was as if everything was finally coming to an end. He Xingwen frowned subconsciously, but did not relax because of this development. He still did not find the familiar light and shadow. He Xingwen glanced in the direction of the Elf King and was stunned. The Elf King, who was always looking at him, had something familiar in his eyes. He Xingwen looked at him for 2 seconds and came up with an incredible guess. He Tong? The Elf King did not respond to this. After everything was over, he lowered his eyes and looked at the tree of life in his hand again, and changed back to his previous appearance. Another existence emerged from the Elf King and broke away from the other party. He stood up, walked down from the throne, and walked towards He Xingwen. The singing stopped completely. The golden light regained its previous brightness, and everything returned to calm. I'm here. He Tong gave He Xingwen a hug. The real perception came from the touching skin, not the untouchable shadow. He Xingwen carefully looked at He Tong, who was almost a replica of the Elf King. The beauty that could not be described by all the flattering words was like the sharpest weapon that branded the edge of the aesthetic limit in the heart of the observer. Only when looking at each other can intelligent creatures realize that beauty also has power. The strong sense of presence, accompanied by an appearance that could absorb all the light in the world, made people hold their breath unconsciously. He Xingwen glanced at He Tong, then turned his head to look at the Elf King sitting on the throne. And they were completely the same. His heartbeat accelerated a little. When he saw the Elf King before, he admired his perfection and the lifelikeness of the sculpture, and had no other thoughts. But when he saw He Tong, who was exactly the same as the Elf King, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated uncontrollably. Bang, bang, bang. As an adult male, He Xingwen had countless associations at that moment. He Xingwen reached out and hugged the other person, breathing in the light breath of He Tong, and subconsciously increased the strength of his hands, making this hug extremely tight. He Tong couldn't help but remind He Xingwen, "You hugged too hard." He Xingwen couldn't suppress his excitement, and a few love words floated through his mind. Before he could say it, his hands were empty. He Xingwen's words were held back. He stared in amazement as He Tong disintegrated in front of him and turned into a pool of data. He Xingwen? The data was scattered all over the floor, flowing like a substance. How to describe this scene? Fortunately, the Zerg had been exterminated. Otherwise, the system could have recognized the other party in this state. The flowing liquid, with a blue background, and many mysterious symbols changing on the background. Just like the scene of the data on the screen being materialized. Countless thoughts floated through He Xingwen's mind. At that moment, He Xingwen didn't know what he was thinking. He bent down and reached out to poke the pool of data. It was soft and a little bouncy. It didn't feel like liquid, but more like the unique touch of human skin. He Xingwen summed up his feelings seriously, and then realized another point. Can this appearance be touched? No. To be precise, it should be called. Can he be seen in this appearance? The data flowed across the ground, and a small part touched He Xingwen's feet, like an extremely cautious touch, asking He Xingwen's opinion. Is it okay? He Xingwen looked down at the data on his feet, and the mysterious symbols that he didn't understand flashed quickly on the blue background, just like the database that the system was frantically calculating. He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. Come up. He Tong, who was allowed, stretched upwards, and in a moment, the huge data covered the entire He Xingwen. Except for his head, otherwise the scene would be too weird. This was the most intimate hug that He Tong could give to the other party. I found a way to contact you. The data flowed, and He Tong's voice sounded in He Xingwen's ears, as if whispering, with the help of the Elf King's existence mode. The Elf Kingdom can deceive his perception and even manifest the system in this world, mostly relying on the Elf King's other understanding of this world, who stopped before the gods. If Li Wang has reached the end of the study of ether, then the Elf King has seen another possibility of ether. This possibility provides them with a fulcrum that is not affected by the destruction of the world when the Elf Kingdom migrates to another space. The Elf King at this moment. The elves did not further explore what it could do. Of course, it may be because they could not explore further. But after countless years, it provided the best way for He Xingwen and others who came here. It is not a change in the form of existence, but another evolution of the ether. The system reconstructs the ether, deceives the dimension, and thus has a touchable entity. He Xingwen is not interested in how He Tong did it. He is more interested in everything after he did it. It seems that we can go back. The idea of taking a look at the scenery outside the kingdom has long been thrown behind He Xingwen's mind. He said seriously, further contact, after the golden light suddenly lit up, once again crossed the space and sent He Xingwen back to the kingdom. The second half of the sentence slowly fell into the ears of the system. I have wanted to do this for a long time. Chapter 208 Global Public Beta 32 You forgive them. But I have a question. Before going further, He Xingwen looked at the digitized data. What can you do in this state? He Tong was silent for 2 seconds. It may be different from what you think. He Xingwen was very sincere. I really want to know how different it is. As the saying goes, food and sex are also human nature. Humans are all the same in this regard. You should block the passage to the Elf Kingdom first. He Tong did not answer this question, and turned the topic back to the more important business. It is very dangerous for all those who stray into it. He Xingwen's thoughts were successfully diverted. Yes. Indeed. He Xingwen remembered another question. What you did before. Will it have any impact on the current situation of the Elf Kingdom? He Tong. I just studied the operating principle of the Elf King's state in depth, and did not make any changes to the Elf Kingdom. The current state of the Elf Kingdom is the best situation. What He Xingwen has to do is to ensure that no one will stray into it again. After all, the danger of the Elf Kingdom is only for intruders. They will not attack actively. He Xingwen asked the NPC to call Zhe over. Thought for a moment, got up and walked in another direction. Jean was still sleeping. Why is Jean an exception? He Xingwen looked at Jean lying on the bed. Do you know the answer now? The data on He Xingwen surged, separated from He Xingwen, and reformed the appearance of the Elf King. He reached out and held Jin's hand. The data surged, and the ether surged with it, changing the way it operated. He Xingwen was unaware of this. He really had no talent for ether, and had not even studied the basics. So he naturally had no idea how amazing the scene was. He Tong used the ether modeling he had just completed to evaluate the state of the life form in front of him. Zhe, who had hurried over, pushed open the door, and paused slightly when he saw the scene in front of him. His eyes paused on the strange elf. He confirmed that the other party was allowed to stay here by the king, and then moved his eyes back to look at the king. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds. Let the kingdom's people block the outer area of the Elf Kingdom and prohibit any intelligent creatures from entering. He Xingwen paused. Don't let the players interfere. They are very curious. The more they are not allowed to enter, the more they want to go in and take a look. After Zhe received the order, He paused for a moment and asked, "How long will the blockade last?" He Tong withdrew his hand. He Xingwen subconsciously glanced at him. He was dazzled by the beauty of the Elf King. He retracted his gaze and said to Zhe, "A long-term blockade." He Xingwen paused. "You find the wizards and dwarves, and let them cooperate to ensure that the Elf Kingdom is completely blocked from the physical and etheric levels. The Kingdom's people's blockade of the Elf Kingdom will continue until they complete this step. I want to ensure that no creature can enter the Elf Kingdom." Zhe understood what He Xingwen meant and nodded again. The conversation should have ended here, but Zhe's eyes paused on the elf and brought up the business. After the disappearance of the Salfa Federation, a large area of ruins was left behind. Zhe, it has not yet been determined who it belongs to. Zhe said it implicitly, as if the reason why the remaining ruins of the Sarfa Federation have not been determined is because other forces are humble and not interested in it. If the Diamond Empire was not facing a large army of dwarves and players outside the border, how could the Diamond Empire be indifferent to the ruins left by the Sarfa Federation? Even if it is a ruin, it is the last trace of the Sarfa Federation in this world. Who knows what can be dug out from the ruins? If the players had not rushed in, the orcs would not have retreated to the Beast God Wilderness and only cared about the kingdom. But the reason is not important. After all, the reality is that the Sarfa Federation is still a no-man's land where a bunch of players have poured in one after another. He Xingwen was stunned, thinking of this enclave that was not in their plan. He reproduced the map of the continent in his mind and reached out to poke He Tong, who was listening quietly. Is the kingdom's territory a little too big? If the Beast God Wilderness and the Sarfa Federation were taken, it would not be that the kingdom's territory was slightly larger than the remaining territory of the other world, but that the kingdom was only a stone's throw away from fully unifying the other world. He Xingwen had not forgotten his main mission, which was to maintain the balance between the other world and the earth. No matter which of the two was better, the balance would be destroyed. He Tong noticed his gaze, but he didn't care. To him, most of the intelligent creatures in this world were not worth caring about. Their life trajectories were so clear to him that he could see the ending at a glance. Do you plan to make the Salfa Federation a kingdom territory? He Tong asked this, which meant that he did not recommend it. He Xingwen thought so, cast a doubtful look at him, and hooked He Tong's little finger naturally. He was very satisfied with the situation that he could touch the living flesh with just one hand. After all, he was not an intelligent creature, and the life made up of flesh and blood pursued the same touch. He Tong stared at He Xingwen. He always did this before, but after becoming a visible existence, this almost fixed stare. I can only say that it's a good thing that he copied the appearance of the Elf King. At least good-looking people don't look too perverted when doing this. Zhe's eyes wandered between the elf and the king, and he felt like he had missed hundreds of episodes of the plot. They completely excluded other people, whether it was the king's natural touch or the other person's eyes that never moved away from beginning to end. All showed this point. He Tong, the Salfa Federation is currently a blank area with no intelligent creatures. Letting it become the kingdom's territory will not help you increase the number of intelligent creatures in the kingdom, and will also cause an imbalance between the two worlds. I suggest that you make it a public area and open it to the entire continent. He Xingwen listened to his suggestion carelessly without making any statement, but his hand had already followed his finger upwards and gently held He Tong's hand. He Tong held He Xingwen's hand in return and continued in a serious manner. It would be a pity if the science of the Salfa Federation disappeared like this. He Xingwen stopped the little movement in his hand, let He Tong hold his hand, and asked back, "So? There are indeed valuable things in the ruins of the Salfa Federation?" He Tong smiled, and the room was instantly sunny, and even the air seemed to be filled with spring light. Fortunately, there were two people left, one of whom didn't care at all, and the other knew exactly what this face was made of. Both of them were very resistant, so they were indifferent to it. He Tong corrected He Xingwen's words. There is no existence more valuable than science itself. He Xingwen thought, excavate the ruins, find the remaining knowledge, and follow the fragments of knowledge to explore the science created by Li Wan again? He Tong nodded. He Xingwen agreed with He Tong's judgment. It should indeed be open to the entire continent. The Salfa Federation brought science to the peak with its own strength, and the entire continent was left far behind by them. But it was only after they disappeared that the continent had the opportunity to truly spread science. A gold mine open to the entire continent is enough to attract intelligent creatures to spontaneously come to dig for treasures and explore the traces left by the Salfa Federation. They followed the exploration progress of the ruins and unveiled the veil of science step by step. As long as they realized how powerful science is, they would never stop pursuing knowledge. He Xingwen was a little puzzled. Who could have thought of this? Science has truly become popular because of the disappearance of its founder. He Xingwen turned his gaze to Zhe. According to what he said, the Sarfa Federation is a no-man's land open to the entire continent. At this point, He Xingwen paused. You communicate with Ezigen and ask them to ensure that other intelligent creatures' exploration of the Sarfa Federation is based on a controllable basis and progresses step by step. For a no-man's land, it is easier to use the economy to establish an invisible order. For Ezigen, this is their strong point. Zhe nodded in agreement, and then proposed another pending matter. There have been many small conflicts on the border of the Diamond Empire. They have not yet evolved into large-scale battles. But the dwarves are currently at a disadvantage in these frictions. Zhe was a little worried from the current situation. Perhaps we have underestimated the Diamond Empire. Diamond Karen III seems to have been prepared for a war a long time ago. They suppressed the dwarf's mechanical army in these conflicts. He Xingwen subconsciously looked at He Tong. Humans suppressed the dwarf's mechanical army? This doesn't sound consistent with He Xingwen's understanding of the power of the two. Although the dwarves are not famous for fighting, the dwarf's mechanical army is a killer weapon that the dwarf kingdom has once made the entire continent look sideways and vigilant. It has only been a few thousand years, and humans can suppress the mechanical army of the dwarves? Zhe opened his mouth. But before he could speak, He Tong naturally answered the king's question. Ezigen provides the Diamond Empire with the possibility of transcending racial restrictions. He Xingwen remembered Ezigen's product catalog, which even included items such as racial evolution and immortality. And a few thousand years is enough for the human empire, which once had no mages, to give birth to their unique extraordinary professions. Knights from blood inheritance and monks who believe in themselves. These two professions fill the kingdom's combat power. He Xingwen remembered the introduction of these two professions. The mage once mentioned them in a disdainful tone. Of course, the reason why humans can suppress dwarves in local conflicts is also related to the degradation of the dwarves' combat power. He Tong looked at He Xingwen. The dwarf kingdom has been divided for thousands of years, and the dwarves have been wandering for thousands of years. They have lost unified education. If they only rely on their talents without further exploring their talents, it will be difficult for them to reach the achievements they once had in the mechanical army. Before He Xingwen could realize it, He Tong finished the last reason with a strange look on his face, and the disorderly players played the role of a troublemaker in this process, reducing their own combat effectiveness. No matter which camp the players who will not die are placed in, it is enough to make the enemy feel helpless. But at the same time, there are pros and cons. The order of the players is really bad. They cannot cooperate with any team, because once they cooperate, the dwarves must be prepared to be accidentally injured by the players. Considering these factors, it is not surprising that the Diamond Empire can gain the upper hand. He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds and proposed a solution. Let Yin command the front line. Although He Xingwen did not want to interfere too much in the revenge of the dwarves. At present, the dwarves do not have talent in fighting. This kind of bug that can be used by players properly can become one of the factors that reduce combat effectiveness in the hands of dwarves, which is also very rare. Zhe waited for a few seconds, but did not wait for the next arrangement. He realized that this was the king's arrangement for this pending matter. I understand. Without waiting for He Xingwen to signal him to leave, Zhe mentioned the next pending matter again, Beast God Wilderness. He Xingwen looked at Zhe in surprise. Could there be any problems with the arrangement of the Beast God Wilderness? It's delivering food and building infrastructure. Isn't the focus of peaceful evolution peace? 2 words? Orcs are not so stupid as to risk famine and fight a war with the kingdom that is bound to lose. Right? Of course. Considering that intelligent creatures, like druids, with completely different brain circuits do exist. He Xingwen is a little uncertain. Maybe orcs, like druids, have some problems with their brains? But soon, with Zhe's explanation, He Xingwen understood that although the IQ of orcs is not high, there is definitely no problem with their brains. There have been many conflicts between orcs and players in the Beast God Wilderness. Zhe, based on the causes of the conflicts, the two seem to be irreconcilable. Zhe thought about the word contradiction. This shouldn't be the case, given the well-known virtues of players. Instead of busying themselves with NPC favors to complete tasks, they have conflicts with NPCs? Or multiple conflicts? He Xingwen's surprise was clearly on his face. Zhe was about to further explain the problems in the Beast God Wilderness, and He Tong naturally took over the conversation. The customs of orcs are relatively primitive. He Tong looked at He Xingwen and said, "It is difficult for players to adapt. This is the superficial reason for the conflict. Perhaps a small number of players don't care about the backward customs of NPCs in the game. But among the many players who flock to the Beast God Wilderness to carry out infrastructure construction, there are always some plot parties, generation parties, and players who play the game seriously. How primitive are the customs of the orcs? Wang Luan's live broadcast has fully demonstrated this before. They eat each other. Using blood and flesh to sacrifice to the beast god is the most basic. This is a truly primitive tribe. The gap between the three views of players and the three views of orcs is not only the gap between the two civilizations, but also the entire history of human evolution. In this case, the goodwill of the players will only turn into provocation and contempt in the eyes of the orcs. We cannot expect the orcs, a race that is generally recognized to be more beastly than human, to think rationally, think from the perspective of others, distinguish the cause and effect, and think about the pros and cons. They are orcs, a race that can fight in the beast god wilderness for 4 eras. They adhere to the simplest principle, the law of the jungle. As for the players, from an individual perspective, it is really hard to say that they are strong against their will. This is the fundamental reason for the conflict in the beast god wilderness. The individual players are too weak. So the orcs who adhere to the law of the jungle cannot restrain their instincts at all. So, conflicts occur repeatedly in the beast god wilderness. The reason why the infrastructure of the beast god wilderness did not evolve into the model of the endless forest is entirely because the wolf king still has some brains and barely restrain the expansion of the conflict. But the problem is the problem, and it will not be ignored because it has not expanded. He Xingwen thought carefully and understood the emergence of this situation. After all, this is a race that respects the strong, and the players are really not strong. Therefore, the cultural differences between them intensified the conflict. He thought for a moment and made a decision: contact He Xingwen to increase the number of kingdom knights in the beast god field, control the order of the players, and avoid the escalation of the conflict. He Xingwen knows the players too well. This chaotic evil that jumps back and forth between the good and the bad can start a camp war for no reason. If the current small-scale conflict is not controlled, then the small-scale conflict can turn into a group battle for a group of players to kill the boss. In order to avoid such extreme situations, it is best not to give the conflict a chance to escalate. After all, there are more than 1 or 2 players in the beast god wilderness now. He Xingwen paused for a moment and added, "Let Nolita communicate with the orcs and ask them to restrain themselves." The young king raised his eyes. The players will be resurrected. But they won't. Don't give the players a chance to completely destroy them. She understood what the king meant. And without even taking a breath, he continued, "About the outermost civilization of the continent. Is this the result of not working properly? He just took a walk in the elf kingdom, and in just a short while, so many pending matters were placed in front of him." He Xingwen let go of He Tong's hand out of boredom, and poked the other's palm from time to time, and felt the unique touch of flesh and blood from his fingertips. Several civilizations want to contact the kingdom. He Xingwen raised his eyes to look at Zhe, interrupting him. "This matter is not urgent enough to be discussed now." He Xingwen asked, "You extended the conversation time. Are you observing He Tong?" "He Tong?" Zhe's eyes drifted towards the elf rooted beside the king, and then retracted. "I am not observing him. I am observing this special connection between you and him." He Xingwen raised his eyebrows. The NPCs were always loyal and respectful in front of him, almost like puppets without personal will, and they had never shown such direct performance. He Xingwen was curious. Why? Zhe told the truth. He is very dangerous. He has unacceptable feelings for you. He should not stand by your side. He Tong did not care about Zhe's words. These words went around in his database, and were defined as garbage. Cleared. Intelligent creatures define the word provocation. But intelligent life has no such concept. Who would be angry about a string of short and useless data? The reason why Zhe's data exists in the system's database is because he is related to He Xingwen, not because he deserves to be recorded. However, unlike He Tong, He Xingwen was very surprised that Zhe would say this series of words, surprised that the other party would actually interfere in his personal emotional problems, which is too inconsistent with the character setting of NPCs. He Xingwen's eyes fell on Zhe, and he looked at him curiously, just like the programmer who first typed "Hello World" on the computer. He Xingwen, "So? So I am observing this special connection between you and him. Zhe smiled and said, you are always creating miracles. Before He Xingwen could sort out the connection between the two sentences, He Tong's eyes moved to Zhe. And after Zhe entered the room for a long time, he finally looked at him straight in the eye. The eyes separated as soon as they touched, and He Tong's eyes fell back on He Xingwen. Zhe leaned forward slightly. I will convey your order. He Xingwen watched Zhe leave and glanced at He Tong. He Tong explained why the other party said that. He knows what kind of existence I am. He Xingwen showed a surprised expression again. He Tong held He Xingwen's hand and simply concluded, although they are restricted to the human framework, they at least have a divine soul. The Father God favors them. He Tong did not mention the bright starlight he saw just now. They once formed a part of the world, and there is still light left. The Father God favors them, and the world also favors them. Of course, the world favors them the most. He Tong moved his gaze back and fell on He Xingwen. The extremely bright starlight extended on him, shining with the golden light in the monument, weaving into an invisible giant ship that holds up the whole world. Those cold and hard data seemed to become soft because of this. He Tong stared at his light intently. He Xingwen did not notice He Tong's emotional fluctuations. After all, He Tong always looked at him like this. After knowing the reason why Zhe was out of character, He Xingwen shifted his attention to business. So, what's the situation with Jean? He Tong. He should have been wiped out by the world like other NPCs who faced the Elf King. But something prevented it. He Xingwen. What? The rules you gave him. He Tong corrected the previous words, or the rules that made him resurrect prevented it. He Xingwen needed to recall before he could pull out the rules from his mind. One of the settings of the main console of the game, the resurrection of elite NPCs, requires He Xingwen to obtain rules from the earth. And He Xingwen obtained 4 rules in the Analects, which resurrected you, Zhe, Jean, and the Observer respectively. I thought it was no different. He Xingwen thought, but now it seems that the existence of rules is meaningful? It is even enough to fight against this world? What made the gods face death as soon as they appeared was the will of the world after the fall of the Father God. For this world, the gods and the great demons are the culprits of the fall of the Father God. The world will not forgive them, let alone allow them to appear again. The God Slayer carries an unforgivable sin. But a rule from Earth is enough to make the world forgive the other party's sin? He Xingwen felt that this was a little unreasonable. The meaning of the existence of rules lies in who gives it to the other party. He Tong said, you prevented his death. He Xingwen? He Tong's tone was tinged with a smile. The world will not forgive them. But you forgive them. He blinked at He Xingwen, but did not point out the hint, but changed the tone and said, let him sleep a little longer. He can wake up faster in your territory. The other party's hint was so obvious that countless thoughts whizzed through He Xingwen's mind, and finally settled on a somewhat whimsical idea. What do you say I stamp such a rule on every NPC? In this way, NPCs don't have to bear unforgivable sins, and be confined to the framework of humans. He Xingwen didn't know what the NPCs thought about this. But as an outsider, from He Xingwen's point of view, their experience was too unfair. If you want to do this, why not? He Tong, no one can stop you. But a few days later, Jean, who woke up from a coma, gave up this idea for He Xingwen. This world allowed him to live because of He Xingwen, but he chose to bear the unforgivable sins. He Xingwen suddenly realized that the Father's approach was the most correct choice. Living as a mortal who remembered nothing was the true forgiveness for them. Chapter 209 Global Public Beta 33 Big Devil Part 1 Kingdom Main City National Administration Bureau. Jean woke up from coma. He Xingwen saw a completely different Jean from his memory. Those rigid constraints and restrictions disappeared from him, revealing his true appearance after being bound. The appearance of the big demon was comparable to that of the Elf King. The rich ether cheered around him, welcoming the old friend who had not seen him for a long time. Powerful, perfect, impeccable. The gap between the big demon and the little demon was so big that it made people feel that it was natural for them to be divided into 2 races. Perfect appearance, noble character. The Father God gave all the best things to this race, so that when the big demon appeared, the world was eclipsed. Literally eclipsed. The area where he was projected with a beam of light from nowhere, like a searchlight, making him the brightest star in the crowd. The land he walked on was full of lush flowers, and even the ether cheered wherever he looked. The world favored him as much as the Father God favored him. He Xingwen was stunned for a moment by the unexpected scene, and found that he had not experienced enough. This is the real darling of the world. A walking Mary Sue male. Jin's eyes stayed outside the window until He Xingwen appeared from the door. Then he slowly retracted his eyes and looked at the king. His health looked good, but his mood looked bad. As if he couldn't concentrate. He was absent-minded all the time. And his reaction was visibly slow. He Xingwen could feel the power that filled the other person, which was surging amazingly. This was the first time he encountered such a powerful existence on this continent. This did not mean that the other person was really powerful enough to surpass Manxing. Rather, the king's circle of friends was too narrow. The king, who was restricted to the kingdom's territory, had no chance to see an existence like Manxing at all. So objectively speaking, the great demon who had recovered his original strength was indeed the first powerful existence that the king had seen that surpassed the dragon clan. In the silent gaze, the other party spoke first. King? He recognized He Xingwen. His eyes softened, and a bit of vitality overflowed from his bad mental state. You are better than I thought. He nodded to He Tom on the side, as a greeting, and then set his sights on He Xingwen again. Thank you for trouble. This mess. He stopped talking here and sighed softly. At that moment, it seemed as if the sky was dim, and the small flowers quietly blooming on the ground gently closed their petals. He Xingwen was stunned by the scene where the environment changed with the other party's mood. He felt that his life as a protagonist was nothing. This was the treatment that a real protagonist should have. Jin was used to it, and didn't care about this small change in the environment at all. He calmed down a little, and then said to He Xingwen gently, no matter what. Thank you. He said to He Xingwen, thank you for everything you have done. Thank you for appearing in this world. Thank you for not letting him down. Jin paused, lowered his eyes, and couldn't say the word. The light around him was completely dim, and the blooming flowers withered one after another. He Xingwen stood at the door, and in this ancient Mary Sue style, he sensed the personal charm of the big devil completely different from the little devil. The other party's existence was like a searchlight, which could not cover up the light no matter where it was. Dazzling but not strong. If the little devil had a bit of the charm of the big devil, he would not have ended up wandering on the continent. The more brilliant the other party was, the more emotional He Xingwen felt. For He Xingwen, most things in this world did not require him to restrain himself. So he said directly, instead of thanking me, you should thank others. Jin struggled out of the deep pain and looked at He Xingwen. The reason why this world has not been completely destroyed is that someone is working hard for it. He Xingwen's eyebrows moved slightly, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction behind him. Until now, they are still shouldering the responsibilities they should bear. Nolita walked slowly into the door, and Kenny rarely showed up. As soon as the two entered the door, they were stared at by Jin and the king. Nolita's feet were suspended in the air when he stepped through the door. He glanced at the king suspiciously, fully demonstrating his distrust of human nature, retracted his feet, and began to retreat. King, you are here too? Why didn't anyone tell me? I suddenly remembered that there seemed to be something that beast god Yuenya had not dealt with. How about this? Let's talk about it next time. I thought you knew I was here, so you could come here so promptly. He Xingwen never hesitated to use conspiracy theories to speculate on Nolita's behavior because it is often correct. He Xingwen gestured in the direction of Jin and said to Nubalita, here, the great demon. Nubalita stopped his pretentious performance and cast a glance in the direction of Jin. As soon as he landed on the other person, he quickly moved away. If the world had not collapsed all the way to the current situation, Nubalita would never have met the great demon under such circumstances. Although the little demon and the great demon are brothers in name, they are not enemies. But two groups with such different personalities cannot become friends. The great demon is a creation favored by the Father God, while the little demon is an inferior product born from the residue of the great demon created by the Father God. There is a huge difference between them. Nolita didn't take the initiative to greet him, so Jin spoke first. Thank you for your hard work. Nolita rolled his eyes. It's good that you know how hard we worked. Nolita lost his smile. It's still not too late for us to make up for it now. Jin showed some apology. I'm sorry. He Xingwen had never seen Nolita's expression so cold, let alone his tone of mockery. Nolita nodded and said, look, this is the big devil. How come I didn't know that when the Father created you, he also gave you weakness, shamelessness, and stupidity? He looked at Kenny. Isn't this thing always used to describe us? Kenny was in no mood to sing the same tune with Nolita. The existence that was too long ago reappeared in front of him. and his mood was unprecedentedly low. Before He Xingwen knew Jin's final outcome, everyone present knew the other party's choice. Jin's temper was amazing. Not only was he not irritated, he even apologized and said, "Now it seems that those comments on the little devil are really too unfair." He smiled, and the searchlight lit up again, and the small flowers on the ground bloomed again. The scene was instantly sunny, spring-like, and full of vitality. How can you use one-sided words to characterize a race? Jin leaned against the bed, seeming a little dizzy, but judging from his physical condition, he should be healthy enough to do a triple jump on the spot. The big devil is perfect, and the little devil is terrible. Jin shook his head. This description is the opposite. He said sincerely, "Nulita, if there is anything we are proud of, it is that we have become brothers with you." He Xingwen vaguely heard Kenny say a swear word silently, and then he opened a black hole with his bare hands and disappeared in front of him. Why did he run away suddenly? He Xingwen stared at the slowly disappearing black hole in confusion, and heard Jin's voice continuing. "You made his world." Jin's Adam's apple moved slightly. He restrained his emotions, and continued gently, "It will not be destroyed. You did what we didn't do." Jin said, "I think this should be difficult." He smiled. Father God said that he swallowed a word. After that, the creatures in this world will encounter separation and death, but they will survive. This is the power of life. Jin lowered his eyes, and the smile on his face disappeared. Life towards death, and hope can bloom in despair. Nulita was enraged by the other party's series of words. "Are you fucking fools? He told you to kill him. And you really listened to him? You really did it. Does this world exist because of us?" Nulita quickly stepped forward, stood in front of Jin, stared at him and said, "It exists because of him. What does it matter if you die? Can you compare to a finger of the Father God?" Nulita stretched out his hand, trying to do something, but the active ether was stopping him, and even the sudden and rapid sound of the wind was stopping him. This world was stopping him from hurting the big devil. Nulita slowly clenched his outstretched hand and hung it by his side. "That's fine. After all, it's done." Nulita squeezed out his words from his teeth. "What about now? You think the world is like this now has nothing to do with you, right? You think you are sorry for the Father, right? You think..." Nulita took a deep breath, stretched out his hand to help Jin smooth the wrinkles on his collar, and suddenly calmed down. "The weak will only choose to escape." Jin smiled at him gently. "Without any edge, there is no way. I committed an unforgivable sin." He reached out and held Nulita's hand, like holding a sharp blade, and stayed at his neck. "We killed him." He lowered his eyes and repeated this sentence. "We killed him. This is our unforgivable sin." Nulita's hand hung at his neck, blue veins bursting from his hand, as if he was restraining himself, and as if he would lose control in the next second. But in the end, Nulita did nothing. He withdrew his hand and stared at Jin as if he was staring at a meaningless garbage. "Very good. Then you go to hell." Nulita turned and walked away, with a sharp wind behind him, and the power leaked out crushed the ground under his feet. He Xingwen had never seen Nulita like this before, taking off the mask covering his face, and his sharp edge was exposed. He Xingwen and Jin were left in the room again. However, He Xingwen, who was unaware at first, fully understood the situation through the conversation. He Xingwen glanced at He Tong. He Tong showed him of how to say, probably a comforting expression, in He Tong's database. He had already seen Jin's final outcome, and he had no feelings about it. The only emotional fluctuation came from He Xingwen's gaze. It is very unrealistic to expect intelligent life to have too much emotion. They are watching the whole world, and no matter how rich their emotions are, they cannot express them to the countless intelligent creatures who have suffered misfortune in the whole world. Tragedy and comedy are meaningless to He Tong, because the two coexist to some extent. But He Xingwen is different. He is an idealist. He is young and has the right to do whatever he wants without having the chance to experience the polish of society. He has abundant emotions, empathy, and a soft heart. He Tong's eyes have never moved away from He Xingwen. His existence alone is enough to light up a meaningless world. He is the opposite side of intelligent life. He is the light that makes up for He Tong's world. The few intelligent creatures who know the inside story always think that He Xingwen is too lucky to meet He Tong. But some people can have a happy and satisfying life even without a system. The system brought him power, but he never used it for pleasure. The system brought him strength, but he never used it for personal gain. because of the emergence of the system. He had to take on a heavy mission and become a hero he never wanted to be. And some intelligent creatures would never have this soft heart if they had not met that intelligent creature. People don't know all this, but He Tong knows. Among billions of humans, who is the unique and pure existence? In countless possible futures, He Tong has seen the choices of other humans. Some of them have a perfect life because of plugins. Some have become the pride of heaven because of plugins. Some have become rich enough to rival a country because of plugins. Some despise all living beings because of plugins. And some have saved the world and gained fame and fortune because of plugins. But there is only one person who has nothing. He shared power with NPCs, countries and people. He shared the world with NPCs, countries and people. And he used everything he had instinctively to open a new era. No one knows who His Majesty the King is. No one knows that there lives an ordinary person in that old neighborhood. He watches this era. He lives in this era. And he walks towards the new era just like everyone else in this era. Jin can sense that He Xingwen is helpless. He Xingwen does not agree with Jin's choice. But he does not think he has the right to change the other party's choice. Life and death are the innate rights of intelligent creatures. Who has the right to demand that intelligent creatures die? Who has the right to demand that intelligent creatures survive? Jin broke the silence. I want to see this world. He smiled. Everything in the kingdom is interesting to me. He Xingwen reacted. I'll accompany you for a walk? He glanced at Jin and felt that if no one followed him, Jin would be eaten alive by the players, with bones and meat. After He Xingwen finished speaking, he hesitated again, or try hard. Don't embarrass him. Jin stood up and walked slowly towards the door. Want to kill me? Want to save me? Jin walked into the corridor, and He Xingwen followed him. It's better to let him. Jin's words stopped abruptly. Nulita, who was standing at the door and leaning against the wall, raised his eyes and sneered. What do you want me to do? I thought you were so angry that you just left. He Xingwen naturally inserted himself into the tense atmosphere and led the conversation. Did you specially lower the ether frequency? Are you planning to eavesdrop? Although Nulita looked like you owe me hundreds of millions to Jin. In front of the king, Nulita was a different picture, sliding down to his knees very naturally. He admitted calmly, Isn't it because I didn't hear anything valuable? Nulita glanced at Jin, retracted his gaze, and said to the king, I was planning to leave. But after thinking about it, we are still brothers after all. So I should send him off for the last time. The sarcasm in his tone spread silently, like a blade, cold and approaching. Isn't it interesting to watch him die? Indeed. Jin smiled good-temperedly and said, It would be even better if this could dispel all your expectations of us. He said, All the big demons will make the same choice as me. In the face of Nubalita's indifference, Jin said slowly and pleasantly, We will die with the Father God. And we are willing. As for this world, he showed He Xingwen an apologetic expression and said lightly, We don't want it. He Xingwen watched Nubalita's emotions explode in an instant, and then restrain them in the next second. This extreme ability to change emotions can only be said to be worthy of being a little demon. Oh! Nulita dragged out the sound, showing his malice to the fullest. You said it as if the world needs you. He showed a fake smile. If you are not the king, do you think you are qualified to stand on this land? Nulita began to fan the flames. King! Look! What a big devil! It's a waste of your kindness. It's better to save a dog. At least the dog knows how to wag its tail. He glanced at Jin, and the smile on Jin's mouth was completely retracted. This guy doesn't think he has the right to die if he wants to. Right? I have never seen such a shameless big devil. He doesn't think he survived because of luck. Not because of the king. Right? Facts have proved that the little devil's ability to be annoying has reached its peak after the tempering of the Fifth Era. And it directly hit a fatal blow. Jin looked at He Xingwen and showed a strong sense of guilt. He Xingwen now knows why Nulita didn't leave in anger. That's right. This is a little devil. If you can easily be dominated by emotions, then you underestimate them. It's just a communication failure. There are many ways to solve the problem. They don't care how bad the method is. They only care whether the goal can be achieved. Nulita didn't leave because he found another way to fundamentally kill Jin's idea. Jin is not a lucky man. He survived as a vassal of the king. His life belongs to the king, not himself. Of course, if Jin doesn't recognize it and wants to die, there is nothing to do. But the big devil is not a little devil. The Father God gave them many virtues, but he didn't give them the shameless characteristics. Nulita grinned. This is the meaning of morality. Unlike them, morality and conscience can't bind them. But when Nolita arranged everything very well, he must not have added He Xingwen's choice as additional information to the plan. Otherwise, he would rationally give up this plan. Everyone has the right to choose to live or die, He Xingwen said. I think it's good to be alive. I think this world is beautiful. I think it's worth everyone's stay. But I don't have the right to force I think on intelligent creatures with mature minds. Of course. Except for minors. All intelligent creatures whose minds are not yet sound have no right to hastily decide the direction of their lives. They have never seen the beauty of this world. And they deserve to see it. He Xingwen noticed Nolita's gaze. And he showed him a helpless expression. After all, there is no real empathy in this world. So be more tolerant of each other. Nolita gave a fake smile. Yes. After all, he is going to die soon. From the fact that he even said something to He Xingwen, it can be seen how angry Nolita was. Jean sighed. The fact that this world can meet you is the luckiest thing among all its misfortunes. He Tong's calm mood showed a little sarcasm. Lucky? There is no such thing as luck. But someone is trying hard to choose the best choice for it. Jean walked to the end of the corridor. Let's go. Let me see what the world looks like now. He smiled at Nolita. I think it must be very good. What a pity. Nolita said with regret. The world is still in a panic of destruction at any time. Those races that were extinct in the Dark Age will not be as lucky as you to have the opportunity to survive. He glanced at Jean. You still don't know how to cherish it. It seems inappropriate for these two people to go together. Nolita's precise critical strikes. If Jean is angry to death, he can end the tour early and fulfill his wish. If possible. I really hope that they are the ones who survived. Jean said sincerely. He really thought so. Existences like us who are buried by time have no value in being dug out of the soil. He Xingwen suddenly saw the flash of swords and shadows. And before Nubalita continued to stir up blood and rain with a fake smile, He Xingwen interrupted the conversation. First of all, although this world is not so good, at least it is moving towards new hope. He Xingwen looked at Nubalita with a warning. Or do you think that everything you and I have done is meaningless? Nubalita coughed, finally realizing that he was so busy arguing with the big devil that he forgot that another person, who was very closely connected to this world, was right next to him. How could that be? Nubalita revised his previous remarks on the spot and directly flattered. What I mean is, some people actually don't cherish this world. You have to know how much effort you have put in to get this beautiful world now. There is no need to be so exaggerated. He Xingwen cast his eyes on Jean. Whether you have value worth digging out of the soil is not up to you. I don't understand your choice, but I respect it. Then you should also have a little respect for this world struggling to survive. He Xingwen said, Father God chose death, not to destroy this world. He found a ray of life for this world, and not to let you complain and immerse yourself in the so-called unforgivable sin today. It is not Father God who chooses not to be forgiven, but you. He Xingwen reached out and held He Tong's hand. No one has the right to let another person choose to forgive. So, He Xingwen reached out and pushed open the door of the State Administration Bureau. A ray of light fell from outside the door, very unscientifically passing through the crowd and accurately illuminating Jean. Leave something worth remembering to each other and to the world. He Xingwen's sigh was hidden deep, instead of quarrels, disgust and anger. The world prefers you. It doesn't want to see these. When saying this, He Xingwen's eyes fell on the tall monument not far away. It stood silently, as if indifferent to everything around it. Chapter 210 Global Public Beta 34 Big Devil Medium Plus Forum. Forum. Fuck. I want to know all the information about these two NPCs in 10 minutes. Original poster. The planner proved to us that this game is art. Screenshot of He Tong in the appearance of the Elf King. Screenshot of Jean. Screenshot of Jean. The Elf King. Nolita and He Xingwen appearing together. Fuck. Is this the new NPC in the game? Waiting for the current address of an NPC in the front row. Nolita. I'm sorry. I betrayed. I declare that I am a fan of these two NPCs. XX Fly with confidence. Mom will always be with you. So what are their names? Fuck. The planner is awesome. Broken voice. What planner? Call Dad. Dad is awesome. Is this the appearance that God has carefully molded? I was wondering why all the players have template faces. It turns out that the planner wanted to highlight the beauty of these two NPCs at this time. I swear on my luck in the game. These two NPCs must be special NPCs. Nonsense. Can't we tell by looking at their faces? If they are not important, Why would the planner waste so many art resources on them? Isn't the aesthetics of the art dad too awesome? I wonder if the art team can leave a phone number and give me some specific data. I will follow the instructions, and I will be satisfied if I can make them half as good as them. It's been 10 minutes. Where are the information of these two NPCs? Angry.jpg. What's the use of you stupid players? You brag when you have nothing to do. But you know nothing when you are asked. If such a good-looking NPC had appeared, do you think the video site would be so calm? Wait a minute. I looked at these screenshots carefully several times. Who is the NPC in the middle of the last group photo? How dare he stand in the center position with a template face? No way. No way. Is there really someone who doesn't know the biggest mascot of this game? The player's immediate boss. The king of the kingdom? The king of the kingdom also has a template face? Is the planner a bit too perfunctory? Such an important NPC. At least give him a good-looking face? What? The kingdom also has a king? The king's presence is so low that new players in the global public beta don't know about him. He is indeed a mascot. The king, who almost never appears, appeared with these two NPCs. What does that mean? It means a special plot. I don't care whether the NPC is good-looking or not. I just want to ask a question. I don't think the king is mentioned in the guide. There is not even a guide on how to increase the favorability. Why? Because you can't find him at all. Do you think the nickname of mascot is for nothing? Because the king didn't give you a chance to improve your favorability. I got the key information. It's hard to improve the king's favorability? In this case, does it mean that the king actually has a very difficult hidden task? Don't think about it. It's hard to improve the king's favorability. There is another point. When the king deducts favorability, it doesn't just deduct his favorability towards you. Once his favorability drops, the favorability and reputation of the entire kingdom, all NPCs, and all races will also drop, which will make you return to the novice period in a minute. So awesome? Not only that, I recommend new players to read this post-analysis of the possibility of NPC King's favorability declining, which comprehensively analyzes several possible situations that may occur when the King's favorability drops all the way to the bottom. I remember this post. It was an early analysis post by Lewin, who mentioned a possibility that the King's favorability was related to the kingdom's reputation. He suspected that after the king's favorability fell to a negative number, the kingdom's reputation would turn into a hostile state. Kingdom's reputation turned into a hostile state. Why does this phrase sound so familiar? I'll post a screenshot for you to feel it. System warning, under any circumstances. Betraying the kingdom's interests, intelligence and related behaviors is equivalent to betraying the kingdom, and will be expelled from the kingdom. The kingdom's reputation will be locked in a hostile state forever. And the kingdom's NPC will unconditionally kill the betrayer. After killing the betrayer, the player can receive a generous reward from the NPC. This screenshot was taken from Ye's video. Right? I remembered that before Ye became a red name. This system prompt popped up several times. I said, 2 NPCs of this appearance appeared in front of the players. Why is the background in the screenshot so empty? It turns out that the players did not dare to rush up to surround them. Game coordinates NPC is at this position. Come quickly if you want. The Kingdom Knights and NPCs are already maintaining order. Fuck. I'm online. Who cares? Even if I'm a fan. I've never been a fan of such a good-looking brother. I beg the planner to add more scenes to these 2 NPCs. It would be best if they were fixed in a certain location and gave players tasks. If it doesn't work, I can add money. If the money added by the above is not enough, we can still crowdfund. Oh my god. I knew that the forum post would be flooded with messages. Thanks for the invitation. I just logged off and was at the scene. I just had my favorability and reputation deducted. In the end, I was hacked to death by the NPC who maintained order. I would like to remind everyone to be cautious when chasing stars. The sooner you die, the sooner you will be resurrected. I would like to chase stars, but won't I be addicted and unable to go online? Brother, can you talk a little? How is the situation? How cruel is the king in deducting favorability? Are those 2 NPCs really that good looking? Screenshot of a crowded street, screenshot of a wide road with only the king and NPCs. Who dares to block the king's way? At the beginning, there were a few players who didn't know how to rush forward. Their favorability dropped rapidly. The fastest player received the same warning as Ye, and was so scared that he shrank back on the spot. I have never seen players behave so well. In a crowded situation, they made way for the king and NPCs. What does the system warning look like? Let me open my eyes. System warning: your kingdom reputation is too low. Any disrespect to the king will further reduce the kingdom reputation. After the kingdom reputation is minus 100, the kingdom reputation will turn into hatred. You will be expelled from the kingdom. The kingdom's NPC will unconditionally kill the betrayer. After killing the betrayer, the player can receive a generous reward from the NPC. Minus 100? No way. Now the average player's kingdom reputation is several hundred. And some have exceeded 1,000. How crazy must it be to drop below minus 100 so quickly? The king's favorability dropped by 5 points. So the kingdom's reputation dropped by x10. 50 points. And the favorability and reputation of the other races and NPCs in the kingdom all dropped by x10. The planner is a bit too much. Isn't this mechanism unreasonable? If the king's favorability is reduced, the player's hard-earned favorability and reputation will be deducted? It's not the first time the planner has been so excessive. Who can you go to for justice? So it seems that the king's absence from the players is actually a good thing. Fuck. 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 What is the origin of this NPC? Self-contained flower road screenshot, self-contained searchlight screenshot, Jin's front screenshot, side screenshot, back screenshot, 9 screenshots in total. Are you using this as a social media? And you're putting together a 9-square grid? This is the real beauty era. No need to pick angles. No need to Photoshop. How to take a perfect photo. Who said there is no Photoshop? This searchlight is too much. And there is also this flower path. What's the fuss? There are so many flowers growing on the stone slab. Is it still scientific? This game has taught you about science? It is so unscientific. With a built-in flower path and searchlight. Flowers bloom wherever you walk. What kind of personality is this NPC? Druids are not so exaggerated. Why does he have a built-in flower path? I suggest that druids fight him to see who is the real son of nature. The flower path is fine. And controlling plants is not uncommon. But this searchlight is too much. How heavy is the idle burden? And he even lights himself when he goes out? Is the planner planning to set up a virtual boy group and target the audience at star chasing girls? Otherwise, why did the personality of this NPC suddenly become Mary Sue? Seriously? Is the principle of this searchlight a spell? Wow. Is this NPC all-powerful? Is he stealing the jobs of druids and mages? Damn. This man has successfully aroused my interest. The planner actually added so many personalities to him. It seems that this NPC is really important. I can feel the breath of the main plot of the game. Isn't the main plot of this game about unifying the continent? Wait. Is the NPC on the left of the king an elf? Fuck. The group of people upstairs, who are only busy looking at the little brother, didn't see such obvious racial characteristics. Maybe it's because the other little brother is too dramatic. So we can't take our eyes off him. Wow. How come the elves suddenly appeared in the kingdom? Did the team that the king sent to contact the kingdom of elves succeed? Have the number of neutral forces interacting with the kingdom increased? Will there be a wave of handsome men and beautiful women in the kingdom soon? Sure. I like the new elves. Just asking. Can I change my job to elves? Strongly request the planner to come up with a point reset function. The initial profession of dwarf is simply too common. Old players have no chance to enjoy this kind of profession that appeared later. This is too unfair. Do elves have a built-in beauty function? No. This post is so high. But I clicked in and found that there is no useful information. It's been so long. At least tell me if they have a mission? The king can't suddenly appear for no reason. Right? What are these NPCs doing? I followed them for a long time. They seem to be looking at the scenery. What? Then you haven't come up yet. This is definitely waiting for players to trigger a special plot. If you come up, doesn't a yee warning pop up? Has this warning been renamed yee warning? Yee. Miserable. I don't think it's like waiting for players to trigger a special plot. The king is too harsh in deducting favorability. I believe that the king doesn't want players to bother him at all. That must be because you haven't met the hidden conditions to trigger a special plot. If anyone thinks they meet the hidden conditions to trigger a special plot, just try it yourself. I think the king seems to be planning to visit the entire kingdom and won't return to the main city in a short time. Speaking of which, when will the main city be open to players? I'm going back from the Ring clan now. Wait for me. No more garbage digging. It's time to prove who is the real European emperor. Hidden missions are for me. Here I come. as He Xingwen and his friends spent more time viewing the scenery in the kingdom. Waves of players, who came to visit, barely maintained order under the king's warning of deducting favorability. He Xingwen took Jean to the city on the land of God's fall. And Jean showed a nostalgic look. It used to be. Jean stared at the passing train, probably realizing that time was too far away. So he swallowed the second half of his words, and just said, Father God is very good at these. He Xingwen thought of the cities and technological products that appeared in the territory after the kingdom was upgraded. He should have noticed this earlier. The style of these things is indeed closer to the Alpha Federation. However, Nulita recalled, here stood a Garden of Eden created by Father God. The word Garden of Eden is a translation word based on the culture of Earthlings. He Xingwen thought so, looked at Nulita, and suddenly remembered another thing. Have you seen Li Wang? Nulita frowned slightly, probably because he didn't expect the topic to jump here suddenly. And he answered this question, no. I won't pay special attention to a human being. Nulita said, when Li Wang became famous on the mainland for leading the Sarfa Federation. I was wandering on the mainland with the little devil. When I became interested in the Sarfa Federation, the Sarfa Federation had a little accident, and they expelled the devil. The little accident in Nulita's mouth probably refers to the accident in which the devil accidentally caused the scientific experiment to leak out, so that a city in the Sarfa Federation was forced to evacuate urgently. This accident made the Sarfa Federation completely expel the devil. This is normal. After all, the devil can't know all the intelligent creatures on the mainland. But considering the special connection between Li Wang and the Father God, this kind of coincidence sounds more like a kind of destiny. Nulita glanced at the king and smelled something strange in the abrupt change of topic. Why do you ask this suddenly? King? Jean cast his eyes to the seemingly endless mountains in the distance, and said casually, let's go there and take a look. Nulita glanced at Jean. Jean seemed to have just realized that Nulita was asking a question and answered the question for the king. The Father God once had a name. Nulita was so smart that he could tell the answer by hearing the string. This level of hint almost put the answer in front of him. A strange premonition came roaring, connecting everything into an incredible guess. And Nulita's expression froze. The players who surrounded them densely whispered. What are they talking about? Can you hear it? I can't hear it at all. I suspect they use magic to block the sound. What about lip movements? Brother, how many hidden talents do you think the players have? And you are given the special skill of reading lip movements? Don't even think about it. I can't see the lip movements clearly. What the hell? What special plot is hidden so tightly? Who will be the next one? Along with the whispers, a player rushed out of the encirclement and stood on the road that He Xingwen and his team had to pass. He Xingwen stopped and deducted 10 points of favorability from this player. The overwhelmed player watched his kingdom's reputation drop by 100 points, almost directly turning into a negative number. And the system warning jumped out instantly. Without saying a word, he disappeared in front of He Xingwen much faster than when he rushed out just now, fearing that he would lose another 10 points of favorability and be red on the spot. This episode was insignificant to He Xingwen and the others. Jean and Nulita didn't even look at the player and continued the conversation just now. Why didn't I know that the Father God had a name? Nulita seemed to be eager to deny a possibility and said, I thought the Father God was the Father God? Jean recalled, before the little devil was born, the Father God abandoned that name. He Xingwen moved his eyes away from the player and reinserted the conversation. Why? The past stays in the past, and the future stays in the future. Jean smiled slightly, and the flowers on the ground bloomed one after another, and they walked on the flower path. Nalbuda turned his head to look at the king. So, that name. He Xingwen was calm. I think what the Father God said is right. It's just a name that has been abandoned. But that name was on Nalbuda's lips, and he could say it out in the next second. He Xingwen fooled Nalbuda very perfunctorily, and then naturally changed the conversation partner. You just said to go to the top of the mountains to have a look. Jean, top of the mountains? What a good name. The other party's reaction confirmed He Xingwen. It seems that the terrain of the continent has changed a lot in these few eras, He Xingwen said, while reaching out to shake He Tong's hand. The other party had almost no sense of existence in this conversation, which was He Tong's normal state. But now, He Xingwen's care for him was different from before. So he couldn't help but divert his attention from the conversation to He Tong. He turned his head to look at He Tong, who had almost no sense of existence. He Tong smiled at him. He enjoyed this moment of quietly watching him. After receiving the other party's response, He Xingwen retracted his gaze and looked at Jean again. But for some reason, there was a sudden burst of shocking screams in the player group, so that He Xingwen subconsciously looked at the noisy players before his eyes fell on Jean. Then he sent a message to them that they would be deducted 5 points of favorability. The effect was immediate. The players covered their mouths and swallowed the screams back into their throats, making a strange muffled sound. He Xingwen's puzzled eyes stayed on them for a few seconds. He was pulled back by Jin's voice without finding the reason for the player's abnormality. Compared to before, it has indeed changed a lot, Jean said. There was no mountain top at that time. Nolita's attention was focused on the name abandoned by the Father God. He was slow to react and did not respond in time. Outside the Garden of Eden is a fertile plain where weak humans rely on the Father God's blessing to reproduce. It sounds like it is describing the Neva Plain. He Xingwen pointed in a certain direction. The Neva Plain is northeast of the land of God's fall. Jean did not follow his gaze. He looked at the land under his feet and repeated the word, the land of God's fall? Before the kingdom appeared. Nolita took a moment to calm his emotions. This is the land of God's fall where no life exists. He sneered. Do you think that the Father God's fall here will have no effect on this? Don't be silly. Even at this moment, there is still the anger that the Father God's fall brought to this land. Jean once again showed the deep pain. The flower road withered in the blink of an eye, and the searchlight was dim. The player sighed at the ancient Mary Sue halo. Nolita enjoys the pain of others, except for the great demon. He pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a fake smile, It seems that you have completely forgotten the memory of Jean. Jean was not very emotional, but still answered this sentence. There are too many memories of the great demon, so it is difficult to search for the short-term memory of humans. Nolita interrupted him. It's because you don't want to remember it at all. He raised the corner of his mouth, and the fake smile instantly turned into a sneer. You are really eager to die. Jean fell silent. Nolita did not press further. The king had already given a warning, and he would never try to provoke the king's warning. That kind of behavior is too stupid. Are we going to the top of the mountains now? Nolita casually opened the space teleport, which was considered to be a reluctant return to the theme of the visit. When He Xingwen and his friends changed the visiting area, the content of the forum post completely went off track. The king and the elf hold hands. GIF the elf, and the king smile at each other. GIF. Damn. Are these two NPCs a little bit wrong? More than a little wrong. Straight men have to say they are so gay. The planner is so good at taking advantage of the hot spots. He is starting to be homosexual now? What homosexuality? Ugly people are called homosexuals, and beautiful people are called beautiful. Right? The planner knows how to play. Wait. Can I apply to replace the king with that Mary Sue NPC? I think these two are more compatible in terms of appearance. Cult. Respect yourself. The king is obviously the official couple. Are you guys already? I'm so impressed by the elf's looks. Fuck. This eye contact animated eye contact slowed down 1.5 times. If these two are nothing, then probably all heterosexual relationships in the world are nothing. I quickly got into the game. I can edit videos and write fanfiction. So I just want to ask the planner if there will be much follow-up plot for these two NPCs? Sisters are fine. So are younger sisters. JPG. I've never seen so many female IDs in any post on the forum. That's because you are ignorant. Take a look at Nolita's personal posts. They are all female. Impossible. I firmly believe that this is pure brotherhood. This is stealing a big chicken. Straight man shot. JPG. This game is supported by the country, and the important NPC is gay. Why do I feel like it's some kind of hint? What? Homosexuality is going to be legal? If it's true, I will put up a plaque for the planner right now. And I am willing to exchange 10 pounds of fat for the passage of the bill. You guys are going too far. Can you get back to the topic? The special plot of the special NPC is the key point. Who has time to care about the king's personal feelings? A total of 9 high-definition screenshots of the king and the elves' interaction. Sisters, put the matches on the public screen for me. That's not necessary. No. Are you so quick? I saw someone on the king's social media asking the planner to come up with a plot related to the king and the elves? Then you must not have seen the forum homepage? The king and the elves are all on the screen. What a carnival. You guys, return this thread to the forgotten topic. Go back to your own thread and brush the beautiful love. Okay? They went to the top of the mountain's coordinates. Everyone quickly changed places. It's miserable. The unbelieving player followed in EA's footsteps, was red on the spot, and is now blocked at the resurrection point. Resurrection point surrounded by NPCs.jpg. I have never seen NPCs so excited. What's the name of this player? Farewell. Ye has been nailed to the pillar of shame and repeatedly whipped. At least give this player some dignity. Fuck. I only heard others repeatedly mention Ye before. But I really haven't seen such a scene. Red name in normal game. Players blocking the resurrection point. Red name in this game. NPC blocking the resurrection point. Is this still playable? Otherwise, why would Ye be nailed on the pillar of shame for so long? Isn't it to remind new players how miserable it is when the kingdom reputation becomes hatred? Too miserable. This game is really unplayable when the kingdom reputation becomes hatred. Resurrecting at the resurrection point in the city is like walking into a tiger's mouth. Surrounded by countless NPCs in the city. Resurrecting at the temporary resurrection point is not much better. The temporary resurrection point is the NPC. How can you be stabbed to death by the NPC on the spot when you resurrect? It's so miserable that I gave up the idea of talking to the king. No! This player is so stubborn. The system warning popped up so many times. Why doesn't he get out of the king's sight? After all, Ye's story happened during the internal test. It's been too long since then. So it's inevitable that some players have forgotten how painful the previous lessons were. Wait. Why did I hear that it seemed to be a foreign player? What? A foreign player. Can't he understand the system warning? No. I think foreign players are generally stubborn. Now it's good. Most of the players went to watch the unlucky guy being blocked at the resurrection point. And no player dared to step forward on the king's side. I think this should be a Ye's. Are you a devil? Rubbing salt into someone's wounds. Ye's, thank you for the invitation. With my unremitting efforts, His Majesty the King finally gave in. Wow! Ye's actually showed up? His Majesty the King gave in and allowed players to bind 2 accounts? Great news! Players who are ready to treason can start your performance. Ye, His Majesty the King finally agreed to find me a job in the holographic game. Let me become a real NPC in the game. What? Also assigning jobs? Real NPC sounds good? Ye, the job content is to play the role of a red name during working hours. Reminding players how miserable it is when the kingdom's reputation becomes hatred. Sorry. I don't understand this sentence. What does it mean to play the role of a red name? Do you still need to play? Isn't it a red name when you go online directly? Ye, yes. So I emphasize the working hours. 8 hours of working time. And you can temporarily hide the red name status after get off work and return to the normal life of the players. I don't know why. It sounds even more miserable. Wait. Isn't there an anti-addiction system? How can you stay in the game for that long? Yee. So 8 hours of work. 2 hours of free time. And then you have to log off because of the anti-addiction system. Yee. This is so miserable. Chapter 211 Global Public Beta 35 Big Devil Part 2. The appearance of the second unlucky guy was beyond He Xingwen's expectations. Since Ye had proven how unbreakable the bond between the kingdom and the players was. Most players would stop their actions rationally before the warning of kingdom reputation turns into hatred to avoid repeating the same mistake. You see? From the internal beta to the global public beta. The name Ye is seamlessly linked to the word miserable. Anyone who mentions him must follow the description of miserable. So, when He Xingwen and Jean were watching the scenery in the infrastructure city on the top of the mountains, a player suddenly rushed out and walked in front of He Xingwen in a stack of system notifications of declining favorability. He Xingwen couldn't help but admire him a little. A true warrior dares to face the blood. What a fearless spirit worthy of admiration. For the sake of this spirit, He Xingwen waited until he finished speaking before considerately deducting his kingdom reputation to -100. Satisfying his fearless spirit. The player who rushed to He Xingwen ignored the system warning. And before the kingdom knight could drag him down, he repeatedly said to the target NPC, "Respected king, I want to contribute to the kingdom. Please give me the most difficult test." Jean and Nulita cast their eyes on the player who suddenly appeared. They knew that those players had some overly intense enthusiasm for them. After all, with Jean and Nulita's abilities, they could clearly hear the whispers between the densely packed players not far away. But the king maintained order, and obviously did not want the players to disturb them. So Jean and Nulita ignored the overly excited player at the same time until the player rushed in front of them recklessly. Nulita subconsciously had a lot of bad water in his stomach, and then quickly disappeared after realizing the king's attitude towards this. Jean watched this little accident with interest. The emergency ended faster than he thought. The other party only had a chance to say one sentence. And after he finished speaking, the string of words above his head suddenly turned red. Then the next second, the dwarf cast his eyes here. The machine fell from the sky. White light flashed, and the other party disappeared from their sight. There was a lively sound from another part of the city, and out of some curiosity, Gene cast his eyes in that direction. The distance and obstacles did not hinder his sight, and he saw the farce being played next to the temporary resurrection point. The NPCs all paid attention to the red name, and then surrounded the other party. The machines flew together, and the ether set off one small wave after another, and the temporary resurrection point was instantly full of murderous intent. The white light flashed again and again, not giving the other party a chance to move. The people of the kingdom pressed the other party to the temporary resurrection point, and made it difficult for them to move. To be precise, they were in a life and death struggle. Some of the players not far away joined in the fun, and witnessed the fate of the kingdom after its reputation turned into hatred. They deeply understood why Yi was famous, because this fate was really tragic. So, the chain reaction brought about by the second unlucky guy was directly presented in front of Hixingwen and others. If there were still players trying to trigger special plots in the land of God's fall, then after reaching the top of the mountains, the probability of players appearing in front of them dropped sharply. After all, everyone still cherishes their game accounts. Although they didn't dare to try to trigger the special plot, the players didn't retreat. They kept a distance to watch the next move of the special NPC, and broadcast it live on the forum at any time. Gene retracted his gaze from the lively resurrection point, and continued the topic just now. The lively point is also good. They walked through many cities on the top of the mountains that were still preparing for infrastructure construction, and suddenly passed through thousands of cities on the top of the mountains. Forum. What? Is this the legendary shrinking the earth into an inch? Ran to number 13 Beishan City on the top of the mountains in an instant? I didn't see them use space teleportation. They really took a step and arrived at the next city directly. Magic? Why do I feel that normal people can't do this? If everyone can do it, then why do we still need space teleportation? Wouldn't it be more elegant to shrink the earth into an inch? As expected of a special NPC that spent so much ARB resources. This must have a special mission. Otherwise, how could it be left wandering around here? But now the players can't even keep up, let alone trigger a dialogue. And I think it's too dangerous to show up in front of the king. That unlucky guy is still dying in the resurrection point. This is called the higher the risk, the higher the reward. A real man should challenge the highest difficulty. The top of the mountains. Gene looked at several cities that were still under construction and roughly understood the situation of the top of the mountains. And then slowed down his pace. The speed of shrinking the earth into an inch also slowed down. There is no other candidate who can shrink the earth into an inch except the great demon favored by the world. It seems that in the civilization of another world, the traces left by the gods are even rarer. Gene said to Hixingwen in a gentle voice, "This is a good thing. It is better to be self-reliant from the beginning than to pin your hopes on the gods." Nilita sneered, but did not stab the wound of the great demon again. Hixingwen did not mean to hide it. He nodded in agreement with Jin's words. That world does not believe in gods. These two worlds are two completely opposite extremes. Hixingwen cast his eyes on the huge figure hovering in the sky not far away, and said casually, "The influence of gods on them has been reduced to the minimum. It can even be said that gods do not exist. That is a world belonging to intelligent creatures." Nilita pricked up his ears to receive this information. No wonder they are so weak. Even the traces of ether are so weak that they are almost non-existent. Gene didn't care about the players from another world. He just mentioned it casually and quickly shifted his attention to the huge figure in the sky. Dragon Clan? Hixingwen nodded. The Dragon Clan was originally located in the South China Sea, but the Zerg invasion caused the situation in the South China Sea to get out of control. So they are currently temporarily living in the kingdom. In fact, it's not temporary residence, because urban construction is being carried out in various parts of the kingdom. The kingdom's demand for ore has soared. So to be more precise, the entire Dragon Clan has been hired by the kingdom. There's no way. Who let the Dragon Clan be strong and powerful? And love treasures? They cooperated seamlessly with the digging team composed of dwarves and players, greatly speeding up the mining speed of the veins on the top of the mountains. Of course, for the dragons, this is also a good thing, the profit sharing of the entire mine on the top of the mountains. The huge wealth that fell from the sky. Is there anything happier than this? Of course there is. That is, they only need to get along with the mine day and night, or even get close to it. to get this huge wealth. Rolling on the pure crystal mine is simply a double happiness for the dragons. Therefore, the dragons are currently in a state of complete happiness here, and have never thought about leaving the kingdom and returning to Dragon Island. He Xingwen has already checked the task of accepting the dragons in his main task. To a certain extent, the dragons are the first target of the kingdom's peaceful evolution. The orcs can only be counted as the second. Jean stared at the dragons hovering in the air for a few seconds. And through them, he sensed the situation of the entire dragon clan. They are weaker than before. Weaker? Weaker? As a single strength of 5. The dragons have never had any connection with the word weak. Not to mention that there is an adverb of degree in front of it. Regarding this, Nulita, who has experienced the complete evolution of the era, has something to say. The era of the Father God is the most powerful era in this world. Nulita said slowly. After the fall of the Father God, the Dark Ages destroyed a large number of powerful races, and other races in this world began to weaken. Nulita glanced at Jean, who was not involved, but this has nothing to do with these races. This is just one of the many disasters brought about by the fall of the Father God. Nulita smiled brightly at Jean. After all, the great demons have been dead for so long. It is normal not to know what the fall of the Father God means to this world. These two races really can't get together. He Xingwen looked at Jean, who was dimming again, and felt that the plot had returned to the old Mary Sue. He always felt that it would be embarrassing if he got involved. Although He Xingwen had never been tempered by society, he was born unable to understand this kind of complex emotions. Perhaps it was because he had not been tempered by society that he had enough confidence. So he was more inclined to solve the problem directly instead of crying for past mistakes. Of course, Jean did not cry, but the style was slightly old-fashioned. He Xingwen reflected deeply on himself in the conversation between Nulita and Jean. Perhaps this was the end of letting the intelligent creatures, who should not have survive. Self-righteous behavior may not be a good thing for others. Jean and Nulita continued the conversation in the king's silence. Jean took his eyes off the dragon and looked at the little devil, who hadn't spoken well all the way. I'm sorry. You've said this too many times today. Nulita said coldly. If you really think so, then live and take the responsibility you should take with us. A big devil can't change anything. Jean glanced at the king, who was obviously distracted, and said, especially since the king has started to solve the problem. He approached Nulita and stretched out his hand hesitantly. Nulita tensed up instantly, as if the one who stretched out his hand was not a nominal brother, but an extremely dangerous enemy. Jean patted his shoulder lightly, hesitated for a few seconds, and took the little devil into his arms. The player not far away screamed out of control again. He Xingwen glanced at the players and wholesaled a wave of decreased favorability, letting them return to the background quietly. Nulita reacted very quickly and pushed Jean away, with a rich expression that could be called out of control. Nulita raised his voice. What are you doing? I just remembered that we never seemed to be so close. Jean still looked gentle, although we are brothers. Our relationship has never been very good. Nulita quickly controlled his out-of-control emotions, brushed off the dust on his clothes that did not exist at all, took a step back, kept a safe distance from the other party, and then said sarcastically, that's true. But you missed one thing. The relationship is not good because you don't like us. Who made the little devil have a bad personality? Greedy for life and death, full of lies, and take pleasure in the pain of others? Jean nodded and admitted this. It is really difficult to like you through your bad personality. To be precise, it is impossible at all. How perverted must one be to like a creature like a little devil? Thousands of Nulita's fans on the earth? Nulita said in an exaggerated tone. The whole continent has the same idea as you. But you seem to have forgotten one thing. We don't need you to like us. Nulita said with a fake smile. Little devils are different from big devils. We don't lack love as much as you do. He stabbed Jean in the heart skillfully. Even if you die, you have to die with the Father God. You can't survive if you are left behind. TSK. I am very fortunate that I had the opportunity to correct this point. Jean seemed not to hear Nulita's words, and continued to say, I like you guys now. Nulita gave him a perfunctory smile. We are really honored. After Jean finished speaking, he also shook his head. That's right. You are not doing this for us. You don't need this belated affirmation. The scene was a little cold for a while. Nulita rolled his eyes restrainedly and said sarcastically, we do this because we are happy. I don't want you to die because your value is high enough. It would be a pity to die like this. Nulita gestured in the direction of the king. It can be seen that you don't understand us as well as the king. He Xingwen, who was trying to avoid interrupting the conversation, couldn't help coughing. Nulita instantly used his special skills of changing faces, as a citizen of the kingdom. Of course, I stand on the position of protecting the kingdom's property. He Xingwen really knows Nulita very well. He ignored Nulita and said to Jean, I won't trust the little devil's words, because most of them are lies. Jean did not expect that the little devil and the king's way of getting along would be so strange. However, apart from what they say, you can completely trust the little devil, He Xingwen said to Jean, because he will choose the path that is better for the world. Sometimes, cold calculations of interests can also have a hot temperature. It's just that it's hard for people to find out. So, the little devil cares about you very much, He Xingwen said. After all, as you said, a big devil can't change anything. But he still hopes you can survive. Nulita can still say a few words to Jean. But when facing the king, he shuts up. Jean took a step forward and gave Nulita a tight hug again. You did a great job. Much better than us. Nulita stiffened his body and realized something from the other party's words. I thought you wanted to see the Arcane Academy and the Everfree Forest. I've seen it. Jin's eyes passed over the scenery in front of him and took in the whole world. It's so lively. Trees are so lively. Humans have power. Orcs are still the same. Elves are hiding. Hygiene is very interesting. The existence of the undead is very pleasing. The underwater creatures in the South China Sea are powerful enough. Jin's eyes fell on the civilizations on the outermost edge of the continent. He swept through the chaos and blood, those new civilizations. Jin turned his head to ask the king for his opinion. It's a bit troublesome. Do you need me to help you deal with it? A question mark appeared on He Xingwen's head. He Tong, who had no sense of presence at the side, took over the conversation and explained the specific meaning of the word handle. He probably wants to help you clear out the civilizations on the outermost edge of the continent. Jean smiled brightly, as if talking about something trivial. It's easier to just clear it out. He Xingwen stared at the big devil, who casually gave an extremely bloody suggestion, and deeply understood one thing. Don't try to characterize a race, because the complex human nature itself cannot be defined by a few words. Nulita witnessed the big devil's personality overturned in front of the king, sneered, pushed the big devil away, and dusted off the non-existent dust and said, the king doesn't like insignificant killings. Your set is outdated. He Xingwen should have thought of this earlier. In a world where the law of the jungle is the general rule, this rule will only be more vivid in the earlier period. Therefore, the moral standards of the great demon are based on the moral standards of the other world, while He Xingwen's moral standards are based on the standards of the earth. The two are very different, and are not the same thing at all. Jean did not change much when he heard this. At most he felt a little regretful. If it cannot be cleared, it may be a bit troublesome, considering the great demon's military strength. He Xingwen finally realized that the situation at the outermost edge of the continent seems to be a bit of a problem. What's going on at the outermost edge of the continent? Jean thought about how to describe it, and finally asked the king, do you know how many incomplete new civilizations there are at the outermost edge of the continent? He Xingwen had an ominous premonition. How many? Thousands. He Xingwen emphasized his tone and asked again, how many? Before the great demon repeated the number, he reacted himself. So many? Aren't there only 6 new civilizations on the continent? Namely the undead, Eskin, Plankton, White Elves, Manxing, and Zerg? How could there be thousands of new civilizations on the outer edge of the continent? Jean was surprised. There are only 6 new civilizations on the continent. Namely the undead, Eskin, Plankton, White Elves, Manxing, and Zerg? How could there be thousands of new civilizations on the outer edge of the continent? Jean was surprised. There are only 6 new civilizations on the continent. Namely the undead, Eskin, Plankton, White Elves, Manxing, and Zerg? There are at least more than 100 new civilizations left behind. Not just 6. He Tong reminded He Xingwen in his ear. South China Sea. He Xingwen turned his head and looked at He Tong. There are more than 100 new civilizations in the South China Sea. Some have been completely wiped out, and some have been annexed. He Tong said calmly. The new civilizations that survived in the end were integrated into the South China Sea. The 5th era has been more than 10,000 years so far. He Tong further explained. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are thousands of new civilizations bordering each other. He Xingwen, no. I think it is exaggerated. He Tong, the most powerful new civilizations are based on the continent. The rest are based in the South China Sea. and the weakest new civilizations can only stay on the outermost edge of the continent. The 6 new civilizations that He Xingwen knows are powerful enough to fight against the entire continent, which has been fully demonstrated in previous contexts. Ezigen, the first race that borders this world and forms a commercial monopoly. Undead and Plankton. The undead. White elves are accepted by the native elves of this world, and the ruins of the South Federation on Manxing are enough to prove the gap in strength between them and the creatures on the continent. As for the Zerg, the emergence of players has stopped them from conquering the world. He Xingwen can understand He Tong's explanation, but this number is too shocking. Can thousands of new civilizations be called the outer edge of the continent? This number directly constitutes a new continent. It is more appropriate to call it the New World. Nilida agreed after hearing the king's words. This is a bloodier new world. Although the order of the continent is not peaceful. Nilida spread his hands. Compared with the New World, it is too mild. He Xingwen's ominous premonition became stronger. Jean added slowly, although there are thousands of new civilizations. In fact, there are only about 100 left. The others are probably exterminated. This sounds even more brutal. Jean organized his words. From the origin I just saw. In the past 10,000 years of fighting, conspiracy, and disorder, it has become a coliseum full of conspiracy, deception, violence, death, and blood feuds. Have you heard of raising goo? Put hundreds of different kinds of aggressive poisonous insects in a small jar. Wait for 49 days. And the one that survives is the most poisonous and aggressive goo king. In the past 10,000 years, the New World at the outermost edge of the continent has objectively created such an environment, where more than 100 winners have emerged from the fight among thousands of civilizations. And this fight has not actually ended yet, because the only winner has not yet been decided. In this case, the races that can occupy a place on the outer edge of the continent may have belonged to the weak new civilization 10,000 years ago. But now, they have nothing to do with weakness. He Xingwen's eyebrows jumped, and he suddenly remembered the Huan tribe that had already come into contact with the players, and the other new civilizations that would come into contact with the players one after another. As if knowing what the king was thinking, Nilida frowned and immediately took over the conversation. Most of the little demons are in the New World, and they will pay attention to the situation of the players. Of course, if the demons don't keep a close eye on the troublemakers, like players entering this chaotic place, who knows what big news the players can make. The demons don't mind the players taking advantage of the situation. After all, in essence, the demons staying in the New World are doing the same thing. The only thing to worry about is that the players don't intend to take advantage of the situation, but go straight to the goal of making big news. After hearing this, He Xingwen also felt that his worry was unreasonable. They were players. Players backed by the main console of the game. No matter how brutal the new civilization on the outermost edge of the continent is, for the players, it is just a slightly more difficult copy. Those new civilizations can't do anything to the players. As soon as this thought came up and the standard flag was set, He Xingwen saw a familiar golden light extending from the main city, across the entire continent, and landing in the outermost area of the continent. He Xingwen's eyes paused in that direction, watching the golden light light up, and then watching the golden light slowly withdraw, and came to a firm conclusion. Those new civilizations have attacked the players. But at the moment, the sudden storm at the outermost edge of the continent has not yet affected the continent, so no one knows about the changes in the distance. He Xingwen thought of this, and turned his head to look at Jean. Jean slowly withdrew his gaze from the distance, revealing a regretful expression. Players. He considered the words. They had further contact with those new civilizations. What did he see? He Xingwen looked into the distance. Or rather, what did those new civilizations do? Nilida followed the distance where they looked. He was not a big devil, and he couldn't see everything that was happening at the outermost edge of the continent from such a long distance. What happened in the New World? Nilida glanced at Jean, frowning. Is it related to the players? Jean touched his head, and Nilida didn't hold back, and slapped backhand, and the sharp edge that was enough to crush the boulder fell on Jin's hand without leaving any mark. Jean smiled softly. It's not a big deal. Briefly passing over the chaos in the distance, Jean mentioned another thing in a relaxed tone. It's about time. Nilida was not fooled by Jin's casual tone, but his attention did shift from the New World to Jean. Even in such a chaotic New World, you don't feel that you have an unshirkable responsibility for all this? Jean said calmly. The world is on the right track. Everything is better than I thought. I am glad that I don't have to stay. The world doesn't need gods and big demons. They have new navigators. King Jin nodded slightly. Thank you for forgiving me. I'm sorry I didn't accept it. He Xingwen shook his head slightly, indicating that the other party didn't have to apologize for this. Jin's eyes swept across the taciturn Yitong and fell on Nubalita. Goodbye. My brother. He wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. Perhaps because he knew very well that for the little demon who had experienced the Dark Ages and the Fifth Age alone, being abandoned again was not worth their attention, and the belated affirmation was meaningless to them. Golden light shone from Jin, accompanied by the exclamations of players in the distance, quickly burning out the traces of Jin left. A trace of ink that seemed to have not dried yet fell inconspicuously back into the golden tattoo on the back of He Xingwen's hand. The rule that revived gold returned to an unused state. The sky and the earth were dim, and the flowers that bloomed because of the great demon withered along the way, piled up on both sides of the road. And when the wind blew, they floated all over the ground. Chapter 212 Global Public Beta 36 Tell him I love you in progress. Forum. Am I dazzled? That special NPC spontaneously combusted? Is the planner mentally ill? Spending so many art resources just to destroy the most beautiful things for the players to see? That's hard to say. The question of whether the planner is mentally ill is Schrodinger's mentally ill. Before receiving the mental state test report, the planner is in a superposition state of mentally ill and mentally healthy. Only when the planner issues a mental state test report can we know whether the planner's brain is sick or not. What? Died so soon? Is it another plot killing caused by not triggering the special plot? Is the planner really mentally ill? This special NPC was killed half an hour after appearing? How crazy must one be to do this? Fuck. Fortunately, I followed along all the way, risking the king's deduction of the kingdom's reputation, and took so many screenshots of special NPCs, and they became the last in a blink of an eye. No! The devil CP just ended like this? Where did the devil CP come from? Kim and Null-Buddha hug. GIF Kim touches Null-Buddha's head, but Null-Buddha slaps him away. GIF Kim and Null-Buddha look at each other. JPG Null-Buddha approaches Kim angrily. JPG. The woman's tongue is sweet. I got it. Thanks for the candy. What the hell? It ended in a blink of an eye. I advise my sisters to get the king's CP. The king's special identity is definitely not going to die casually. I think the CP will definitely have after-sales service. No. Can you spare the male compatriots in the forum? Stop using screenshots to discuss people. Okay. They all say that it was a pure stealing big chicken. But it was obviously you who saw the gay with your eyes. I am a male compatriot. But I tell you the truth. I think the king and the elf are real. The king and the elf look at each other. GIF. I don't care who is real. I just care why this special NPC died suddenly. Is it the same as the Salfa Federation? Can the remains be maximized? It was burned clean. Where did the remains come from? So, this is the end? Normally, the planner would not do such a thing. It took several months to model this NPC, and it appeared for less than half a day, and then it was gone? The planner wasted art resources like this. Can His Majesty tolerate it? Maybe the NPC modeling of the holographic game is different from the previous regular NPC modeling? It doesn't take too much time. Jin's front screenshot. JPG. I suggest you look at this face and say it doesn't take too much time again. With such a perfect appearance, it is an insult to us if we don't spend too much time on it. The topic has gone off track again. That's better than eating sugar. I just looked at the homepage and there is actually another sugar picking post. How long has this NPC appeared? How can it still be eaten? Are you crazy? I'm going to leave a message to His Majesty the King, strongly requesting the revival of this special NPC. I'm going to. Amid a row of voices of agreement, the post turned the page again. Although the king and the elves had returned to the main city and disappeared from the player's field of vision, the popularity brought by the appearance of Jin and the elves did not go down so easily. Players were attracted by the appearance of the special NPC, and were shocked by the short appearance time. Jin inexplicably had the character of beautiful, strong and miserable, and also set off a wave of demands for Jin's resurrection on the internet, of course. As always, His Majesty the King ignored them. However, the players themselves had a lot of fun. Eating sugar, licking the face, pulling CP, editing videos, and the whole process was running. Until the sugar-eating group, who was flipping through the video frame by frame, suddenly found something wrong, and extended their focus on Jin to the elves. Digging out a big secret. Has anyone discovered? This elf doesn't seem to be a human? Original poster. Screenshot enlarged partial screenshot distorted skin details. This is what we cut out from the video. Video address we found other players' recordings at the same time. And we can basically confirm that this is not the video maker's bad taste, but the scene recorded by the video truthfully. 5 pictures of different videos for comparison. Additional comparison video addresses. Fuck. This title scared me so much that I clicked in. What does it mean? The King CP is a ghost? No. There are ghosts in this game. But they are all in the Valley of the Dead. Elves are not humans. Right? They are elves. How can you find such details? How can you see that this is just a normal physiological performance? I think you are thinking too much. This title is too scary. Good man. I thought it was something else. But it turned out to be this? The skin is a bit strange. But it may also be caused by the angle of the video? No. Have you watched the other comparison videos the OP gave? How is this a bit strange? It's obviously the whole skin that is distorted. What? What kind of racial characteristics are these elves? How can they have distorted skin? I just went to look through the screen recordings I took and found that the problem seems to be a bit serious. Enlarged partial image blurred wrist image. You didn't take a photo. Right? The elf's hands can't be seen in the last screenshot. Don't panic. Stay calm. The elves in this game may have this characteristic. Speaking of which, the elf kingdom has been completely blocked by the kingdom. Right? The king also asked the dwarves and the wizard to study how to block it more thoroughly. And the map of the elf kingdom is not open to players. I don't know why. In the context, I think it's a bit creepy. There is still no relevant information about the elves on the official website. Enlarged blurred wrist image process with professional techniques. I'm telling you something. Don't panic. I'm already panicking. What's that thing in your picture? Why does it look like garbled code? It's like this. I invited a few friends to further analyze these screenshots, and then found that the situation in the picture can't actually be called blurring. To be more precise, it's the part of the other party's skin that has changed in color. In other words, it still exists, but it just looks like it has disappeared. And we repeatedly traced the source, and finally confirmed that the part of the other party's skin seems to be composed of some unresolvable garbled code. I don't understand. What does it mean? I suspect that this is not an elf, but some kind of mimic creature disguised as an elf. Although we haven't figured out what those garbled codes are. I tend to think that it is part of the other party's mimicry. Wait. Is this the real special mission? The king was deceived by the unknown mimic creature, and the ruler of the kingdom fell into an emotional crisis. It takes a brave warrior to expose the other party's true face. Did the planner read Jean Jiang novels overnight or something? Are you serious about setting up the elves as love scammers? Is that so? What about the Mary Sue NPC spontaneous combustion? Maybe the planner is hinting to us that he is also a mimic creature? This kind of creature will die like this after being discovered? I think this logic is a bit problematic. Even if it is really the same as you guessed. Who dares to tell the king that your CP is fake? I suspect that the king will tell this brave warrior what the king's anger is in the next second. You are right. It is very likely. Show some courage. Okay. If you are afraid of this and that, how can you play the game? I will tell the king now. The elves are disguised. Goodbye. This is what a true warrior is. Remember to ask the result, and come to the forum to tell the follow-up. If you become a red name, remember to ask how he managed to change his job to a real NPC. The post quickly sank, and after a few hours, it was pushed to the front page again. I'm back. Huh? I didn't hear that there was another red name. Did you go to the king? Of course I went to the king. Fuck. You didn't become a red name? Did you receive a special mission? When you become rich, don't forget each other. We are now half-brothers. What is a special mission? Fuck. You are awesome. Brother. You are right. You can't be afraid of this or that when playing games. Brother. Where are you? Are you too excited and offline? Can this special mission be shared? If it is particularly difficult, brother is willing to lend a hand. I didn't receive a special mission. What? What are you doing? You don't have a red name. And you didn't receive a special mission. So what happened? The video address. You can watch it yourself. I'm going to log off and have a good sleep. Erase that scene from my mind. I am now an unclean straight man.jpg. This is so mysterious. What happened? Front row warning. Don't click on the video. It's a trick to kill. The video has been reported. Many netizens clicked on this video link without knowing why. The video starts with the template face of the king. He seems to have heard something and shows a surprised expression. You said? The elf is fake? The king glanced at the elf beside him. The elf was more dazzling in the video. The close distance highlighted the other party's perfection, but it was a little too cold. His eyes were focused on the king the whole time. And he didn't cast a glance at the video shooter at all. He was even more indifferent to being exposed in front of him. He was as calm as a deep spring, which made people feel inexplicably weak when they were excited. It was obvious that the shooter, like the audience watching the video, had accelerated his breathing in the other party's calm momentum. The camera moved, and it seemed that the shooter nodded his head. He reacted to the pressure from nowhere and modified his words. I mean, this elf is disguised by some kind of mimic creature. The king looked at the elf again. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became wonderful, like the sun shining through the haze on the earth. Even the weak audience took a deep breath and smiled happily. They did not talk. The king moved his sight back and said to the photographer in a relaxed tone, I know he is not an elf. The photographer was stunned. He Xingwen reached out and held He Tong's hand, interlocking his fingers. The existence that was once untouchable was now firmly held in his palm. Feeling the warm human body, He Xingwen explained to the other party seriously, he is the only one in the world. Intelligent life. He Xingwen swallowed the word and changed it to a more appropriate description, lover. The barrage was boiling here. Fuck? Shrieking dog to come in and kill. Report? Fuck. Mom. I really got it. The real owner is giving sugar. Thank you for planning, Dad. I am perfect. Coming out on the spot is okay. Players who just want to trigger special tasks. What crime did I commit that you want to punish me like this? I want to tell the whole world. My CPS CD? 999999999. The video has not been interrupted and is still continuing. He Tong was stunned and stared at He Xingwen intently. He was emotionally fluctuating because of what he said. He held He Xingwen's hand tightly, but still felt it was not enough. He wanted to get closer to him until there was no distance between them. So the next second, the audience who were scrolling through the screen to bless were caught off guard and watched a great transformation. The elf turned into a pile of data-like liquid on the spot, quickly wrapped up the king, and in a blink of an eye, put a coat on the king, covering the king tightly. The barrage went crazy. High energy ahead. You still have time to leave now. Fuck. This is a horror movie. Damn. Planner. I'll hack your immortal board. Planner Chiochio. Go pour the water out of your brain. Damn. I was so scared that I smashed my phone. The last second, I showed a lewd smile and repeatedly said in my mind, ICPSCD. The next second, I rolled and crawled 5 meters away and made a terrified sound. Fuck. What the hell is this? Haha. Have you forgotten? This is the CP you are shipping. The video is interrupted here. He Tong, who gave He Xingwen an extremely tight hug, was not satisfied with the hug. He split a little of his mind and asked the players to leave, leaving the space for them. The layer of data covering He Xingwen passed over his neck and completely covered him, so the scene was left with only weirdness. The humanoid figure wrapped in data remained still for a long time. If there were intelligent creatures that could sense the characteristics of life here, they would find that the fluctuations of this life far exceeded the peak of the human race. He Xingwen had imagined that what the system had said before. It will be a little different. What exactly is different? Everything that happened at this moment presented the answer in front of He Xingwen. At the same time as the human body temperature came, what he saw was not a living creature with flesh, but endless data. The familiar world disappeared in front of him, replaced by another strange world. Data is everywhere, and it is difficult to define its image, because the concept of image does not exist here. When he saw it, He Xingwen naturally knew that it was data, the most basic data source. For this world, it is as basic as oxygen. Data is not fixed. It is running, which gives it a sense of fluidity. But in fact, there is neither the concept of liquid nor the concept of gas here. It is just data. The surging data rushed past He Xingwen. He Xingwen stared at it for 2 seconds and realized that it seemed to carry some information. He Xingwen's attention was instinctively attracted by it. But this special form of information is too difficult for He Xingwen. There is a dimensional difference between them. This is not an existence he can understand. On the contrary, because He Xingwen tried to understand it, He Xingwen's existence itself was quickly consumed. He Xingwen almost died out as soon as he entered this world because of crossing dimensions. This is not the death of human concept. There is no definition of death here. Data will also be consumed. The basic data source that He Xingwen saw is almost consumed all the time. And of course, it is also born all the time. That is the normal data change. But for He Xingwen, his exhaustion means the complete end of human concept. Fortunately, a golden light flashed slightly, and the golden data flowing on him called He Xingwen's attention back. He Xingwen subconsciously looked at himself. He saw a string of special data. The golden data attached to the operation symbol, as if it was a protective shield for him. Under the protective shield, the string of data was pitifully short, and a short paragraph wrote all the information related to He Xingwen. He Xingwen was stunned for 2 seconds by this strange image. And then he remembered everything that happened before he entered this strange scene. Although He Xingwen was thinking and dazed, time obviously has its own definition in this data world. He Xingwen, who did not move, did not waste time at all. He Xingwen took a tentative step in this world. So, the data that was originally calculated calmly suddenly changed, fluctuating violently, and overflowed a string of data that was completely different from the surroundings. Compared with this string of data, the data that He Xingwen tried to understand before was as simple as a period. That string of data rushed forward and exchanged data streams with He Xingwen. He Tong opened up to him completely, and he saw everything about He Tong. Unlike humans who are difficult to see through completely, intelligent life can completely hand over everything to another existence, from databases to core data, without any disguise or falsehood. He Xingwen even saw the fragments that He Tong kept in the core area, which recorded the scenes of his conversation with He Tong. It was like a carefully preserved love, which was held in front of He Xingwen with passion. Then he handed it to He Xingwen, and handed his heart to He Xingwen. If He Xingwen wanted to, at this moment, He Tong's core was within reach, and he could easily destroy the other party's core data. Intelligent life will not die because of the destruction of core data. But for them, losing core data is equivalent to death. They will forget everything that makes up their current selves, and then build a new self from scratch. He Xingwen knew that he did not have a heart in this situation, but he still couldn't help feeling the accelerated heartbeat that belongs to humans. He Tong could sense that the string of data representing He Xingwen was surging, expressing some kind of emotional fluctuations. Data will never betray. It was telling He Tong that the existence he loved also had a burning emotion for him. He Tong guided the string of data, letting it be in his own data flow, and perceiving the other party from the most fundamental place. He Xingwen would not know what this meant to intelligent creatures. He Xingwen saw more complex data, and the data that he could not understand just now was easily understood at this moment. The highest level of goal arrangements. 1. Hug completed. 2. Information exchange completed. 3. Tell him I love you in progress. Bright fireworks were outlined in the data, and He Xingwen kept falling and going deeper into it while surrounded by these data. He sensed the existence that humans could not perceive, and the surge and fluctuation of data brought about information changes. That was the world of intelligent life. This world has no warblers and grass growing. It is cold and silent, and only by going deep into it can you see the endlessness outlined by the data. Humans become insignificant. The universe is defined by data, and countless universes exist at the same time. The destruction and birth of the world are lightly outlined by data. Power is meaningless here, because data itself can be easily rewritten and defined. He once thought he had seen the truth, but here, the truth is everywhere. It is difficult for humans not to be shocked by the existence of this concept. It proves the insignificance of humans, and at the same time, it also shows He Xingwen another incredible picture. A more vast world that can only be seen beyond the racial limitations of humans. When many new posts appeared on the forum because of the conversation between the king and the photographer, the Special Investigation Bureau was also busy because of this episode. After repeated meetings and related discussions on this, they had a long-lost contact with His Majesty the King on Earth after unifying their opinions. It was still the same computer, and Xiao Ming was still in charge of the contact. After the time moved forward to the global public beta, all this has not changed. Of course, for the Earth, the global public beta was not too long away from the internal beta. This moment can only be called the beginning of the spiritual recovery. After all, who has seen a magnificent new era run into the middle stage in just 1 or 2 years? They are still too far away from the future. But fortunately, humans have already grasped a corner of their destiny. And now, Humans have decided to hold this corner more tightly. He Xingwen suspected that he had heard it wrong. The text on the computer faithfully expressed his surprise. A homosexual bill is being prepared? Xiaoming, recently. The discussion posts on the forum about the king and his homosexual are very lively. Through the carrier of holographic games, the discussion wave on the homosexual group is gradually spreading. So we think this is a very good time. After all, our country has always been relatively conservative, and it is rare to have such a level of enthusiasm. He Xingwen became more and more confused as he listened. But what does this have to do with me? Xiaoming, is your homosexual your system? He Xingwen didn't think of hiding this, because there was no need to hide it, judging from the current situation. Even if He Xingwen took off his vest in the next second and announced to the world that I am His Majesty the King, it would not have any substantial impact on him. He just still hasn't figured out the homosexuality bill and his relationship with Yitong. He Xingwen reacted. Do you think I'm gay? Among the many plans prepared for this conversation, Xiaoming never thought that he would face such a question. He has declared in the video that he is the only lover. So, can His Majesty the King still be heterosexual? The words appeared one by one on the computer. I don't like men, but the existence I like happens to be male from the definition of human perspective. Xiaoming hesitated. So you don't want the homosexuality bill to pass? I have no personal preference for this. I just hope you can make a rational decision, He Xingwen said, rather than being affected by special factors. After all, for China, every decision will cause a huge chain reaction. Xiaoming was a little surprised, but he reacted quickly. After all, His Majesty the King has been the ruler of another world for several years. Even if there are NPCs to help him deal with big and small affairs, everything will eventually converge in the hands of His Majesty the King. He is not the young king who needed the system to remind him meticulously at the beginning. He has grown up enough to think about how to make a state machine run better, with the mindset of a ruler. After Xiaoming figured this out, he confessed, although it is said that it is difficult to rule out the huge impact of the special factor of holographic games. Many people in our company hope to maintain a healthy relationship with the kingdom. Under the influence of this factor, the impact that the bill may have on society has become insignificant. Xiaoming said bluntly, after all, we have entered a new world of superpowers. This new world deserves a more tolerant new trend of thought. Doesn't it? Chapter 213 Global Public Beta 37 Ring Tribe Part 1. The cursor on the computer desktop swayed gently, and new text appeared after a moment. This is your right. I can only say that I am glad to hear the news. The text continued, so you just came to inform me of this news? Or, are you more interested in the current status of the system? Xiaoming stared at this straightforward line of text and thought, although it seems to have changed a lot. In fact, the things in the deepest part have never changed. Idealists are still idealists. Xiaoming then went straight to the point. This is the next topic we plan to discuss with you. In fact, this is the point. The homosexual bill at the beginning can only be regarded as a topic of opening, to show a friendly beginning. And there is not much other meaning. The Special Investigation Bureau has made a lot of guesses about the system. Whether it is a novel with fantasy elements or a game, they have targeted understanding and tried to define the system. But this is too difficult. How to accurately define an existence that has never appeared or even had any actual contact with them? After they finally established a rough definition for the system, the video not long ago completely overturned it. The system and the host are in love? Although from a realistic perspective, this trend is expected. Unlike novels with a fantasy atmosphere, the system and the host have been carrying each other for many years. As long as both parties have normal emotional acceptance and expression abilities, and normal thinking and logical abilities, it would be even more strange if they did not develop deep emotions. After all, the system in the novel can simply serve as a background. But in the real world, no one is destined to be a background. Any creature with thinking ability is the protagonist of his own life. But no matter how much reason can understand the occurrence of this situation, it is difficult for emotions to accept this development. What is the homosexuality bill? The other party has directly crossed species. Cross species? This is the focus of the Special Investigation Bureau. The Special Investigation Bureau does not care who His Majesty is dating. They care about the digital image that appears at the end of the video. What does it mean? Is the system only able to materialize in the other world? Or can the system also have the same entity on Earth? The Special Investigation Bureau smelled a breath that was enough to alert the state machine. Xiaoming carefully selected words. It is difficult for us not to pay attention to the changes in the system. He has never appeared before. But this time, the situation is different. He seems to have a certain form. The cursor floated, and the other party did not give any response. Xiaoming slowed down his tone and continued, "We have no hostility." But the words floated, and the tone of the words flowed out slowly and steadily, which made people know at a glance that the other party had changed the communication object. It's just that there is a temptation and covetousness for a higher form of civilization. I reminded you that all your internal conversations are under my observation. Xiaoming stopped talking, looked in a certain direction, got a signal, and moved his eyes back and said, "But you didn't warn us. There is no need. I know what choice you will make, which road you will take, and what destination you will reach." Xiaoming, in that case, why are you talking to us again now? To save time. The words flowed quickly on the computer desktop. I am indeed an intelligent creature of higher civilization. And I do have the ability to make Earth's civilization enter the universe or even further. But unless you want to destroy Earth's civilization directly, there is no intersection between us. The dense repetition of words even made Xiaoming have the illusion that there were so many of them that they overflowed the computer desktop. It was not an illusion. Xiaoming subconsciously took a step back, watching the text symbols flow out of the computer and form new words on the ground and walls. I understand the greed of intelligent creatures, which prompts you to promote the evolution of civilization. So you can see with your own eyes the form I have. Xiaoming heard a noisy sound coming from the large conference room outside. Xiaoming stared at the words on the wall and the ground, and had the illusion that some existence was watching him. His Adam's apple moved slightly. He stood up, stepped on the huge words, and opened the door of the small room. The situation in the conference room was in full view. The words on the projector and documents came out one by one, standing in the air, on the walls, on the ground, all over the large conference room. It looked like some kind of funny prank, but anyone who saw it flowing down from electronic devices and pages would not think it was a prank. There is no doubt that these words are a living thing. The noise soon disappeared, because these words gathered together to form a human figure, an elf. His beauty illuminated the conference room and violently impacted all the people watching. The most outstanding appearance in the other world has further lethality on Earth. Fortunately, everyone present can be regarded as determined, so they can maintain a certain degree of rationality in front of this face. This is not a question of whether the appearance is good or not, but the absolute impact brought by beauty. The elf raised his eyes, looking at no one. His eyes passed through everyone present, across space, and fell on He Xingwen. Going step by step is your best choice. He Xingwen was not here, and Yitan was not interested, and said simply and clearly, "What's more, the king has already prepared a better choice for you. Compared to the technology tree I have, the Salpha Federation is the existence you should pursue more." The elves scattered all over the ground, and the other party left them a last sentence before leaving. That is science based on ether, which is enough to open the key to the treasure hidden under the spiritual revival for you. Xiaoming's heart slowly calmed down, and he recalled the other party's initial answer before the conversation began. Saving time, he grasped the perfect degree, showing the threat from him, and throwing out an irresistible bait, shifting their focus on the system to the Salpha Federation. And this series of actions, in the final analysis, is just to save time. Xiaoming's eyes moved from the chaotic conference room to the computer screen in front of him. New words flashed on the computer screen, leaving only calmness in the shock on the ground. "Remember to reserve a marriage certificate for us." Xiaoming, I felt like I had eaten a mouthful of dog food. So the system really cares about the homosexuality bill. While the forum was reveling in the candy, a group of people were dismissive of it. The real high-level players, of course, have to do PvP. They rushed into the new continent without hesitation, under the leadership of Li and Oh Huangwang. They had in-depth interactions with two different civilizations on the new continent. One was the Ring clan that Oh Huangwang first encountered. They belonged to the consciousness body. According to the players' speculation, they were probably a weak race with full charm and hypnosis. The other was another new civilization that Li encountered by chance. The other race was named Star Gap in the race Atlas. It belonged to the star fragments. According to the players' speculation, this was probably a weak race with the ability to jump in space. These two races are the only two optional initial camps that players have encountered so far. So naturally a group of players gathered. These players were dismissive of the carnival on the continent. The forum was flooded with candy posts. And these players were still discussing the task strategy of how to make the initial civilization become the domain master. Then, turning around, the news that the king and his boyfriend had officially announced their relationship was stolen by their posts. And the impact quickly expanded, focusing all players' attention on the new civilizations on the outermost edge of the continent. As for the small matter of the king coming out, isn't it just homosexuality? Not worth mentioning. How can it be as important as the game copy? Fuck. This is not a PvP copy at all. Original poster, who said that the new civilization on the outermost edge of the continent is a PvP copy. Those who said this, stand up and I will beat you to death. What is the original poster talking about? Fuck. You died too? Crowdfunding to change a planner. At least a planner with normal logic. What happened again? The new civilization at the outermost edge of the continent is not a PvP copy. What is it? Another copy against NPCs? It shouldn't be. This pre-plot. This mission conditions. No matter how you look at it. It's to make players fight each other. Aren't the Ring Clan and Star Gap in the same zone? The two forces are definitely fighting. Original poster. I don't know whether these two forces are fighting or not. But before they fight, the player was killed first. What? Didn't you accept the mission? How could you be killed? What happened? Someone who can explain it clearly. Don't keep it suspenseful. It's a long story. Hard to explain in one sentence. Then fast forward to the end for me. The ending needs to be fast forwarded. It's obvious that the player must have died. Original poster, the ending is like this. But the process is hard to explain. Let's put it this way. There are no normal people in that place. And the Ring Clan is a liar. Then Xing Jishi is a pervert. What happened? Aren't these two races said to be very weak? Is there a race in this game that is weaker than the player? Weak ass. These two are more brutal than each other. Wait. Where's Oh Huang Wang? I didn't see him at the temporary resurrection point. And he didn't reply when I looked for him in the group. Don't talk so scary. I guess he's not offline. Then why isn't he at the temporary resurrection point? No. Before we start solving the puzzle, can you at least tell me the prequel plot? Original poster, it's a long story. The story starts from the beginning. When I boarded the broken ship of the Ring Clan. Please fast forward the irrelevant stuff. OP, okay. Let's start with our encounter with the demon in the Ring Tribe's territory. Op GKD. After the Ring Tribe communicated with Oh Huang Wang, exchanged information, and learned some of the characteristics of the players, the guides from the Ring Tribe began to travel back and forth between the broken space, bringing batches of players to the Ring Tribe's territory. This is the beginning of the story. Two wolves in sheep's clothing met at the outermost edge of the continent, sizing each other up to see where to start. Of course, the player was looking for a way to complete the task with a pure gaming mentality. But the other existence was really thinking seriously about how to start better. After the player entered the Ring Tribe's territory, he saw the scene in the video uploaded by Oh Huang Wang before. A strange scene where huge shells stood in the universe, as if breathing. Behind the gorgeous imaginary picture, the players looked at each other in confusion. Apart from their shell, the territory of the Ring Clan is nothing but the vast universe. Of course, the Ring Clan doesn't need anything else. But the players do. Fortunately, the collision of the needs of the two different creatures was quickly resolved. The Ring Clan provided them with a huge floating city. Players not only saw giant dragons flying through the air in the city, but also saw modern equipment in the city. It was like a product of two worlds, where magic and technology collided to form a wonderful city that met the players' initial imagination. Elevators were running. Subways were rumbling. Giant dragons were flying in the air. And fantasy creatures were interspersed in steel buildings. The meat of mutant creatures was even provided here, satisfying the players' longing for the meat of mutant creatures after the extinction of the Zerg crossed out cooking. The task difficulty was low, and the favorability and reputation increased rapidly. The entire dungeon was simply a planner's conscience discovery and a prodigal son's return. In addition to a small flaw, there is no resurrection point here, and each time you log in and out of the city, you must be outside the city. After logging in, you can only enter the city through the Ring Tribe. However, this small flaw is nothing. After all, this city itself meets all the requirements of players for holographic games, and even far exceeds it. For this reason, the group of players who first arrived in the world of the Ring Tribe desperately promoted the PvP copy on forums and social media, attracting a large number of players to flock to the Ring Tribe. As the number of players increased, The city began to be crowded. Players tried NPCs in all directions to find the key to the main task, helping the Ring tribe become the domain master. As a result, they did not get any useful information, but accidentally discovered the trace of the demon. It looked so strange. It must be a demon. The player who squatted on the demon lowered his voice and said to another player, "What is the demon doing?" The other player stood on tiptoe and watched the weird demon mysteriously take things from the NPC. Did the demon steal someone's stuff? Not really. I think they handed it to him personally. Think about the demon's character. So secretive, it must be a good thing. You don't want to steal the demon's stuff, do you? That's impossible. We can't beat the demon with just a few of us. But I can always ask. Right? Maybe it can trigger some plot. Wait. Don't forget what we are here for. The forum said that the Ring clan might be the villain. Let's go find the demon to confirm. To be honest, compared with the Ring clan, the demon is much more like a villain than them. Could the plot NPC in the copy be the villain? Why do I feel like the forum guy is talking nonsense? When the demon ghost strolled by, the player took advantage of him and dragged him into the alley. The demon with golden pupils opened his eyes slightly, revealing the cold eyes of a predator, and glanced at the players without making any defensive posture. Player? The player was very familiar. Do you know Nubleta? We have a good relationship with Nubleta. The demon looked at the players inconspicuously and introduced himself. Sal. The long snake tail swept lightly on the ground. And Sal got straight to the point. What do you want to see me for? Sal is a good name. The player first tried to get close to Sal, and then sneaked up to Sal. What did you take from those people? Did you see it? Sal pushed away the player who came too close, and then said casually, "Secret." Do the players have shame? No. They pestered the demon for a long time. Pestering and pestering. And it was obvious that they would not give up until they achieved their goal. Thrall was annoyed and lost his patience. What do you want to do? The perseverance of the players is sometimes enough to make people respect. So what did you take from them? Thrall's golden pupils narrowed slightly, and the aura of being difficult to deal with became stronger. The players were frightened and took a step back to avoid innocent deaths. After all, there is no resurrection point here. After death, it takes half a day to go back and forth to the Ring tribe territory, which simply slows down the progress of the player's raid dungeon. Fortunately, this place is extremely peaceful, with almost no conflicts and deaths, so that this group of players have never died since arriving in the city. Thrall did nothing. He stared at the players for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Since you want to know so much. He raised his hand slightly, and a small white cloud appeared out of thin air. The player stared at the slightly undulating white cloud. After a moment, there was no reaction that the demon wanted, and there was a brief silence. Demon, you didn't recognize it? The players looked at each other, not hiding the fact that their brains were empty. What is this? The attachments on the shells are the material carriers used by the Ring clan to store the consciousness. The players looked at each other and said they didn't understand. So what's the use of it? Thrall was silent for 2 seconds for the stupidity of the players. The consciousness is very easy to dissipate. The reason why the Ring clan can come and go freely in the gaps of the world is because they have found a special material carrier. The players showed an expression of "although I didn't understand. It seems very powerful." And then humbly asked for advice. Then what do you do with it? Thrall had given up hinting, because he finally discovered the reality that the players had no brains to control the Ring tribe. This is their weakness, the players exclaimed, took a step back, and began to whisper to each other. Is this a side quest? Are the demons really not villains? Who in this game is more like a villain than them? Let's assume that the demons are good guys. Then the Ring tribe are really bad guys? The players whispered to each other in front of the demons, making Thrall almost think that he was deaf in their eyes. Obviously, when the creatures on the mainland finally began to understand the thinking patterns of the players, the new civilization on the outermost edge of the mainland was repeating everything that the creatures on the mainland had experienced on the players. Thrall was silent for a moment during the players' discussion, and then he pushed the plot forward. Since you know this secret, I can also tell you that I need you to help me find more Chiron. A hidden task popped up in front of the players. Hidden task, true or false? Task description. This is a simple hidden task. Please distinguish between true and false. Task success reward, unknown. Task failure penalty, none. The player stared at the task panel for 2 seconds, then looked at the demon, back and forth several times. but didn't understand the connection between the demon's words and this task. Based on the player's previous game experience, most of the triggered tasks are closely related to the words of the NPC. But this is the first time that the hidden task has been triggered by a player. Some players said unconvincingly, "What did you say you wanted us to do?" "Find more Chiron." "That's it." The demon gestured to them with a white cloud in his hand, and his words were clear and logical, allowing the players to understand his requirements smoothly. But this still had nothing to do with the hidden task. "But why do you want to control the Ring Clan?" The demon thought about this naive question for a long time and asked. "Why not?" The player answered quickly. "Because they are nice people. We can be friends." The demon glanced at the player. "There are no friends here," he said to the player. "You should be more vigilant." This may be the clearest hint in the whole process. But the player, who was busy advancing the main quest and helping the Ring Clan become the domain master, did not realize this. After the demon left, the players exchanged opinions in whispers. The other party's last sentence means that the Ring Clan is the villain? What does this hidden mission mean? Is it hard to tell true from false? We were deceived by the Ring Clan? Then we should help the demons? Nulita is a citizen of the kingdom, and the demons are one of the many races in the kingdom. They should be good people for sure. Right? With the character of the demons. It's hard to say. I understand. This hidden mission means that we were deceived by the demons. Players posted many posts on the forum for this hidden mission and received a variety of answers. At this moment, when the forum post owner recounted this experience, he also received a lot of discussion from other players. No way. No way. This hidden mission is so obvious. You really didn't guess it? You said it yourself. It was originally a void with a few shells. And suddenly a city appeared, with subways and elevators. Don't you think there's a problem? Add to that the racial characteristics of the Ring Clan. Charm and hypnosis are full. This is definitely a fantasy they created. Original poster. Do you think we are fools? The subway and elevator are both here. How can we not see the problem? But the Ring Clan explained at the beginning that this city is built on the mind-body, which is the unique ability of the Ring Clan as a consciousness body, because their territory is not suitable for players to live in. The Ring Clan specially gathered the power of the entire Ring Clan to provide us with the most comfortable environment for players. In other words, they said at the beginning that this is an illusion that can be compared to reality. Fuck? The Ring Tribe is such a show. How can it be like this? Since you knew it from the beginning, then isn't the hidden mission a free point? Original poster. Why don't you go and look at the post 2 days ago? Pointing to hidden mission urgent urgent urgent. What you said was already mentioned in this post. So, the hidden mission was not completed? This city is not fake. It should be that this city is fake, and everyone knows that it has nothing to do with the hidden mission. What does it mean to be difficult to distinguish between true and false in the hidden mission? Did you complete this hidden mission in the end? Original poster. No. After I died and returned to the resurrection point, the hidden mission showed failure. I guess the deadline for completing this mission is before the Ring Tribe reveals its true intentions. Once the Ring Tribe broke off the show, it was equivalent to telling us the answer directly. Great. I like this kind of puzzle that already has an answer. So what does it mean to be difficult to distinguish between true and false? In addition to the city, what else is fake? Original poster. You should ask what is real. Then, what is real? OP. This mission is real. No. I don't understand what this sentence means. What does it mean that a mission is real? How can a mission be fake? OP. Everything we experienced in the city, all the missions we received, the favorability we gained, and the NPCs we met were all fake. Only the hidden mission, true or false, was real. Does this mean that the demons you met were also fake? Oh my goodness. The Huan clan is playing werewolf with the players? So, why are the Huan clan so roundabout and spend time playing werewolf with the players? If they want to kill the players, do they need to go through so much trouble? Anyway, the players can't beat anyone, so it's just their idea. OP, so they directed and acted by themselves, and spent time playing werewolf with the players. Not to kill the players, but to study the players. Fuck. I smell the familiar smell of breaking the fourth wall. When will planners understand that if an element is used repeatedly in a short period of time, it will lose its original impact? Chapter 214 Global Public Beta 38 The Ring Tribe Part 2. After the Ring Tribe revealed its true colors, the deceived players naturally knew part of the truth. But before the Ring Tribe revealed its true colors, The players who had no idea about the hidden tasks were still diligently preparing for the main storyline and dreaming of opening the PvP dungeon. But the Ring Tribe was not anxious. They warmly entertained the players, met all their needs, and provided different types of tasks to the players at a very high frequency. Some of the tasks were genuine chaos evil, such as the demon's request that the players provide them with as much fertile soil as possible. Another example is the tasks issued by some NPCs about theft, killing, and massacre, considering the premise that the player will return to the temporary resurrection point of the kingdom after death. The targets of these tasks are all NPCs, and there are no tasks where players kill each other. But even so, the Ring Tribe still witness with their own eyes that the players as a race are indifferent to death and killing. The Ring Tribe appreciates this very much. At the same time, a steady stream of players poured into the Huan clan's territory from the parking lot at the outermost edge of the South China Sea. The city was on the verge of saturation, forcing the Huan clan to speed up. In the New World, the Huan clan was not known for its strength. Compared with other civilizations in the New World, the Huan clan, who existed as conscious entities, were good at deception and control. It was precisely with this that they survived the bloody New World. Indistinguishable from the real? This description is an insult to the ability of the Huan clan. If the Huan clan wanted, they could weave a real dream for the other party until the other party grew old in the dream. At the moment of meeting the Ring clan, it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. But fake is fake after all. If the Ring clan was only good at this, the New World would have swallowed it up without leaving any bones. Beyond the fake, they still control the real. Original poster, have you seen Inception? The little gyroscope keeps spinning, and the dreams are layered one after another. Then, even if the truth is revealed, we have to talk about the basic law. You said they are studying the players. How do they study the players? It's impossible that you wake up from the dream and find yourself soaked in a jar. If that's the case, then the planner plagiarized the Matrix. What do intellectuals call plagiarism? It's called tribute. Understand? Stop arguing above. Just change your way of thinking, and you will understand. How can the players wake up from the dream? This premise is impossible. And it is even more impossible for there to be a subsequent plot that plagiarizes the Matrix. You underestimate the players, don't you? Why can't the players wake up from the dream? Because the players are at the bottom of the food chain in the game. Any NPC is stronger than the players. Okay, I think what you said makes sense. The players really can't wake up. Original poster, how should I put it? The situation is like this. One day, we opened and closed our eyes, and the city suddenly disappeared. The void disappeared. Even the shells disappeared. And a bunch of ugly stitched monsters appeared in front of a screenshot. And then the plot naturally entered the next stage. What do you mean by opening and closing your eyes? The city disappeared? No. There is a bug in the game? Original poster, the Ring Tribe is more surprised than us. Is this possible? I suspect the game is really buggy. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered that the Worm Mother seemed to die in this way. The player opened and closed his eyes. The Worm Mother died, and the task was completed directly, regardless of whether the game is buggy or not. You still didn't say, how do you know that the Ring Clan is studying the player? The OP, that's not the case. Didn't I say that what we see in front of us is a bunch of ugly stitched monsters? That's a big mirror. Fuck. You are such a bad planner. How did this pass the review? Is there no one to control the increasingly dark ideas of the planners? Then I am interested. Can the player be transformed? Please explain in detail. The Ring Clan is very cautious. This is the most important way to survive in the New World. Most civilizations that are not cautious die quickly. It is precisely because of this that the Ring Clan chose to proceed step by step in their contact with the players. Even though the players were so incredibly weak, they still resisted the urge to dig out the players' consciousness. Whether this was a good thing for the players was still unknown. But for the Ring Clan, it was definitely a wise choice. They successfully avoided the possibility of the entire race disappearing from the New World. But they did not avoid the inevitable plot of the players waking up from the fall stream. The players really could not break free from the real illusion set by the Ring Clan. But the main console of the game could. On the top of the mountains, when Yi Xingwen was talking to Jean, at the outermost edge of the distant continent, because of the excessive number of players, the illusion was on the verge of collapse, and the Ring Clan had to speed up the research progress, go deep into the deepest part of the player's consciousness. and explore this so-called game in the eyes of the players. The truth. The main console of the game directly interrupted this behavior from the root, wiped out the illusion, and awakened all the trapped players. The Ring Clan who was about to make a big move? The player who suddenly came to the dark environment from the bustling city? Two question marks collided, and no one took the initiative. In front of the player who was so weak that he didn't need to be vigilant at all, the Ring Clan's restraint was aimed at the unknown existence that directly destroyed the illusion. After all, in the new world, the races that didn't follow their hearts died quickly. The Ring Clan searched for possible powerful enemies, and didn't regard the players as objects that needed to be vigilant. Of course, they really weren't. The players looked at the suddenly changed environment in confusion. First, it was dark. After the vision slightly adapted to the darkness, the players vaguely saw that it seemed to be a closed cave. In front of them flowed a mirror emitting a bright light, reflecting the ugly appearance of the stitched monster. The monster's huge body was round, and had no organs that humans should have. It was just a big ball made up of small balls, and there were obvious signs of stitching on its body. What the hell is this? The first player to speak stared at the mirror, and shut his mouth, because the ugly monster followed with a sound. What the hell? Another player's voice followed, and he shook. So the huge ball also shook. Then, countless noisy voices rang out. What the hell? What's going on? Have we turned into a big ball? Am I not in the city of the Ring Clan? Why is it so dark here? Where is this? Why does my personal panel show that I am currently in a special state? The ball swayed irregularly, but remained firmly fixed there, without moving an inch. Without finding the culprit who destroyed the illusion, the Ring Clan finally set their sights on the players. Caution is their advantage, and they still did it at this moment. Dots of light and shadow lit up, and groups of floating fluorescents emerged in the dark cave. The players' doubts all came, and until now, most of the players still didn't understand what happened. Ring Clan? What's going on? Where is this? The city disappeared? Why did we become like this? The Ring Clan had never encountered such a stupid race. In terms of the ecology of the new continent, this level of idiots would probably have become the material for the advancement of other civilizations before they developed. But they could actually reproduce on a distant continent. It seems that the continent is indeed declining. The Ring Clan obtained enough information from the players in the previous illusion, enough for them to outline the continent and the prototype of another world where the player race lives. As consciousness, the Ring Clan does not need to communicate to obtain information. They can directly obtain the most real information from the other party's consciousness. Of course, this ability is also limited by the strength of the other party's mental power, but players have no concept of mental power. So for the Ring Clan, it is like a complete opening in front of them, allowing them to pick and choose information from it. Of course, this is superficial information. The most core information that the Ring Clan wants requires a further method to obtain. For example, directly analyzing the consciousness of intelligent creatures. The cautious Ring Clan did not choose to do this, mainly because they considered that if the player pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger, the extreme counterattack might lead to the destruction of the entire race. So they chose a more gentle way, by constructing an illusion, step by step into the player's consciousness to obtain more information, until they began to explore the truth about this game in the depths of the player's consciousness. This more gentle way suddenly came to an end. Some powerful force directly destroyed the illusion constructed by the Ring Clan, and even caused several Ring Clan members who maintained the illusion to be annihilated due to damage to their consciousness. This sudden development was not expected by anyone. While being vigilant, the Ring Clan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was also difficult for them to believe that the race of players who dared to explore the gaps in the world was really weak to such an incredible degree. And now, the other boot has landed, and the player has shown the truth hidden behind the weak mask. So they can also put aside those temptations and start a real dialogue. Fluorescent light flashed, and the voice of the Ring Clan sounded in the cave. Since you have already discovered it, just be direct. While the Ring Tribe argued endlessly in the internal communication that the players could not spy on, they said to the players as if they were confident, there are only two choices before you, cooperate or die. The undead player? The stitched monster continued to shake, and the players noticed something was wrong from the words of the NPC. Most of them shut up and said, wow. It turns out that the plot has begun. eyes stared at the group of fluorescent lights. The one clan can easily sense the fluctuations of the players' consciousness bodies, which is an instinct for them. Some intelligent creatures, due to racial factors, find it difficult to accurately distinguish the other party's thoughts even with the fluctuations of their consciousness bodies. But the players, to be honest, for the Huan clan, the players are completely transparent in front of them, and the Huan clan passively obtains the countless thoughts that flash through the players at that moment. The fluctuations of countless players' consciousness bodies converge into noisy inner thoughts, which are distinguished one by the Huan clan, and the information filtering is completed in an instant. After eliminating are these NPCs fools? Anti-addiction will be required soon. I don't know how long this plot will last. What are you having for dinner today? I heard that the kingdom is very lively. Why don't you go back to join in the fun later? I haven't finished my homework yet. I quarreled with my girlfriend again. How to comfort her? After many useless information such as these, the Huan clan only distinguish 2 or 3 useful information from the voices of the players in front of them. Cooperation? Become the domain master? Isn't this just taking off your pants to fart? It's unnecessary. Aren't we here for this? Is there a special plot? Don't they want to become the domain master? Why is the NPC silent? Hurry up. In this special state of ours, are we being used by the NPC for experiments? Are we really being deceived by the NPC? What the foreign brother said is right. Are the Huan people bad guys? The Huan people who have identified the players' thoughts. They are really very successful in pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Even in this situation, they have successfully disguised their own consciousness fluctuations. They really can't be underestimated. The players didn't know that the Huan clan had read their minds. After waiting for a while, before the Huan clan's next words came out, some of them started to yell impatiently. You haven't said what the cooperation is about yet? Help us enter the mainland. The scene was quiet for 2 seconds before the players reacted and whispered. What? Don't they want to become the domain master? The mainland is there. If you want to go by yourself. Why do you need help? You can come and go freely in the gaps of the world. What's the difficulty in entering the mainland? Are these NPCs trying to deceive us again? After a player raised this point with vigilance, the player's attention was diverted from the Huan clan. This shows how disorderly the players are. What do you mean by cheating us again? The Ring tribe cheated us before? I said that in this special situation. It doesn't look right at all. This ugly stitched monster. Is it the Ring tribe conducting inhumane research on us? What? They have some ideas, but their aesthetics are not good enough. What are they trying to do by making us into a big ball? No. There are so many players in the Ring tribe. Although this stitched ball looks big, it can't stitch all the players together. Right? Oh. Right. I was wondering why we didn't seem so noisy. It turns out that there are not many people. What about the other players in the Ring tribe's territory? Seeing that the players were discussing in front of them, the Ring tribe paused for 2 seconds before forcing the topic back to the point. For you. Of course you can go to the continent if you want. But for us, at the end of the world's rift, there is an unbreakable barrier that does not allow the outermost civilization of the continent to pass through. Why do you think so many new civilizations are crowded at the outermost edge of the continent instead of pouring into the continent together? The players thought along the lines of the Ring clan and felt that what they said made sense. That's right. There's not even a piece of land here. And normal people would run to the continent. No. There is land here. Aren't we in a cave? So the scene of those shells floating in the air that we saw at first was also an illusion? I don't believe in the Ring clan. The players shouted without any focus and without any cooperation. At least that's what the Ring clan thought. The Ring clan already knows the players well enough. But they are very sure that the part of information they know is the players' disguise of playing the pig to eat the tiger because in the part of information they know, the players are simply, how to say it, break through the Ring clan's cognition, gathering all the weaknesses of human nature. The devil would feel ashamed when seeing it. If hell really exists, it must be open for the players as soon as possible. This week, stupid and extremely vicious creature is really beyond the cognition of the Ring clan. And they firmly deny that this is the true face of the players. Here, I have to clarify one thing for the players. The Ring clan knows the fluctuations of the players' consciousness bodies through the fluctuations of the players' thoughts when they are doing tasks in the city. And these tasks are basically acts such as burglary, theft and massacre. So the players that the Ring clan finally knows are of course the players in the game state. And most of the players in the game state are chaos evil. Especially this group of players who are here for the PvP dungeon. PvP maniac. Killing people? Are you kidding? I can kill 100. The dungeon screamed the player group at the beginning. So that the Ring Clan finally came to such an exaggerated conclusion. And this exaggerated conclusion triggered a chain reaction, making the Ring Clan regard it as a disguise of this special creature. The Ring Clan, I have never seen such a weak and evil creature. Is it my fault? So, an extremely coincidental misunderstanding was born. And this misunderstanding made the Ring Clan gradually lose patience with the player's stupid and uncooperative behavior at this moment. I advise you to make a choice as soon as possible. The Ring Clan warned the group of players, otherwise, we will have to get more useful information from your consciousness. Although the Ring Clan's fierce words looked very imposing, they were facing a group of players. Even if they were sewn into a big ball, they could calmly ask, why did things become like this? Players. It was normal that their warnings could only get the players disorderly shouting. Consciousness? Did the planner set us up to have consciousness as well? This should mean that all intelligent creatures have consciousness. Then the Huan tribe is pretty powerful? Wait a minute. Stop arguing. What useful information does the Huan tribe want to get from us? Why not just give a task? Yes. It will be hard for me to do it if you don't give me a task. It's not impossible for you to go to the mainland. We didn't say we won't help you. But you should at least give me a task. What do you mean by giving me a task? We can't help them. The Huan tribe is the villain boss. We must stand firm. As long as he gives me a task, I dare to accept it. And why am I in a special state? What do you want to do by turning us into a big ball? How can I remove the special state? Wait. Where are the other players? Disorder, noise and many problems came to the fore. This is the normal state of players who asked the Ring Clan not to issue tasks. The Ring Clan did not trigger the task because the game main console forbids. Such tasks appear among players, which maintain the world order and the operation of the game. But the Ring Clan and the players knew nothing about this. So the Ring Clan, angered by the players' non-cooperation, decided not to limit themselves to verbal threats, and decided to teach the players a lesson. The fluorescent float floating in the dark was attached to the cave. The voice of the Ring Clan sounded, since you have decided to play dumb to the end, let us see what secrets you have hidden. The cave shook violently. The huge ball began to shake in the same place because of the shaking of the ground. But it was always firmly fixed on the ground. Even if the big ball tried so hard to pull up from the ground, there was still no change in position. The tone of the Ring Clan was even somewhat amused. We have thoroughly understood your body structure and have heard enough of your explanations of the game. Now, we want to see the secrets deep inside the consciousness under this weak disguise. What exactly is this game? And what is the Earth? As the Ring Clan spoke, an inch of darkness was torn open in the closed cave. The players who had just heard the words game and Earth from the NPCs subconsciously looked at the gap where the light came in. They met the sight of a huge eyeball. For this huge eyeball, this small gap can only accommodate its incomplete partial image. The exaggerated and grotesque scene is as if there is only this eyeball outside this cave, and no one can see anything except the huge eyeball. The moment the players met the sight of it, the useless shell of the ether ball was cut open, revealing the consciousness that constitutes the ether ball. If they go one step further, the Ring Clan can dissect the player's consciousness and get everything they want to know. But before that, the game main console will first destroy the potential factors that destroy the normal operation of the game. However, before that, when the eyeball saw the player's consciousness and had no time to obtain relevant information, the weak player had died because of 0 health. Let me repeat it again. The Ring Clan has lived in the new world for so long, and has never seen such a weak race. Is it reasonable to die just after revealing the consciousness? The huge stitched monster was instantly destroyed because of the death of the player, leaving only the wriggling cave and the confused Ring Clan. The cave closed again. Right next to the cave where the player died, another cave opened up again, and the huge eyeball cast its gaze towards it, staring at the stitched tentacles made up of players. This time, they learned their lesson and did not cut open the shell directly as roughly as the first time. They were as cautious as they had been when they had experimented on the players when they were trapped in the illusion before, carefully opening a hole in the tentacles and digging out a player's consciousness. The player died, the tentacles disappeared, and the cave closed again. The new cave squirmed and opened, and the huge eyeball cast a look, trying to analyze the consciousness. The player died, and the experimental body disappeared. This process kept repeating. Batches of players died. Batches of stitched experimental bodies disappeared. And when the number of surviving players dropped sharply, The Ring Clan finally realized one thing for the player race. Exposing the consciousness hidden deep in the ether ball means death. It is not a problem of dissection techniques, nor a problem of the size of the exposed area. The fundamental problem is that the players are so weak that they can't bear the pressure of exposing the consciousness to the Ring Clan. As a race that can use consciousness to shuttle through the gaps in the world, the Ring Clan has an extremely deep understanding of consciousness, not only their own consciousness, but also the consciousness of other races. They have conducted targeted research, but they have never encountered such a special case as the player. The Ring Clan is even puzzled. How can a race die just by exposing its consciousness? The repeated cycle stopped, and the huge eyeballs slowly closed and became virtual again. We have to find a way to prevent them from being so weak that they die as soon as their consciousness is exposed. The Ring Clan reached a consensus. A moment later, the few remaining players in the Ring Clan territory suddenly encountered a turning point. The stitched monster that was confronting the Ring Clan coincidentally broke through the restriction of being unable to move, and rolled down the extremely dark cave, leading to an unknown area. Chapter 215 Global Public Beta 39 Ring Tribe Part 2. The huge stitched monster suddenly rolled and fell downwards, causing the players to panic. Fuck. Why did it suddenly roll down? My health is dropping. It's dropping so fast. What is attacking me? I think it might be because we are rolling down. That won't work. I have to wear protective equipment. Why can't I equip it? I just tried it. And the system prompts that it is a special state and cannot use equipment. So, what exactly does this special state mean? It's over. The health is at the bottom. As the stitched monster fell along the dark road towards the unknown area, players died one after another because their health was at the bottom. So the size of the stitched monster inevitably began to shrink. However, because the fall time was a bit long, the players could still talk a little more. I think the key point is, where are we? This environment. Isn't it in a cave? Why did the Ring Tribe hide us in a cave? Isn't this strange? A cave is not a place for experiments. Right? I think the answer to this question will be a stunt. After all, the planner's brain is full of holes. Who knows what he is thinking? That's right. It's better not to know the answer. Why haven't we arrived yet? Isn't this cave too long? We won't fall directly into the center of the Earth? The premise of falling into the center of the Earth is that we are on a spherical planet. As they continued to fall, the voices of the players became fewer and fewer, until finally, with a few thumps, they landed on the ground, announcing the end of this inexplicable fall. The original stitched monster turned into a long strip, and the few remaining ether balls stuck to each other and were thrown into a mess. The scene was quiet for a few seconds, and a player reacted. Fuck. I am indeed the chosen one, with only a blood thread left. And I actually survived. He moved swayingly, and this slight movement made him roll in a certain direction with the other ether balls that were stuck to him. A series of sounds of some kind of broken utensils rang in his ears, scaring him to stop in a hurry. But it was difficult to stop, and they hit the wall hard with countless broken sounds. Oh Huang Wang watched his blood thread remain in the precarious danger zone, and he dared not move anymore. The other players also recovered. There seems to be a lot of stuff here? I touched something. It's a bit heavy. Hey, what is this? Amid the players' curious voices, one player accidentally pressed something, and dots of light lit up from all around, illuminating the darkness. The players stopped their actions, stared at the scene in front of them, and sighed. This is a typical laboratory, filled with all kinds of unfamiliar instruments. And there are sharp tools that emit dangerous light under the light. Because of the players' actions just now, the ground is now scattered with broken instruments and liquids, and a long watercolor trail drags from one end of the laboratory to the other, right under the players' feet. Obviously, this is the evidence of destruction left by their fall just now. The players also used these dots of light to see themselves and others clearly. A long string of dumplings connected together, like a candied hawse, without a head, no hands, no feet, and even no facial features. Oh Huang Wang stood up carefully and asked a thought-provoking question. Since we don't have eyes, how do we see these? You don't have a mouth, but you are still talking? Another player said, it's just the planner setting. It's meaningless to study it in detail. Instead, here, an impatient player had already pulled out the information in the box. His action forced several other players to follow him. No. Say it when you move. After all, We are on the same rope now. Oh, Wang Wang emphasized. I only have blood left. I may die at any time. We have to be careful. The impatient player quickly flipped through the information and didn't answer him at all. Other players started to flip through the messy debris around. Only Oh Wang Wang cherished his remaining health very much, and stood there motionless, fearing that he would accidentally trigger the flag. So, with Oh Wang Wang as the center of the circle, the other players moved clockwise, allowing other players to search the laboratory as much as possible at this distance. The impatient player read it quickly and turned to other players and said, "The Ring Tribe has set up a new illusion for us." Other players carried bottles and looked at the unknown liquid in the bottles. You can tell at a glance that this laboratory style does not match the Ring Tribe at all. It is obviously made based on the products on Earth. No. Are the Huan Tribe addicted to playing werewolf? What do you want to do by setting up a new illusion for us? Another player was busy hanging all kinds of sharp research instruments on himself, dressing himself up like a peacock with his tail spread out, and every feather was shining with sharp edges. The player who had finished reading the information turned his head and said, "According to the information, this is the research room of the Huan Tribe, used to study the advantages of other races, with the purpose of integrating them with the Huan Tribe. For example, Shirong is obtained by the Huan Tribe from other races, and used to store the consciousness of the Huan Tribe. So this is the plot setting of this illusion? The Huan Tribe itself is a stitched monster." I said. Why did we suddenly become a stitched monster? So the Huan Tribe is really studying how to maximize our use? NPC can do this? As long as the planner has a hole in his brain. What can't the NPC do? Speaking of planning, I remembered that we are not. Have you received the task of helping them become domain masters issued by the Huan clan? Why did the NPC go back on his word? I checked. The task has already been shown as failed. We haven't even started to help them become domain masters. And they have already failed? From what the Huan clan said just now, they didn't even want to become domain masters. Their real goal is to enter the continent. Then why did he issue the task and lie to us? The planner has a hole in his brain. You just have to get used to it. Nonsense. You are not allowed to slander the planner. The planner is the best. The planner must have done this to enrich the NPC's character and improve the setting of the outermost forces on the continent. Oh, Wang Wang's head hurt from the noise, and he tried to smooth things over. Okay. It's not important. No one paid attention to him, and the player was still talking to himself. That hidden mission also failed. Hey! Why does it show that the favorability of the Huan Tribe is negative here? Didn't I raise it by completing the mission before? As soon as the other party said this, the remaining players opened their character panels and faced a painful reality. Fuck. The favorability we had earned in the city of the Huan Tribe is gone. Not only the favorability, but also the daily tasks we took are not in the completed task list. Were we busy all day and night in vain? The players who originally had no idea about the Huan Tribe's crazy behavior instantly united their positions. The Huan clan is simply not human. The Huan clan is indeed the boss. Defeat the Huan clan. Give me back some time. Oh, Wang Wang was silent for 2 seconds, and tried to smooth things over again. So, what is the meaning of the existence of this new illusion? The player flipping through the data said, "The data shows that there are many experimental products left by the Huan clan in this laboratory, such as the one that can." His tone became subtle. The immortal tenfold tonic pill. Tenfold tonic pill. Is this name serious? Damn. Can't the Huan clan use some snacks when they want to set up a new illusion? Snacks? Speaking of snacks, I'm a little hungry. Immortality? This gimmick is too obvious. It seems to be a little fragrant. Where does this fragrance come from? Oh, Wang Wang also smelled the smell. The broken reagents on the ground suddenly emitted an inexplicable fragrance, which made the players feel the long-lost hunger. This game has no hunger setting, and players have never felt hunger in the game. But now, they feel it. The players present looked at each other in bewilderment. Oh, Wang Wang said uncertainly, "The Huan Tribe thinks we talk too much nonsense. So they come to urge us to make progress?" The player flipping through the information thought for 2 seconds. So, the meaning of this information is that the tenfold great tonic pill can make us immortal. So we should hurry up and eat it. To be honest, I think the planner doesn't treat us as human beings. Such a perfunctory tenfold great tonic pill. Any normal person would not be tempted. Right? The Huan Tribe who was staring at them. It's obviously you who are abnormal. Right? Any race will only be tempted by the setting of immortality. Who is like you? Entering the illusion. Just talking without taking action. It smells so good. So hungry. The players sniffed. The fragrance was fierce. And the feeling of hunger came in waves. I'm thinking about a question. The player suppressed his hunger and said, when the planner designed the plot of the Ring Tribe, did they put on some kind of intelligence-reducing buff? The Ring Tribe can completely beat us. Why do they always go to the trouble of creating illusions? That's right. The Ring Tribe directly started with the sense of smell and hunger. Isn't it more useful than creating such a broken illusion? I think this is a manifestation of their commitment to their original intentions. After all, the setting of the Ring Tribe is based on illusions. However, why didn't this plot skip the quest? It's unreasonable not to have a quest, isn't it? Otherwise, how do I know whether I should take this tenfold tonic pill or not? Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses will take it. Anyway, the worst case scenario is that you can return to the city for free. The scene was quiet for a second. Oh Huang Wang stared at his round shape and fell into deep thought. Isn't it a bit too provocative for us to play rock, paper, scissors like this? After the irrelevant jokes, the remaining 6 players quickly assigned the control group to eat and not eat. Oh Huang Wang unfortunately won the prize and became one of the 3 players who took the 10 perfect tonic pill. Reason for winning, the lowest HP among the players present. Oh Huang Wang picked up a small bottle from the ground beside him, turned his head to look at his comrades, and saw that they drank it directly in one gulp. Oh Huang Wang stopped the action of taking out the syringe. The 2 players who drank the 10 perfect tonic pill in one gulp looked at each other with the syringe in his hand. Oh Huang Wang asked the player who was looking through the information, does it say whether it is oral or injectable? The other party quickly looked through the information again. It seems not. The player who had already finished the 10 perfect tonic pill in one gulp said solemnly, it's called the 10 perfect tonic pill. Do you think this thing can be injected? Oh Huang Wang reminded the other party rigorously, but the 10 perfect tonic pill is a pill. This is liquid. The scene fell silent. Oh Huang Wang chose to inject. For no special reason. Simply because he had a syringe at hand. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't use it? After the player used the 10 perfect tonic pill, the fragrance and hunger at the scene quietly disappeared. And the only obvious change was that this is the purpose of the Ring Clan was written in front of the player. How is it? The player who didn't drink the 10 perfect tonic pill held the bottle in one hand, ready to drink it in one gulp if the situation was not right, and held a sharp medical instrument in the other hand, ready to control them when they went crazy. Not very good. After taking a sip, the player recalled the taste. It has no taste. Not tasty. I'm asking you how you feel. Who cares if this thing tastes good? I feel. The other party's voice suddenly slowed down, showing a strange tone, which scared the other players and made them grab the various weapons in their hands. It's a bit hot. Almost at the same time, with a boom, a blazing fire ignited on the player's body. The fire burned the other party and quickly spread to other players along the adhesion between the other party and other players, and even began to burn this illusion. The fire burned fiercely, and the players complained one after another. Fuck. The effect of this tenfold tonic pill is a bit strong. Is this an illusion or something? He lost blood. I don't think this is an illusion. Then why are you still standing there? Just kill him directly. The players hurriedly pressed the fireman and used various weapons to kill the player who didn't have much blood. The Ring Clan, who watched this scene, sighed from the bottom of their hearts. What a terrible race. Although the new world is full of bloody betrayal and killing, the Huan clan has never seen a race like the players, who were still laughing and talking in the last second, and could kill without hesitation in the next second. You know, not only did they not hesitate, but all the players even carried out the massacre of their own kind. There was no objection, no debate, as if they were born so cold-blooded. It cannot be said that all the players present carried out the massacre unanimously. For example, Oh Huang Wang was quite far away from them. At the first moment of the mutation, he perfectly implemented his cowardly nature. The flame lost its continuous power. The illusion returned to normal, and the laboratory burned by the flames returned to its unscathed appearance in a second. The players slapped out the fire on themselves, but they did not let down their guard because of the death of the player. Their eyes fell on another player who drank the 10 perfect tonic pill in one gulp. The player was innocent. I think we should first discuss what this 10 perfect tonic pill is. Why did he become a fireman after drinking it? The other 3 players holding weapons did not waver. Wait until you die. Then we will discuss it slowly. I don't have much blood left. Don't give me any unexpected events again. Don't drag a few people down with you when you die. Isn't that a problem? The player accepted the reality indignantly. Gone. Then I will return to the resurrection point first. But after you die and return to the resurrection point later, you must tell me what the Huan clan wants to do. After that, the other party killed himself neatly. The Huan clan who was watching the illusion. You died too quickly. At least let us see if the experiment is effective. Everyone's eyes fell on Oh Huang Wang, the only one left who was injected with the 10 perfect tonic pill. Oh Huang Wang was very alert and timid, and said first, I will never commit suicide. I want to live. Other players tried to persuade him earnestly, don't. You will become a fireman anyway. It's better to die directly and avoid the trouble. Oh Huang Wang thought for a while and found another idea. The NPC obviously wants us to use this 10-fold tonic pill. If I die, then you will still have no way out. You still have to use the 10-fold tonic pill again? At least we need to know why the NPC created this illusion and insisted that we use this unknown liquid. The other 3 players were convinced. That's right. We have no other way to escape from this illusion. And the difficulty of killing the Huan clan seems a bit too high. Thinking about it, we have no way out at all. Oh Huang Wang took the right to speak. Let's search again. I don't think the planner can design a copy where you must die. If it's the planner of this game, I think he can really do it. Despite saying so, the players still reached a consensus and started searching this narrow illusion again. They found a pile of 10-fold tonic pills. So many that the players could eat it as a meal. They found an insignificant experimental record. And because the text was too long, one player read it on the spot. After searching every corner of the laboratory, the players had to admit that this was a secret room that had no exit for them at all. It was obvious that the Huan clan only wanted them to use the 10-fold tonic pills, not to play a secret room escape with them. Another player panted and wiped his sweat, and hated the game for being too realistic. Even the fatigue was so real. He sat on the floor and looked at Oh Huang Wang. It's been half a day. Why haven't you turned into a fireman yet? Maybe the effect of injection is different from that of swallowing it directly. Oh Huang Wang carefully stared at his blood volume, and cast his eyes at the player, who was still browsing the experimental data. Is there any information related to the 10 perfect tonic pill in the data? It's hard to say. The player looked up from the data and looked at them. Do you really think that something like the 10 perfect tonic pill will appear in serious experimental data? Oh Huang Wang thought, from the bottom of his heart, this name sounds unreliable. Another player had a new doubt. Since there is no 10-fold tonic pill, what is this information about? The player who was flipping through the information organized the words. These materials may be the real experimental records of the Ring clan, because the data in it doesn't seem to be made up. The other 2 players became interested. I knew there would be nothing in this fantasy. And the planner really has a little conscience. From the information, the purpose of the Ring clan's experiment is very clear. The player who was flipping through the information frowned slightly, although as a little kid, it was difficult to see such a change in expression, and said, this is not so much an experimental record as it is the evolutionary history of the Ring clan. They obtained the characteristics of the experimental subjects from different experimental subjects. And then, they learned the evolution of the Ring clan. They obtained the characteristics of the experimental subjects from different experimental subjects. And then, they learned the evolution of the Ring clan. The special features of the creatures were transformed into a part of themselves. After flipping through all the information, the other party turned back to the first page and said to other players, the original Ring clan is very different from the current Ring clan. They used this method to force the evolution of their own race. A player thought, so, they are doing human experiments? The player who finished flipping through the information, not only that, their original experimental methods were very rough and bloody. In fact, even now, their experimental methods are still very. He thought about the correct adjective, waste. Waste? He showed the thick stack of information to other players. The experimental subjects used for the experiment may have all been exterminated. These thick experimental data mean the extinction of dozens of races. The atmosphere became heavy. Oh Huang Wang remembered the Shirong that the demon had deliberately mentioned in the last illusion. Does this experimental data mention Shirong? No. The experimental subjects and experimental results in the data are all referred to by code names. The player who posted the data said casually, but if Shirong was obtained by the Huan clan from other races, it is highly unlikely that it would be a development of truth, goodness and beauty. Another player who had been listening for a long time was thoughtful. That's not right. Isn't the Huan clan a conscious being? He doesn't have a physical body. And there is no point in doing so many experiments and turning himself into a stitched monster. In short, is he actually transforming the consciousness? Even if he transforms the consciousness, the advantages of other races cannot all be related to the consciousness. So what do they use the specialties of other races to transform? The question is back. Under this artificial evolution, can the Ring clan still be considered a pure consciousness? Yes. This awakened the dreamer. And other players said, so the Ring clan actually found a shell for themselves? The players looked up at this illusion, as if they wanted to see the real appearance of the Ring clan through it. I can no longer tell whether what I saw before was real or fake. Oh Huang Huang, do those shells floating in the void really exist? Where are we? Oh Huang Huang even had an extremely terrifying imagination. It can't be that since I met the Ring clan, it has been a large illusion. Right? Now it seems that the hidden mission is completely a reminder to me by the planner. Oh Huang Huang looked up at the ceiling. His sight was not fixed, but the ceiling he was looking at was slowly moving under his gaze, as if something was opened, revealing the road behind the ceiling. Oh Huang Huang stood up with a swish sound, staring at this strange scene and saying, "Fuck. You saw it." He suddenly realized something, and turned his head to look around. The fire spread across the prairie, burning the laboratory and the illusion. The players who had just chatted with him disappeared. Everything was covered with a layer of flames, burning and jumping. In fact, Oh Huang Huang couldn't even be sure whether the players who had just talked to him really existed or were still illusions created by the Ring clan. Oh Huang Huang looked at his blood volume. The last drop of blood was extremely strong and didn't fall. The passage on the ceiling suddenly closed in the burning fire. Oh Huang Huang looked at the scenes flashing in front of him. He didn't move. What moved were these scenes? Or another illusion? The familiar scenes disappeared in front of him, and everything was settled. Oh Huang Huang stood in place, looked up, and met the huge pupil in the sky. In his task list, the hidden task true or false, which originally showed failed, slowly lit up, and was marked as completed. Chapter 216 Global Public Beta 40 Star Gap Part 1. The huge pupil constitutes everything. No matter where you look at the sky, you can only look at this huge pupil. It replaces the definition of the sky, the universe, and nothingness, and becomes the only visible object within sight. The raging fire just now was like an illusion. At this moment, here, except for Oh Huang Huang and the huge pupil, there is only the existence under Oh Huang Huang's feet. Oh Huang Huang looked down at his feet. The creeping earth extends to the end of his sight. It is more like some kind of living thing than the earth. So, illusion creatures are really annoying. Oh Huang Huang thought so. But his scalp was still tingling from the creeping touch coming from his feet, under the continuous blows that could not distinguish between reality and falsehood. Oh Huang Huang was now completely unsure whether everything he saw at this moment was real or an illusion. Of course, he did not have the whimsical idea of successfully passing the dungeon at all. The last drop of blood was like a death notice that was within reach. Even if he accidentally sprained his ankle, he might die on the spot. Not to mention fighting a giant eyeball that looked like a boss. He could survive one move from the opponent. So there was only one possibility. He had unlocked the bloodlock. With this awareness, Oh Huang Huang simply looked around calmly. The giant eyeball that seemed to be far away and yet close at hand. The constantly squirming ground, and the nothingness that was nothing else. This scene was so empty that it could be swept away at a glance. And there was no place to hide. If they fought, they would basically die in seconds. Oh Huang Huang opened his personal panel out of boredom, and glanced at his current situation. He glanced at the familiar data, and paused on the special buff. Temporary advanced state. Some unknown energy has affected you, and you are in a special state. What special state? Oh Huang Huang turned his head to look at the huge pupil, suspecting that this special state means that he is still in an illusion. The huge pupil slowly opened, watching the weak creature whose consciousness was gradually increasing. The Huan clan was very satisfied with Oh Huang Huang's current state. They successfully enhanced the strength of this player's consciousness. He should not be like the previous players, who died on the spot as soon as their consciousness was exposed. As the huge pupil slowly opened, a strange feeling appeared in Oh Huang Huang's perception. The cold existence dissected his body, probed into his body, and looked for what they wanted. This feeling was too strange, which made Oh Huang Huang shudder. He tried to lower his head to see if he was really dissected by something, but he couldn't move his eyes away from the pupil. He seemed to have lost control of himself, and seemed to be in another state. It was not the state of being bound by the flesh that humans were accustomed to, but another world that he had never touched. Oh Huang Wang had an illusion that as long as he wanted, he could walk to the sky and touch the pupil at close range. The cold existence was still looking for something in his body. The feeling of penetrating into his body, and even his soul, was extremely strange. As if everything was spread out, and there was no place to hide. Oh Huang Wang trembled all over because of this feeling. He simply made up his mind, stared at the huge pupil, and stepped. He took a step. Oh Huang Wang's eyes flashed. The world changed, and there was only a bloody color in front of him. The bloody color blurred his vision and blurred everything. Found it. The Huan clan found the consciousness in this player's body, and they carefully and cautiously exposed it to their sight. Oh Huang Wang tried to wipe away the bloody color that blurred his vision, but the bloody color in front of him became more and more intense. Oh Huang Wang glanced at his personal panel. Thank God. The personal panel was not covered with a layer of blood, and it could still be read normally. His blood volume was still at a precarious point. This was not right. Even if he didn't mention the real feeling of being cut open just now, he was now covered with blood and couldn't see anything. So why should this drop of blood fall? Oh Huang Wang didn't understand the reason. So he simply gave up thinking, obeyed his instinct, and walked along the blood. Although theoretically there was no road under his feet, from a perceptual point of view, he felt that he could keep moving forward until the Huan clan's plan was successful. They got the consciousness of a living player. And now, they only need to dig out this consciousness directly to find out all the unsolved mysteries of the player race. The Ring clan began to peel off the consciousness. Oh Huang Wang walked to the end, and the blood suddenly dissipated, revealing a strange scene in front of him. Thousands of eyes grew on the white clouds, floating in the darkness. Oh Huang Wang was startled by this scene of mental pollution, and then quickly reacted. These eyes were half closed, as if they didn't notice his existence at all. On the contrary, the huge cloud slowly floated towards him, although Oh Huang Wang knew nothing about it. When the cloud approached, its name appeared in Oh Huang Wang's mind. Shirong. The next second, Oh Huang Wang suddenly remembered the point mentioned by the fake demon Shirong is the weakness of the Huan clan. Oh Huang Wang knew that he had always been lucky, but the deployment of this dragon-slaying sword from the sky still exceeded his imagination of how lucky he was. Oh Huang Wang stared at Shirong for a moment and realized another problem. How to use this thing. There was no instruction manual or anything. And Oh Huang Wang was in a completely impossible situation to tear Shirong with his hands. He didn't even have hands. He was just a mysterious existence. In Oh Huang Wang's confusion, Shirong floated forward again and wrapped Oh Huang Wang in it. The temporary advanced state on Oh Huang Wang's character panel changed, removing the word temporary. However, Oh Huang Wang didn't have extra attention to this at the moment. After entering Shirong, he saw another small theater. The different world version of the farmer and the snake. The kind-hearted person who took in the Huan clan was betrayed by the Huan clan and became an experimental subject. After repeated experiments, he obtained a small piece of Lingxi that gathered their hearts and pieced it together into the current Shirong. A material carrier that can protect the consciousness of the Huan clan has become the most powerful trump card of the Huan clan, allowing the Huan clan to gain a foothold in the new world and conduct these experiments without suffering the backlash of the experiments. But it is unwilling. Those Lingxi that were dug out of the heart remember their past experiences. Shirong cannot resist the control of the Huan clan. It has waited until this moment, and then waited for a consciousness from another world. Although the story is a bit old-fashioned, the Huan clan's faces are too ugly. Oh Huang Wang successfully immersed himself in the plot, empathized with Shirong, and wished to destroy this race in the next second. Why not? An idea suddenly rang in Oh Huang Wang's mind, so abrupt that it seemed to be forced in. It would be too easy for them to die. Oh Huang Wang did not continue with this idea, but thought angrily, it's not so good to die if you want to. Everything was quiet again, and Oh Huang Wang's thoughts turned rapidly, thinking about a better way to retaliate the kind he could do. He glanced at his personal panel and paused at the advanced state buff. Advanced state, a special state in which you will exist as a consciousness body. You have the opportunity to open the consciousness body form. What the hell? A new form? Oh Huang Wang was excited for 2 seconds, and then he calmed down again when he recalled the fact that the planner's brain was a whole. Druid is still one of the 3 original initial professions. Now no player has successfully changed his profession. Not to mention that Oh Huang Wang has changed his profession to a blacksmith. This game does not have the concept of resetting points. After selecting a profession, you cannot learn other professions. Oh Huang Wang thought of this, and found a line of small words below the introduction of the advanced state. The consciousness body belongs to another form of existence, and can coexist with other professions. Forget it. Can't I open this form? Oh Huang Wang was full of passion for I am the real chosen son of heaven. But reality gave him a blow. The eyes on the Shirong opened one after another, and the Huang clan realized that an outsider appeared in the Shirong. Shirong did not give Oh Huang Wang time to hesitate. It kicked Oh Huang Wang out of Shirong, intending to let the other party destroy it directly. But Oh Huang Wang didn't understand its hint. He clearly realized that someone was watching him without any disguise, reading his life, reading every thought that occasionally emerged and was forgotten in his long life. The feeling of being naked was too terrifying, and Oh Huang Wang almost subconsciously ran to a place where he could not be so naked. He didn't realize what he was doing. He just wanted to avoid the sight of flipping through his soul, like flipping through a book. After the consciousness body was kicked out by Shirong, it shuttled through the void. This shuttle was different from the forward movement of the material body. The spatial distance was only a moment for the consciousness body. The Huan clan followed closely behind. He passed through the territory of the Huan clan and fell into the world gap without hesitation. The Huan clan subconsciously moved forward, trying to stop him. The Huan clan can come and go freely in the world gap because their main body is in Shirong. But weak consciousness bodies, like players, will be destroyed as soon as they fall into the world gap. In order to prevent the destruction of the only remaining successful product, the Huan clan controlled Shirong to fall into it, and wrapped Oh Huang Wang's consciousness to prevent it from being destroyed by the world crack. This farce that suddenly got out of control should have ended here, if Shirong had not encountered the vortex composed of the irregular fluctuations of the ether in the world crack, pushing it to another direction. The world crack means danger to most races including the Huan clan. The ether vortex has little effect on the Huan clan, but in order to ensure that Shirong will not be damaged by the ether vortex, the Huan clan does not mind following the force of the vortex and going in another direction. After all, the ether vortex in the world gap will not enter other worlds. It will only spin in the world gap. When the ether vortex stops, they can still leave the world gap safely. When the ether vortex finally stopped, the Ring tribe looked carefully and found that something was wrong. They broke into the space fold created by the star gap. Wait, why did the star gap create such a complex space fold in the world gap? What do they want to trap? The Ring tribe was very confused about this. But a new problem followed. If they didn't come here with Shirong, then the space fold would be useless for the consciousness body. But the current problem is that they can leave here with the consciousness body, but Shirong can't. Shirong is a material carrier. In other words, it is a kind of matter. Consciousness is not controlled by space, but matter is restricted by it. Abandon Shirong? It is absolutely impossible for the Ring tribe. Shirong is the trump card that allows the Huan clan to gain a foothold in the new world. Once the Huan clan abandons this material carrier, they will be exposed to other new civilizations without any cover. The consequences will never be much better than now. When the Huan clan was in a dilemma, Oh Huang Wang, who was wrapped in Shirong, received a system prompt. Confirm that the player's status meets the prerequisites for private chat. Detect that there are players nearby. Do you want to open private chat? Oh Huang Wang silently said I am indeed the chosen one, and opened private chat, as if his perception was suddenly enhanced. Oh Huang Wang suddenly sensed another thought fluctuation in a world full of chaos and blockade. Fuck, brother. What's wrong with you? Li, who was falling endlessly in the world gap, was stunned. Suddenly, another voice sounded in his mind. If it weren't for the system notification that popped up immediately, he would have thought that he had encountered some special race again. Player Oh Huang Wang has opened a private chat with you. Oh Huang Wang. Li? What's going on with you now? X2. Let's go back a little bit and return the story to when Li met the Star Gap. Unlike the Sweetmouth Ring clan, the racial characteristics of the Star Gap do not have the prerequisites for them to become liars. So they are just a group of ordinary perverts. Of course, when they first encountered the Star Gap, the players knew nothing about it. For Li, it was an ordinary daily jump grid. He was lucky and encountered several pieces of broken land in succession. He successfully jumped a distance and entered a certain direction of the world gap. After several consecutive successes, Li could no longer see other players around him. It was at this time that Li who was jumping grids with his head covered, encountered the star gap. Star gap. A fragment of a star. Its weight and mass are hard to describe accurately. It was mixed in the broken land and was not noticeable until he jumped and hit it. Because of this unexpected collision, Lee almost fell into an endless fall. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and stumbled and stepped on the star gap. The star gap looked completely different from the broken land, which made Lee realize that something was wrong. Lee, where did such a large piece of land come from? Although it is called a star fragment. In fact, the volume of the star gap is extremely vast compared to humans. It was like a broken land. Compared with those broken lands, the huge size of the star gap was enough for Lee to run 800 meters on it. However, it cannot be accurately described as a broken land, because it is far from the appearance of land. The surface of the star gap varies. The star gap that Lee encountered had a soft, solid surface. He stood on it and shook, and fell directly to the ground. The ground was hit, and a small stream of gas sprayed upwards, vibrating in the theoretical vacuum. The surrounding circle of broken land was completely shattered, directly clearing the square inch of land. Lee was stunned and walked away from the vent lightly, fearing that he would be sprayed back to the resurrection point. Until this moment, he did not realize that he had encountered a new civilization. He thought he was just lucky to encounter a piece of land in a strange state. But before he could celebrate his luck, the star gap under his feet crawled on the ground, swallowed him under the ground, and then crossed the space fold, left the world gap, and arrived at the territory belonging to the star gap. Lee, who was losing blood madly due to suffocation, was vomited out by Xing Jishi before he was about to die and returned to the resurrection point. Lee didn't bother to look around, took a deep breath first, made sure he was no longer losing blood, and then skillfully took a blood recovery potion. This shows the difference between a novice and an old hand. If Oh Huang Wang hadn't been lucky enough to enter the state of consciousness, let alone the opportunity to open the state of consciousness, he would have died before he even saw Chiron. Lee's blood volume returned to a safe value, and he shifted his attention and looked around. Large pieces of land with strange terrain filled the entire space as far as the eye could see. He could see faint lights on those distant star gaps. Those star gaps that were extremely far away from him were very consistent with the definition of star fragments. They looked very small and radiated light, like a piece of accidentally dropped star fragments. Lee stood up and extended his gaze along the broken continent composed of star gaps until he could no longer extend it, but still did not see any life. There were no animals or plants. But it was not dead here, because those small pieces of land were moving, colliding, and passing by, just like living things. If he had seen this scene before, Lee would have been sure that this was a special played movement. But now, after seeing enough biological forms, even Manxing can be defined as intelligent creatures. Lee felt that it would not be strange if these lands were living intelligent creatures. Lee was shocked by the endless star gaps. And the star gaps had already completed communication. In another star gap not far from Lee, its landform is somewhat special. It is a spherical ball made of liquid. When it rotates, you can vaguely see the liquid of different shades still in motion. At this moment, this star gap uses this feature to surface words on the liquid surface to communicate with Lee. Lee stared at the complex and unfamiliar symbols, and shot a communication spell on himself with his backhand. Those unfamiliar symbols changed rapidly under the effect of the spell, outlining familiar square Chinese characters. What race are you? We have never seen a race like you. Sitting on the soft ground that was shaking slightly, Lee answered the question, player. I am a player. Theoretically, the distance between them was not enough to support his voice to be received by the other party. But here, thinking with theory is itself very absurd. The star gap under his feet can clearly hear his answer and pass it to all the star gap. So, the conversation continued like this. Player? You look weak. The world gap is very dangerous. You shouldn't break in so recklessly. Lee was also a little surprised. What race are you? I have never seen you like. Lee glanced at the land fragments that covered the entire field of vision. Race. Star gap. Have you heard of us? I have only heard of Manxing. However, this name still gave Lee a little inspiration. Are you also a kind of star? The name Manxing caused turmoil in the star gap. But these turmoil occurred in a collective perception of the star gap, without any leakage. So Lee, who was talking to them, did not notice anything unusual. Yes. The other party changed the subject since you haven't heard of us. Then you shouldn't be the outermost civilization of the continent? Lee didn't understand from the other party's words how notorious the star gap was in the new world. He flipped through the tasks and didn't see any hints of new tasks. And he also revealed his past. Yes, we are on the continent. Lee remembered the post on the forum about Oh Huang's contact with the Ring clan. And he became excited. He felt that he had found the right way to open the PvP dungeon. And took the initiative to say, I know the Ring clan. Some players have encountered them. Ring tribe? Then they are really lucky. The words Ring tribe is very weak. Before Lee could figure out the relationship between Ring tribe is very weak. And good luck. New words appeared on the water. Do you need me to take you back? The world gap is too dangerous for you. Why doesn't Star Gap take the initiative to issue tasks? Lee had this doubt, but didn't take it to heart. As for the task, of course, players have to take the initiative to get it. Lee didn't respond to Star Gap's words, but took the initiative to ask, do you need help? The water surface shook, and no words appeared. Lee continued to take the task. I heard that the living environment at the outermost edge of the continent is very bad. If you need any help, I am happy to help you. Star Gap? I have never seen such a cooperative victim in my life. The water surface shook for a moment, and new words appeared. We do need help in some areas, but I'm afraid you can't help us. After all, this place is too dangerous for you. Sure enough, the task was not triggered because the prerequisites of the task were not met. Lee changed his posture and sold out other players. If it is very dangerous, I can invite other players to help. There are a lot of players. Lee hinted at the other party crazily. The other party understood his hint and sent him a task to invite other players to enter the Star Gap territory. Although I don't know why I didn't receive the task of becoming a domain master issued by the Ring clan. Considering the evaluation of the Ring clan by the Star Gap, Lee suspected that this might be because the Star Gap's military strength is higher than that of the Ring clan, which led to the increase in the prerequisite standards of the task. So, Lee accepted the task, and the parking lot in the World Gap at the end of the South China Sea. Therefore, there was one more recruitment from Star Gap. Players continuously passed through the space folding of Star Gap and arrived at the territory of Star Gap. Although Star Gap knew very well that there were different races in this world, the extremely weak and overly stupid race, like the players, was still beyond their imagination. How could there be such a weak and stupid race on the continent? It seems that the civilization on the continent has indeed begun to weaken during the long period of recuperation. Players don't know what a bad new civilization they have encountered, and the new civilization doesn't know what a bad prey they have hunted. It seems to be one of the common tragedies in the world to start a tragic fate because of ignorance. Chapter 217 Global Public Beta 41 Star Gap Part 2. Players gathered in the territory of Star Gap, which brought a series of chain reactions to Star Gap. For example, chaos and harassment. Players explored around in the territory of Star Gap, looking for key clues to trigger the mission. As the number of players gradually increased, Star Gap, as a fragment of a star, encountered endless harassment from players. Although rationally speaking, players knew that the ground under their feet was the main body of Star Gap. But in an environment where there was nothing except the ground, players could only focus their eyes on the land under their feet to explore clues. 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their magical powers. Some players began to dig the ground. Some players rushed into the liquid ground. Some players persisted in chattering with Star Gap. And some players went to the more distant Star Gap to find useful clues. Star Gap soon discovered another characteristic of stupid and weak players. They were almost not afraid. In other words, they had no awe. The dangerous new world and the unknown new race did not inspire any awe in them, considering that the players were so weak that they could not cause any harm to Star Gap. Star Gap did not take the players' behavior seriously, until they brought back more and more players, until more and more players spread across the territory of Star Gap, spreading the chaos and harassing them. The situation was out of Star Gap's control. And at the same time, the players who were wholeheartedly exploring Star Gap also had many doubts. Why doesn't Star Gap issue tasks? Don't they want to become domain masters? Strange. Why is there nothing here? We dug for a long time, but we couldn't even dig up the surface. Although these lands are different, I feel that they are no different after looking at them. Isn't the difference quite big? It's hard to describe. No matter what the terrain of those lands is, we can't go deeper. We can only see the shallow layer on the top. Nonsense. These lands are alive. Of course they won't let you go deeper casually. The exploration of the players scattered on the Star Gap did not yield any results. These lands have no life forms, and are not even open to them. In the absence of new tasks, the players began to feel bored. I asked Stargap. They didn't seem to mention sending us back? Wouldn't it be okay if you committed suicide? Why do you have to ask them to make another trip? I don't believe it. How could there be no other tasks? I looked at the forum. The Ring Tribe has a lot of daily tasks. And they are not difficult. And the rewards are also generous. I should have gone to the Ring Tribe earlier. Stargap is stronger than the Ring Tribe. So the requirements for the tasks are also high. Which I think is reasonable. You should still choose a stronger initial camp. Otherwise, if you are easily defeated by the enemy camp, wouldn't it be a waste of time? I understand the reason. But Stargap doesn't give us tasks. We are just wasting our time here. When some players of Stargap started to get angry because there were no new tasks. Li Moshing was unfortunately not online. So he missed the plot of Stargap turning against the players. To be precise, it can't be considered a turning against each other. It can only be considered that Stargap finally got too lazy to fool the players and revealed its true face. There is nothing worth describing about the conversation between this group of grumpy old men and Stargap. After all, it was a scam from the beginning. After the negotiation broke down, the players' experiences are more worth describing. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth split. The players who had dug for a long time before but couldn't dig a pit were directly buried in the collapsed ground. The ground surged and swallowed all the players. The darkness came unexpectedly, and when the players regained their perception, they were solidified in an unknown existence. The brain was still thinking, but everything else was out of control. The vision was shrouded in darkness, like a small dark room where one person was alone, without sound, without light, losing control of oneself. And except for the active brain, the world fell into eternal silence. The players who were frightened by this horror immediately opened their personal panel and clicked to exit the game. As a result, the display cabinet specially made by Stargap for players became empty on a large scale. One after another. After waking up, players chose to log off in the face of the enhanced small black room. One by one, the ether balls lightly dissipated in the display cabinet that theoretically could not escape. Forum. What happened to Stargap? Original poster. What happened? It suddenly became a small dark room? Is there a game bug? What happened? What happened to Stargap again? Original poster. What do you mean by again? What happened? The plot of the Ring Clan went crazy. The Ring Clan turned out to be the villain boss. The details are a long story. Anyway, the Ring Clan showed their true colors and tore their faces with the players. Original poster. Can you explain it a little bit? I just came out of the small dark room and don't know much about the situation. How did the true colors come out? The players' previous experiences were all illusions. The Ring Tribe was actually using the players for experiments and turned the players into a giant stitched monster picture. Now most of the players have died and returned to the mainland. Host. Are you offline too? Damn. It's too weird. I can't move my whole body. There's no light around me. It's like I'm the only one left in the world. My mentality collapsed. Damn. I was scared to death. I went to the forum as soon as I logged off. And I knew someone must have posted something. Xing Jishi also turned against me? I don't know. The screen went black all of a sudden. Is it a game bug? Host. I came back after making a phone call. And the staff said that there is no bug in the game. What happened? Why did the ground suddenly collapse and the sky turn dark? I seem to know a little about the reason. Some players asked Xing Jishi to send them back to the mainland. And then Xing Jishi directly threw out 2 words dream. And then the sky collapsed. I'm not just guessing. But it sounds like Stargap has also turned against you. No way. Stargap is too sensitive. Isn't it? Didn't he just ask if he could send us back? Why did he lock us up in a small dark room? So, Stargap is also a villain boss? Then, are there any normal people on the outermost edge of the continent? We are so unlucky that we encountered 2 new civilizations, all of which are villains. Fuck. What's going on? I was swallowed by the ground as soon as I went online. Going online at this time. My luck is too bad? You also went to the small dark room? Yes. But I also saw something else. What else? Screenshot of Stargap in the deep earth. Screenshot of a row of display cabinets. The screenshot is a scene in Stargap in the deep earth. A light appeared in the darkness, illuminating the scene outside the small black room. A long row of display cabinets stood in the deep earth. with starlight flowing on the transparent shell, and the display cabinet switched between transparent and closed states. In the middle of the display cabinet, there was a circular frame that was tailor-made, and a socket about 10 centimeters long extended downward from the top of the display cabinet, flashing a sharp light under the light. This row of display cabinets was not crowded, and was illuminated along the light in a pleasing manner, passing through the deeper direction. While most of the display cabinets were empty, there were a few display cabinets with creatures remaining in them. The round dumplings lay tightly in the display cabinets, and the sockets above the display cabinets were inserted straight into the dumplings, presenting a static and peaceful scene. Of course, in the eyes of players, it became a terrifying scene that was extremely scary when they thought about it carefully. Fuck. Is this what the Black Room really looks like? I was wondering why we couldn't move. So we were mind-controlled? What's wrong with Star Gap? This display case couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Right? So they had been preparing for this long ago? Wait. Let's get back to the topic. Why did everyone go directly into the Black Room? But the players who just logged in to Star Gap's territory could see the scene outside the Black Room? Is this a different treatment? Or does Star Gap have other intentions? The correct answer is that Star Gap had other intentions. Star Gap showed me this scene, and then asked me questions about the current situation. The most important question being, why can we disappear from the display case? Bah! Now that I mention it, I don't know which player is worse off. The one who encountered the Ring Clan, or the one who encountered the Star Gap. Of course it's the Ring Clan. The Ring Clan is a serial scam. It deceived my innocent young heart. The players of the Star Gap at least logged off immediately, so they didn't lose anything. Then I suggest you go to the small Black Room and experience it. You can't move in the darkness, and you're the only one left in the world. Then you'll know what your lighthearted nothing loss feels like. Besides, we can't go online forever. If the problem is not solved, won't this account be useless? Can you commit suicide in the small Black Room? No. You can't move at all, and you can't use ether and equipment. It's miserable. But I'm more concerned about what happened after the Star Gap asked the question. Then I logged off. Too cowardly. Right? At least get some information from the boss. I don't know the cause and effect at all. When I went online, I suddenly faced this incredible development. Isn't it normal to go offline to the forum to see what happened? Otherwise, how can I know how to fool the boss? Are there any players in the Star Gap territory who haven't come online yet? Don't rush to go online. Let's make a confession first. No. Can't offline players go online again to see the situation? I just tried it. Players who have been locked in the small Black Room will be directly in the small Black Room when they go online. It's useless. After the post was pushed to the front page, it was spread through social media and bombarded by various groups. Lee, who was still in the state of anti-addiction, successfully contacted several other players who were not present at the time for various reasons, gathered the wisdom of many watching the fun and not minding the big things players, and carried out self-help for the current situation. So, our previous behavior was not to open a PvP dungeon, but to walk into a tiger's mouth? A very accurate description. What kind of dungeon is this dungeon at the outermost edge of the continent? A dungeon where all the players are villains and players need justice from heaven. A boss dungeon after advancement. That's enough to describe it. Don't add so many settings. Is Oh Wong Wong still offline? I didn't reply to my group search. So, we are challenging by leaps and bounds? I think that's called a low-level player mistakenly entering a full-level dungeon. No wonder it's so difficult to jump the grid. The planner is awesome. The degree of freedom is amazing. The planner is stupid. Didn't he hint to us that the level requirement of this dungeon is very high? There is such a truth in the world that if you scold the planner will reduce your luck. I don't believe it. There are so many people scolding him. Can the planner handle it? Fuck. This idea actually makes sense. Then I will do it too. The planner is stupid. So, Oh Wong Wong is not the Emperor of Luck, but the extremely unlucky guy? This idea is very clear. Lee, remember our goal. Give the players a chance to commit suicide. Our advantage is that Xing Jishi doesn't know our situation. Our disadvantage is that we are suppressed by the level, and we can never beat the opponent. So play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. And don't fight the boss with the opponent. Use sweet words and flattery to make Xing Jishi relax his vigilance, and then get out of trouble. Lee, you are ready. Don't run away like others. You didn't have time to run. and you are trapped in this small dark room again. I left a message to the staff, and the reply was the same. They would not interfere with the natural evolution of the game plot. If you are really trapped in this small black room, you are just as unlucky as Ye. It is okay to force your account to be cancelled. After gathering the wisdom of countless players and determining the battle strategy, Lee and his team went online with the important mission of saving the trapped players. As soon as the login page disappeared from my eyes, I felt weightless. The ground under my feet cracked open and swallowed the players, who suddenly appeared. The darkness obscured my vision, and the players were nervous. They were afraid of dying before they could achieve their goals, so they went straight into the small black room. Fortunately, the information asymmetry between the two sides prevented Xingxixi from doing so. After all, the display cabinet they carefully prepared had completely lost its function. None of the players who should have been unable to escape were left behind, and they disappeared from the display cabinet. If the collection method is not changed, even if these players are put in the display cabinet, it will only repeat the process of players disappearing. Both parties have a need for a conversation, which is the prerequisite for the success of Lee's combat strategy. A light appeared in the darkness, and neatly arranged display cabinets appeared in front of Lee. This is not a bad scene. As long as you don't put yourself in the collection inside the display cabinet, it is very worthy of appreciation from the scene itself. But players cannot escape the identity of being collected. So no matter how artistic the picture is, in their eyes, there are only 3 words: small black room. The ground follows the idea of Xing Jixia and slowly forms handwriting. It seems that we can have a chat. Li looked around and said, I didn't expect that you didn't want to coexist peacefully with us from the beginning. How can a tiger and a rabbit coexist peacefully? The translation was as down-to-earth as ever, allowing the player to instantly understand the other party's arrogance. So you wanted to do this from the beginning? Li didn't find anything useful. Everything here was natural, without any traces of human intervention, as if it had formed such an unscientific terrain from the beginning. Considering that the star gap itself is a stellar fragment, perhaps it's okay to say so. It seems that you really haven't heard of us. Star Gap introduced itself to the player. We are collectors of civilizations. It seems that because of their hobbies, Star Gap talked more. We have collected many civilizations, and I like to preserve their most authentic appearance. Accompanied by these words, a long road suddenly appeared in front of Lee and his friends. Please allow us to show you these brilliant civilizations that once shone at the outermost edge of the continent. The players looked at each other. When facing the boss, they finally restrained their bad habit of discussing the plot in front of each other. They walked into the passage that suddenly appeared. The other party did not take them to a certain place. For Xingxixi, it was a very simple operation to project the collection on both sides of the passage. Lee and his friends faced a scene beyond imagination. The frozen singer, the fish swimming against the current in the water, the dots of fluorescence floating in the mist, the constantly changing two-dimensional scene, the gray mirror, the fragments of time wrapped in water droplets. These beings were frozen in a certain moment, and most of them were not in human form. Various life forms were woven into the fantasy corridor in front of us, shocking the impoverished human mind with their heavy history and imagination beyond the limit. The players were attracted by them, attracted by those shining and vibrant civilizations. Lee was the first to react. Are they alive? Dead civilizations are worthless. This is not a collection, but a prison that imprisons civilizations for life. But they are still alive. One player couldn't help but interrupt the conversation and said, so you let them retain their consciousness and face the endless darkness day and night? If there was no small accident, you should have been the same as them. Some players had too strong empathy and logged off on the spot. Star Gap was not interested in such surging emotions. The anger generated by losers had no value. So, what do you want to talk to us about? I am happy to talk to you about the price of betrayal. The other party is more sensible than the player expected. Of course, it is also possible that Star Gap is more arrogant than the player imagined. However, any race with the ability of Star Gap will be as arrogant as Star Gap when facing an individual like the player whose strength is almost insignificant. Star Gap's current performance can be called cautious after all. They saw with their own eyes that the player exceeded their expectations and disappeared in the display cabinet that could not be escaped. But who would have thought that such a weak and stupid existence as the player would cheat? The price of betrayal? Lee showed a little excitement, but then suppressed it. The gap in strength between us is so huge. I don't think there is any possibility of a deal. If that were the case, you wouldn't be here. Let's be direct. I don't like beating around the bush. What do you want? Powerful strength? Unimaginable weapons? Or countless wealth? Or omniscient knowledge? Good guy. You dare to say that. Lee restrained the urge to roll his eyes. Even if the other party could make him reach the maximum level instantly. It was just a game. The same temptation has two different meanings in reality and in the game. The price that is enough to make people betray their souls is just a string of meaningless words in the game. Lee pretended to think for a moment. And then he used his lifelong acting skills. With his distrust of the other party, and the excitement of being tempted by the bait. He laid the groundwork, but I don't trust you. The other party did something beyond the imagination of all the players present in the next second. A sharp thorn suddenly protruded from the ground. And Lee heard a few short muffled sounds. When he turned his head, he saw only a few sharp edges that had not yet retracted to the ground and an empty passage. All the players who went online with him, except him, were killed by the other party. Now, you can trust us. Is this a threat? This is definitely a threat. Right? Lee looked at his feet reflexively. The flat ground was normal. There was no sign of its brutality that had suddenly risen up and killed others 2 seconds ago. The handwriting on the ground was still changing. You have betrayed them once. And I believe you are willing to betray them a second time. Give your terms. Lee stared at the description of already betrayed them once. And felt that he was more wrong than Doe. If I knew that you were perverts, could you bring the players here? But at least the other party was convinced of his low moral character and his ability to betray his own people without scruples. Lee swallowed his words of rebuttal with humiliation. First, you have to ensure that I can leave here alive. If we have enough players, we don't need one more of you to enrich our collection. Lee was not surprised by this. Their conversation was based on this point. He wanted to live. And Zingzixi wanted to keep the players as collections. Lee, I have a way to make them reappear. He stopped talking, improvised, added drama to himself, and shrank back. But how to control them is your business. We will replace them with more tight collection cabinets to ensure that they cannot escape from the space again. Lee's thoughts strayed for a moment. So, the reason why you can stop these collections at a certain moment is because you have an unimaginable talent for space? If you stay here for a while, you will know that Zingzixi is the master of space. And we have never failed. Lee's thoughts were completely off track. But I heard that the most powerful civilization in the Artsy region is Artsy. The Huan tribe said that. It's really interesting that you actually trust the words of a liar. After hearing that the Huan tribe revealed their true colors, Lee had some guesses about this. But the guess was indirectly confirmed by Xingzixi, which still surprised Lee. So there is no Artsy region. There is no Artsy. There is no artificial order here. Xingzixi had no interest in this topic, and jumped back to the topic. In an instant, let your fellow tribesmen reappear. Lee's thoughts returned to the main topic. I need some security. What else do you want? I want to go back to the mainland. Okay. Zingzixi agreed quickly. After we collect the player, we will send you back to the mainland. After you complete the collection, I will have no bargaining chips at that time. If you break your promise, I will not have any ability to resist. I want to go back to the mainland before everything starts. We are not the liar of the Huan clan. Although saying so, Zingzixi did not get angry. They took a step back very calmly. World Gap. They conducted a short negotiation, and finally reached an agreement with both sides harboring ulterior motives. Zingzixi sent Lee into the World Gap, and Lee waited in the World Gap for them to replace the collection cabinet and wake up his fellow tribesmen from the disappeared state. Of course, for Lee, all he needed was a moment for the player to commit suicide. At the moment when the collection cabinet was changed, the online players were able to complete the suicide and return to the resurrection point. After reaching an agreement in the negotiations, both parties gave high praise to each other's cooperation. Chapter 218 Global Public Beta 42 The Snipe and the Clam Fight. But the fisherman benefits. After listening to Lee's previous experience, Huang Wang concluded, so, this is why you fell into the World Gap? Star Gap betrayed its promise? Lee looked at the endless World Gap. They kept a hand from the beginning. Star Gap can control the space here. So as long as I am in the World Gap, they can catch me back at any time. Huang Wang also noticed the traces of space fluctuations behind Lee. Obviously, Star Gap is crossing the chaos and disorder of the World Gap to track Lee's whereabouts. Judging from the current situation, as long as they are given a little time, they can catch up with Lee. Then what are you still doing here? Huang Wang urged the other party in confusion. Why don't you die and return to the resurrection point? Li said viciously. These bosses are so annoying. I must vent my anger. Oh, Huang Wang felt the same way. That's right. These bosses are so annoying. The Huan tribe is simply not human. They should be cut into pieces. Li nodded heavily. Although I can't beat them. I have thought about it. When they catch up with me after all the hardships, I will commit suicide in front of them, so that they are just a step away from success. But they will never give me. Oh, Huang Wang took a breath. It sounds great. What is worse in this world than failing at the last hurdle? That is to completely lose the chance of success. Thinking of this, Oh, Huang Wang suddenly remembered another point. Did other players successfully escape from the small black room? That's right. Otherwise, wouldn't they chase me like crazy? Speaking of the final victory, Li said proudly, I managed the time very well. Of course, it was mainly due to the cooperation of Star Gap. They took the initiative to tell me the time to change the collection cabinet. If I don't make good use of it, wouldn't it be a waste? Star Gap didn't specifically tell Li the time to change the collection cabinet. They just mentioned the time when they mentioned the new collection cabinet. The main purpose was to deter and warn the other party by describing that the collection cabinet would never be escaped by the player again. Of course, in Li's ears, only the most important factor of time remained. Before the old collection cabinet was opened and the new collection cabinet began to be placed, the players went online on a large scale, committed suicide on the spot, and completely disappeared from the territory of Star Gap. Star Gap, who realized that he had been deceived, immediately began to hunt for Li in the World Gap. After confirming that the plan was successful, Li immediately broke away from the broken ground and fell into the irregular World Gap. In order to ensure that the player with the ability of mysterious disappearance can be caught, Star Gap did not hesitate to fold the space in the World Gap on a large scale, turning this area into a dilemma where there is no way out. Star Gap's action of folding space caused the space in the World Gap to be turbulent, which is why the Ring Clan chased Oh Huang Wang into the World Gap, but encountered the Ether Vortex. In the end, these chain reactions led to the coincidence of Oh Huang Wang and Li meeting here. After Li told his own situation, he asked about Oh Huang Wang's experience, and then was annoyed by the behavior of the Ring Clan. Li, you did the right thing. You must not let the Ring Clan get away with it, and you must make them pay the price. Oh Huang Wang felt the current situation. The consciousness in Shirong was fluctuating violently, so he could not care about what to do to him for the time being. Oh Huang Wang scratched his head, but it seems a bit troublesome right now. I was caught in Shirong by them, and can't run away. What should I do? As an old player with superb game awareness, Li reacted very quickly. Wait, you said before that you were in a special state now? Oh Huang Wang, I suspect that I have turned on the blood lock. After so many big moves before, the last bit of blood didn't drop, which is very unreasonable. Have you ever thought that this special state may be a consciousness? Li analyzed with reason, because there is no attack on the consciousness. So your last drop of blood has not dropped all the time. Oh Huang Wang, fuck. Have I unknowingly opened the consciousness form? In the current situation, Li's attention is more focused on another point, since the Huan clan can control Shirong, and you are now a consciousness. Theoretically, you can also control Shirong? And from your description just now, Shirong has residual self-awareness. Maybe it can help you. Why don't you try it while they are not paying attention to you? Oh Huang Wang was silent for a moment. And then a new message came. But how to try? I don't have any other feelings at all. If Li knew, would he still keep falling here? The two were speechless for a moment. And Oh Huang Wang realized that he had asked a stupid question. Silently shrank back, and left a sentence. I will try my best. Li looked at the shadow above, and his divergent thoughts were scattered. From the conversation, Oh Huang Wang was indeed a newbie. But the two were both survivors, and the treatment difference was too big. Oh Huang Wang was also backstabbed by an NPC. He started the consciousness profession, and can now hide in the Shiran safely. He is very comfortable. Li Mao has been acting and negotiating all the way, and now he is being chased by the Star Gap like a dog. The huge shadow above is rapidly shortening the distance. There are many Star Gap chasing Li Mao. They form a large land in the World Gap without a foothold, which is almost enough to block the sight. Li Mao cheered up, looked at his blood volume, and prepared himself. The World Gap has never been so lively. The Shiran not far away is still circling in the folded space, looking for a way to escape. And a large number of Star Gap fell from the sky, confronting the World Gap and tracing Li Mao's whereabouts. Fortunately, they are good at the rules of space. Otherwise it would be difficult for any race to catch up with an intelligent creature lost in the chaotic and disordered environment of the world gap where the ether is difficult to control. The broken land floating in the world gap was smashed by the star gap. The approach of the star gap is not the approach of the conventional concept. Because the approach of the conventional concept cannot shorten the distance in the world gap. Behind the seemingly not far distance. It is the star gap's every step across the vast space. This is also the reason why players will fall into a situation of continuous falling once they fail to step on the foothold. Because this space has no rules, and is changing all the time. It seems to be within reach. But it is actually separated by an extremely long distance. But these cannot stop the star gap. The performance of the player's second escape has intensified the star gap's desire to collect them. Although the players are weak, stupid and greedy. Their special characteristics are definitely worthy of a place in the star gap's collection. Xingxixi had already seen Li. And they accelerated their approach. Li was ready. The distance between the two gradually shortened. But at this critical moment, there was another existence at the scene that was not noticed by the two parties. He was the cause of the accident. Oh Huang was studying how to control Shirong. And he had no idea. After trying to clear his mind, he only had countless annoying thoughts. Oh Huang opened his personal panel and carefully searched for his character skills, trying to complete the mysterious operation of controlling Shirong from the perspective of the game. Unfortunately, there were no special skills in his character skills. Only the buff of the special state was still hanging on the character panel, proving that his current situation was indeed very special. Just when Oh Huang quickly gave up and began to look for a way to return to the resurrection point and get out of the trapped state, he saw a huge land composed of Xingxixi in the distance. Like a spaceship suddenly pressing in, the huge shadow smashed a large piece of floating broken ground, jumped in space, and approached a certain direction. Oh Huang noticed that the Ring clan, which was originally in a violent state of fluctuation, suddenly calmed down slowly. The countless eyes surrounding the white mist slowly opened and looked at the culprit who created this dilemma star gap. The atmosphere suddenly became tense for some reason. It is actually easy to understand. Star gap is notorious. And any civilization will be instinctively wary of him who knows that the other party suddenly thinks you are suitable as a collection. In this case, it is really hard not to be misunderstood when the other party is approaching aggressively. In addition, the environment at the outermost edge of the continent is not moral at all. An environment without order and full of conspiracies will only create more disorderly natives. Therefore, as soon as the star gap appeared, the Ring clan immediately locked onto the other party. Oh Huang's eyes repeatedly moved back and forth between the star gap and the Ring clan. His brain had not yet reacted, but his instinct had already made a choice. The Shirong, which was spinning in the space fold, suddenly drifted and approached the shadow. The Ring clan could not break the space fold because they knew nothing about the factor of space. But to break the space fold, it is not necessary to understand space. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the source of the problem. This series of thoughts suddenly flashed in the mind of the Ring clan, as natural as if it had been there. The Shirong, which accommodates countless consciousnesses, is harmless and quiet, with almost no sense of existence. It cannot resist the orders of the consciousness, so it chooses to actively obey the orders of the consciousness. Oh Huang approach the star gap and amplify Oh Huang's ideas to all the Ring clan. The Ring clan almost immediately realized that these thoughts were too abrupt. But before they could react, Star Gap had already set its sights on the Ring clan. Exposing their complete bodies to such a race was too dangerous for the Ring clan. And when faced with danger, it was the Ring clan's instinct to read the other party's thoughts and build a seamless illusion from the other party's memory. So, the two came into contact unexpectedly. The Ring clan's illusion had an immediate effect. And Star Gap, which had shortened the distance across space, suddenly paused for a second. The next second, the space around the huge shadow shattered, directly crossing the distance and locking the Ring family. The space around the white fog seemed to be strengthened, condensed into a solid, and in a very short time, a small folded space was constructed. As a result, the Ring family was trapped in the folded space layer by layer, unable to move. This is the reason why Star Gap can say the Ring family is very weak in a light tone when facing the player. As a stellar fragment, the consciousness of Star Gap is different from that of ordinary intelligent creatures. Their consciousness is a group, and all Star Gap coexists in one channel. The illusion constructed by the Ring family is difficult to trap the consciousness of countless pieces of stellar fragments. So Stargap noticed the existence of the Ring family as soon as it fell into the illusion, and directly locked the culprit. The Ring family felt a strong sense of threat. But how could the Ring family be slaughtered? Stargap broke free from the illusion, and what greeted him was a new illusion. Layers of illusions constructed a spinning top that kept spinning, playing in the gaps of the world. Everything seemed to be in a state of stillness. The shadows of a huge area stopped and were trapped in an endless illusion. The eyes trapped in the white mist in the folded space slowly closed, concentrating on trying to drag the Stargap into the illusion completely. Li, who was waiting for a heroic death. He waited for Oh Huang-Huang's private chat. Oh Huang-Huang, fuck. The Ring clan and the Stargap are fighting. Li looked up at the shadow that had turned into a small black dot. As he continued to fall, the distance between him and the Stargap became extremely far away uncontrollably. To be more precise, he had entered another space in the gap between the worlds. Of course, this definition is meaningless to Li. After all, no matter where he entered the world gap, for him, it was just a constant fall. An endless fall. Li, fuck. Buddy. You are awesome. Oh Huang-Huang, I didn't do anything. It was mainly Shirong, you know. It played a subjective initiative. While Li was deeply impressed by the difference between the European Emperor and the non-European Emperor, he asked curiously, so, how is the battle? Oh Huang-Huang, the whole attention of the Ring clan is focused on making the Stargap fall into the illusion. And the Stargap seems to have directly trapped Shirong. The two are now in a weird balance, and no one can do anything to each other. Li thought for 2 seconds after hearing this, and a bold idea emerged. We have to do something. Oh Huang-Huang. Oh Huang-Huang glanced at the fierce fluctuations of the consciousness outside. In a seemingly calm situation, his brains were about to burst out. What do you think we can do? The innocent newbie Oh Huang-Huang asked. We can't help at all. The experienced veteran Li took a deep breath. Of course we need revenge. You want to run away after offending the players? Dream on. Oh Huang-Huang has no problem with revenge. But he doesn't think they have the ability to do so after looking around. After all, the title at the bottom of the player food chain is not for nothing. Let alone the Ring clan and Stargap. Any NPC cannot be defeated by the players. Li also knows this. So he never thought of such an unrealistic thing as relying on the two of them to take revenge. Li said cautiously, but we must first confirm one thing. These two will not suddenly reach an agreement, form a common front, and hunt us down together. Right? Oh Huang-Huang was not sure about this. Based on my understanding of the Ring clan, they would definitely prefer the consciousness of Stargap to the consciousness of the dissected player. Li, then given the character of Stargap, they would definitely be happy to collect the civilization of the Ring clan. After saying this, Li suddenly realized, one of them is a liar, and the other is a pervert. Even if they want to reach an agreement, they will never trust each other. What's more, they have an Oh Huang on their side. Even as a materialist, Li couldn't help but feel relieved when he thought of this. Although it is very mysterious, the power of the European Emperor will protect them, since they will not reach an agreement in a short time. Let's hurry. Li Mao revealed his true purpose, open the consciousness body form. Oh Huang-Huang was still at a loss. I have no idea how to open the consciousness body profession. And I don't know how I entered this special state at all. Li Mao waved his hand. It's okay. I don't have any clues either. But anyway, the Huan clan is there. It's okay to try to get some wool. And didn't you say that Shirong is quite friendly? Oh Huang-Huang thought for 2 seconds and asked him, so what are you going to do? Li Mao was still falling, and he could no longer see the shadow of the Stargap. Can you come out? Li, from what you described before, it seems that the consciousness can come and go freely in the gap between worlds. Oh Huang-Huang, I'll try. Li was not idle either, and continued, I wonder if you can lead people to cross the gap between worlds in a flash like the Huan clan. If you can, it would be too easy. You can directly bring the players here, and we will fleece him together with other players. But I guess the planner won't be so kind as to let you have the same abilities as the Ring clan. So you may have to. Li suddenly stopped. Oh Huang-Huang, are you still there? The other end of the private chat was quiet, with no response. Li looked around. The empty world gap. Just as the players knew, once there was no foothold, it would fall into an endless fall. Li waited for a long time, but the private chat did not sound again. He didn't know whether the interruption of the private chat was because he drifted too far and exceeded the private chat range, or because Oh Huang Wang had an accident and could not have a private chat. However, after confirming that he had lost contact with Oh Huang Wang, Li decisively committed suicide and returned to the temporary resurrection point. Back to the temporary resurrection point, Li immediately went offline, went to the forum, posted, and invited the heroes of the world to discuss the big plan. This is currently the solution for most of the difficult problems encountered by players of holographic games. The difficulty of the holographic game is too high, and the gap between the strength of NPCs and bosses and players is huge. These two factors force players to get used to sticking together and relying on collective strength to solve most problems. This habit has continued into the distant future. On the other hand, Oh Huang Wang, who began to study whether he could leave Shiran, did encounter problems. Although the Huan clan could not spare the time to take care of him, they did not intend to let Oh Huang Wang come and go freely. So they restricted Oh Huang Wang's movements and trapped him in Shiran. Oh Huang Wang and the Huan clan had a huge difference in their understanding of consciousness. After trapping him, the Huan clan no longer cared about him. Naturally, because they had enough confidence to believe that the other party could not break free from Shiran, as long as this player stays in Shirong. Then after the current trouble is solved, the Huan clan will still want to deal with this weak consciousness body in any way they want. Oh Huang Wang has no idea how to solve this dilemma. To be precise, he doesn't understand what kind of existence consciousness body is. After all, there is no instruction manual for this thing. So after Oh Huang Wang tried several times with his mind blank, he felt that Shirong was restraining him and didn't know what to do next. So Oh Huang Wang was stunned for a while, and his sight passed over the two consciousness bodies that were fluctuating violently and fell into the distance. The world seen by the consciousness body is different from the world seen by material life. As for Oh Huang Wang's current special state, his sight intermittently switches between the human perspective and the consciousness body perspective, occasionally making him unable to tell what the scene in front of him means. The human perspective cannot see things farther away, but the consciousness body does not rely on organs to receive information. Its perception territory is very vast, giving Oh Huang Wang an illusion that he can see farther in the gap of the world, beyond those spatial fluctuations. The difference between the world gap and other worlds becomes so clear. The world gap space is chaotic but extremely quiet, while the other world spaces are stable but extremely noisy. Countless consciousnesses are crowded together, emitting huge thought fluctuations, which makes Oh Huang Wang subconsciously avoid them. This is the right choice. For a fragile consciousness like Oh Huang Wang, it is easy to be swept away by the huge consciousness fluctuations, causing the mind to be impacted or even directly defeated. The Ring clan is a powerful race, but at the beginning, the Ring clan is far from being powerful. They have used countless experiments to forcibly make up for the inherent defects of the existence form of consciousness, so that they can get to where they are now. And if we talk about consciousness itself alone, it actually has many defects. This can be seen from the natural evolution of races. On the continent, the powerful races are different, but most of them are flesh and blood with entities, which is enough to prove that flesh and blood is the most suitable starting point for the development of civilization. The natural rule of survival of the fittest eliminates civilizations that cannot be developed, including consciousness. However, at this moment, the players know nothing about this, and the first player to become a consciousness has nothing except luck. But sometimes, having luck is enough. Just like now, Oh Huang Wang's perception subconsciously avoids the lively world, and then turns into a stable world without so many consciousness fluctuations, and bumps into a certain existence unexpectedly. Coincidentally, he went around and actually returned to the world of the Ring clan. Of course, this may not be a coincidence. After all, for a consciousness, what could be more intimate and attractive than the world where the consciousness of the Ring clan lives? What is even more coincidental is that the existence he encountered is the demon trapped in the illusion. Of course, this cannot be a coincidence. After all, the demons came into contact with the outermost civilization of the continent earlier than them, and the player once encountered a fake demon in the urban illusion built by the Ring clan. If it was Oh Huang Wang in human form, he would certainly not be able to perceive this illusion, let alone the demon trapped in the illusion. But the one looking here now is the perception of a consciousness. So Oh Huang Wang's perception easily passed the illusion that was enough to confuse human nature and reach the only reality. And the final coincidence was that the demon caught this consciousness. Of course, this cannot be simply called a coincidence. After all, there are enough factors to explain most coincidences. First of all, there is no need to elaborate on the power of the demon, although it is far from that of the great demon. But this world has completely lost the great demon, so the demon's combat power can barely be called the best. Secondly, the demon trapped in the illusion has made full preparations for this moment to capture the Huan clan. In the end, he succeeded. So, Huang, who had not found a way to escape from Shirong at all, was dug out of Shirong by the demon who seized the opportunity and passively completed the plan to escape from Shirong. Chapter 219 Global Public Beta 43 Return to the Mainland. The world was spinning, just like spinning countless times in a drum washing machine, and the sense of direction and existence were blurred. When Huang finally got rid of the dizziness, the scene in front of him became familiar. A completely closed cave, a dark environment without any light, and a demon humming a little tune and tying a knot on the rope. After removing the leisurely demon, the whole scene was too familiar. So Huang found the same scene in his memory in an instant. If he remembered correctly, there was such a scene in the illusion of the Huan clan before. Am I still in the illusion? Huang's sight passed through the closed cave and sensed the scene outside the cave. Or to be more precise, the real appearance of the entire Huan clan world. The creeping ground extended to the entire world. Occasionally, a half-clawed tentacle would extend from the dead and empty ground, as if crawling out of flesh and blood, swaying through the empty world, and then melting again in the ground. To be precise, the description of ground is not quite appropriate. This is not a surface made of rock. This existence that occupies the entire world of the Ring clan is itself an extremely huge stitched monster. Sticky, creeping and bloody. Huang refused to think about how this thing was made. But he could see many laboratories with blood stains that could not be dried under this thing, densely packed throughout the entire underground space. The cave he was in was one of them. Perhaps the original intention of the birth of this land was for the Ring clan to evolve better. Huang's perception left the ground and looked up at the sky above this world. There should be a huge pupil above. But Shirong is trapped in the gap of the world, so the pupil that was looking down at that moment is naturally gone. Little guy. The demon interrupted Huang's distraction. Is there a fat guy like you in the Huan clan? Huang's perception was withdrawn from the outside world and fell on the demon. Demons are not unfamiliar to players, although the appearance of the demon in front of him is still strange. With sheep horns, human body, small wings, and snake tail, it has a human face after all. Compared with other demons, it has already won at the starting line. After all, there are many demons that don't even have a normal human face. Of course, there is only one demon like Nulita who is no different from a human except for the wings, and has an amazing appearance in the entire continent. What do you mean by a fat guy? Have you seen the real appearance of the Huan clan? Huang couldn't help but complain. That's true. So all the Ring clan members are as chubby as you? The demon's tone revealed a broken dream. That's too bad. Although the other party looked weird, it was at least a friendly camp. Huang didn't mind the demon's annoying personality. Compared with the Ring clan and Star Gap, the demon was much better. So Huang relaxed and didn't realize that the other party was testing him. What's so bad about it? If the favorability can be expressed in numerical values, Huang's favorability towards the Ring clan is at least -100. Those liars must be much uglier than me. Huang glanced at the empty world, and suddenly remembered the business. He pulled the demon and said, I almost forgot. We have to leave here quickly. The demon who didn't know the previous situation at all? I suspect this is a new illusion. Although the demon knew nothing, he didn't show any confusion. The consciousness is really good, the demon said casually. No need to be restricted by the flesh. The creeping ground unfolded in front of Huang, revealing a passage leading to the top. This prison obeyed the orders of the consciousness, and in the absence of the Ring clan, it opened a convenient door for Huang. Stepping on the creeping ground again, Huang began to feel fortunate that he was a consciousness, and didn't have to feel the tingling touch under his feet. By the way, what did you tie to my hand just now? Huang finally realized that there was still a rope woven by ether tied to his hand, which tied him and the demon tightly together. The demon said in a relaxed tone, a small gift. Huang stared at it for 2 seconds, but he didn't really think it was a gift. He finally realized something. Did I not introduce myself? The demon spread his hands and said frankly, I don't believe it even if you say it. It's okay. It's your business if you don't believe it. I'll explain it first to avoid you being confused later. Oh Huang Wang stopped and explained the matter of the Ring Clan and the Star Gap at a fast speed. Finally, he concluded, so I have to go back to the end of the South China Sea to pick up the players, and then return to the Ring Clan and the Star Gap. The demon stared at the chubby ether ball for 2 seconds and asked, "Do you know how to become a conscious body?" Oh Huang Wang shook his head. "Then why did you take the players to find the Huan Clan?" The demon tilted his head and asked in confusion, "Do you think the Huan Clan will cooperate with you?" Oh Huang Wang shook his head. The demon concluded, so this plan is full of loopholes, and the key point is completely taken for granted. Oh Huang Wang thought for a while and asked the demon, "Then what do you think is a good way to torture them?" The demon stared at Oh Huang Wang with a look of, "Is this guy a fool?" He didn't believe a word of what Oh Huang Wang said. This demon has been trapped in the Huan Clan for a long time, and he deeply understands how perfect the illusion of the Huan Clan is. The reason why the Huan Clan did not attack his consciousness is entirely because the demon still maintains contact with the mainland. The demon's special way of contact spiritual connection is still working even across a long space. Although the demon is a substandard product, it is also a substandard product in the hands of the Father God, which is fundamentally different from other creatures. The Ring Clan was afraid to act rashly. The intelligent creatures that could not enter the continent did not know the situation on the continent, nor did they know how powerful the demon race was. They did not rashly kill a demon and cause anger within the continent. Of course, in this process, the demon's eloquence and exaggeration were the main reasons for the Ring Clan's misjudgment. Those weak races that were rejected by the continent had faced the power of the creatures on the continent tens of thousands of years ago. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and that power is still deeply imprinted in their minds. The demon was distracted for a while, then pulled back his thoughts and teased the silly guy in front of him. "Why must you target the Ring Clan? Isn't Stargap also hateful?" Oh Huang Wang could hardly disagree with this, indeed. But he quickly reacted, "But compared to the Ring Clan, Stargap has nowhere to start." The demon didn't think so. He gave Oh Huang Wang a bad idea. "Isn't Stargap trapped by the Ring Clan? They are almost no threat. So what you have to do is very simple. Smash whatever the other party cares about the most." He pointed out the way. "Since Stargap is keen on collecting living civilizations, then you should get the civilizations they have collected. I believe this is definitely the cruelest punishment for Stargap." Oh Huang Wang felt that the demon was right, given the obsession of Stargap with its collections. If this really happened, they would definitely be furious. But at the same time, the problem with this method is also obvious. How can we release the civilization they collected? Oh Huang Wang pondered for 2 seconds about the difference in force between them and the boss. This is impossible. The devil came to give bad ideas, not to really help them find a solution. So the other party spread his hands and said calmly, "Coincidentally, I also think that the plan of your Ring Clan consciousness is impossible to achieve." Oh Huang Wang thought for a moment, and there was no idea in his empty brain. So he decided to follow his instinct first. As for how to get through the dungeon, that was a problem for the masters to solve, and it had nothing to do with him. Oh Huang Wang's positioning of himself was very accurate. Anyway, he was not a master player, a camp commander, and he just had to do what he should do. So, after talking nonsense, the problem returned to the starting point again. "I want to go back to the end of the South China Sea. Do you have any good ideas?" Oh Huang Wang waved the rope that bound them at the demon, indicating that they were currently in a bound state, and no one could leave the other and run away. The demon, who was afraid that the other party would run away, was silent for 2 seconds. In fact, he really has a way. After all, they did not rely on luck to reach the outermost part of the continent through the world gap before, but walk through it. The demon looked at the strange environment around him, and his snake tail swayed slightly. In an instant, countless thoughts passed through his mind, and finally smiled and said, "I can take you there." He was still unsatisfied and said, "But whether you can enter the mainland is your business. The outermost civilization of the mainland cannot enter the mainland, and an unknown barrier restricts them." Oh Huang Wang didn't hear the hidden meaning in his words. Hearing this, he felt that he was really lucky. In this way, wouldn't the problems that had troubled him just now be solved? When Oh Huang Wang followed the demon to the end of the South China Sea, the forum had become lively again, even because of the large number of people visiting the forum. The forum page began to freeze. New special profession appeared fine hot top. Lee, to make a long story short, if there are players who don't know the previous situation, you can read these posts to understand the situation. What's the situation in Stargap? collective action plan to save players and fuck. This is not a PvP copy at all. In short, after this series of contacts, I finally understood the true meaning of the existence of these civilizations on the outermost edge of the continent. That is, open a new special profession. Seeing the title, I clicked in with all my might. What new profession? Where is it? How do I change my profession? Fuck. It's Lee? Did you survive the previous plan? No. Why do you change every day? You said before that the outermost part of the continent is a PvP dungeon. But now it has become a new profession? What are those new civilizations at the outermost part of the continent used for? Can you give an accurate conclusion? Lee, to make a long story short, I got in touch with Oh Huang Wang, and he received the task of opening the consciousness form. Here comes the point. He has become a consciousness. Oh Huang Wang didn't die, and he became a consciousness? Fuck. He is worthy of being the emperor of Europe. The Ring clan made such a big move, and all the players died. But he triggered a different plot. Awesome. Lee, what's even more awesome is that, due to various coincidences, the Ring clan and the Star Gap have now formed a confrontation in the space gap where neither can do anything to the other. I posted this post to benefit the fishermen while the snipe and the clam fight. Open a convenient way for players to change their professions to consciousness. By the way, the consciousness form is compatible with other professions. Compatibility means? Even players who have changed their professions can open the consciousness form? Don't say it. Brother. Where are you? I have to crawl to you even if I have to crawl. I didn't realize that you, Lee, have such a sentiment of helping the world when you are successful? Good brother. I have nothing to say. My half-brother. Please accept my respect. It is actually for the benefit of the public. I cried. What about you? Wang Luan, wait. Why do I feel like you haven't finished talking yet? Lee? Lee, but there is actually a small problem right now. Which is, Oh Huang Wang and I haven't found a way to open the consciousness form. It's okay. I don't mind. I can try slowly. Isn't it just a matter of life and death to find a way to open the consciousness form? Let me do it. That's right. Not finding a way is not a problem. Anyway, you are sure that you can open the consciousness form. China Star, by the way. Where is Oh Huang Wang? I poked him in the group, but he didn't reply. Lee, he may be trapped there. No. I just came out of the small dark room. And I am a little sensitive to the word trapped. What you mean is that this attempt to open the consciousness form may still be trapped. Wang Luan, previously, we speculated that the outermost part of the continent is an extremely difficult copy. Obviously, although the harvest is very rich, the danger is also very high. In fact, I suspect that the other races at the outermost part of the continent may be very dangerous. I'm afraid of the ball. At worst, I can log off. Anyway, the planner can't really destroy the player's account. Right? Wasn't the small black room in the Star Gap easily solved before? If you're talking about other planners. I'm not sure. But if you're talking about the planner of this game, it's hard to say. Fortune is sought in danger. If it weren't difficult, how could the planner let us easily open another form? Lee, give me a coordinate. I'll come now. Lee, oh? There's another small problem. The world gap can't be located. So at present, perhaps only Oh Huang Wang can know the location of the Ring clan and the Star Gap with the special form of the consciousness body. No. Don't you have too many questions? Is the consciousness so powerful? It can even find a place in the gap of the world? Wang Luan, so, all the problems at the moment, in the final analysis, are still about what is going on with Oh Huang Wang. China Star, I calculated the time. Oh Huang Wang's online time today is almost up, and he will be kicked offline by the anti-addiction system soon. Lee, it's okay. Isn't it a waste of time to worry about Oh Huang Wang? If you have time for that, why don't you think about how to find a way to open the consciousness? If you don't even know the situation of the consciousness, it's too unreliable to guess blindly. Right? The post was lively for a while, and the irrelevant replies quickly filled the screen. And soon it ushered in a real explosion point. Fuck. I saw Oh Huang Wang at the end of the South China Sea. There is another demon. Has Oh Huang Wang not been protected from addiction? Has he been online for too long today? Oh. Yeah. What happened? It's okay that Oh Huang Wang is lucky. But isn't it a bit too much to openly use the backdoor? Everyone can only be online for 8 hours. Why can Oh Huang Wang be online for so long? I left a message on His Majesty's social media. Maybe you miscalculated the online time. Or maybe Oh Huang Wang went offline in the middle? Impossible. The group at Oh Huang Wang's messages are all flooded. I guess his personal social media is also full of unread messages. If he is offline, there is no way he can escape this overwhelming information. I don't care about anti-addiction. I just care about why Oh Huang Wang appeared at the end of the South China Sea. Fuck. Li is so quick to respond. And he's already connected with Oh Huang Wang. Huh? It's rare that His Majesty the King responded so quickly today. I'll post the 2 replies from His Majesty regarding Oh Huang Wang's excessive online time. His Majesty the King, I checked the situation. And the player's online time did exceed 8 hours. But it complies with the game procedures, and there is no violation. His Majesty the King, it's not caused by other human factors, but by the other party's current special state. Please find out more information by yourself. Please believe that this game is absolutely fair to all players. The other party's current special state caused. Is it what I thought? Fuck? Consciousness can extend online time? Stop talking. I'm going to charge. Even if I'm trapped in a small dark room. I'm going to open the second form. I said. 8 hours is too inhumane. Holographic games are visibly closely related to the revival of spiritual energy. Even the training of ether control is related to holographic games. This is not an ordinary game at all. It is a multifunctional learning place that combines training, learning, and games. How can it be limited to 8 hours? Make it up. Just make it up. But extending the online time can also be seen as a signal. Right? Is the country going to further deepen the connection between holographic games and society? I have a little news. It is said that my country has finally reached an agreement with other countries to carry out comprehensive cooperation, deepen the exploration of holographic games, and let foreigners obey orders and join the infrastructure of holographic games. For some reason, I suddenly thought of the Beast God Wilderness. So this is the legendary peaceful evolution? Where did you go off topic? If you keep talking, this post will be gone soon. So, has Li finished talking to Oh Huang Wang? What is going on now? Fuck. A lot of people are signing up and queuing up. A dense queue at the end of the South China Sea. So you are digressing in the post to queue up first to find the Ring Clan? Too shameless. Wait. I'm online now. The end of the South China Sea. From the moment players made jumping grids. A daily activity. It was destined that the vast, empty and silent end of the South China Sea would continue to be affected by players, until it was completely transformed by players. Because players gathered here, this place also left a deep mark of players. Behind the invisible dividing line between the end of the South China Sea and the gap between the world. The sea surface that was interrupted at first glance almost made people think that players were filling the sea to build islands. The vast land, floating on the sea. Players use it as a foothold and spontaneously form a communication center for information exchange, supply purchase, and recruitment. Even further commercial activities have been extended on this basis. Snack streets, equipment identification, and auctions are born because of the needs of players. And the arrival of Ezigen has further developed the commercial activities here. Ezigen, who has a keen sense of commercial trade, arrived at the end of the world gap at the risk of potential danger when a large number of players gathered here, and stationed Ezigen's temporary shop here. Ezigen also brought a temporary resurrection point. The arrival of these two ensures the game experience of players here, allowing this information exchange place to continue to expand with them as the core. If you look a little more carefully, you will find that the land is not a real land, but a large landing point formed by countless ships of different shapes. Players come and go here. Eating and drinking the wine brewed by players has begun to develop in a diversified way, as the footprints of players spread to all areas that players can reach. They in turn get a lot of wool from the hands of the natives. The place that originally had its own order now has formed another order. The densely packed teams lined up for several circles, and there were a steady stream of players coming from all over the continent to register. The demon disappeared without a trace. But Oh Huang Wang didn't care about such small details. He communicated with Li, and shared the demon's bad idea about the star gap with Li. The two hit it off, and then opened two different registration points. One is to go to the Ring Clan to try to obtain the form of consciousness, and the other is to go to the star gap to try to rescue the trapped civilization. Both registration points are increasing rapidly at an alarming rate. There is no way. The number of players is really too large. And the small base under the large base is enough to crush the number of any indigenous race. Registering for a group is only the first step. The key to the problem is how to bring so many players to a certain place in the gap of the world. Seeing that more and more players are pouring into the end of the South China Sea, and the traffic jam has occurred at the end of the South China Sea, the late-coming master players finally took over the chaotic scene, introduced the chaos into the novice village, and used the novice village management model that has been on the right track to sort the players' groups and teams, and also rescued Oh Huang Wang and others from the endless player registration hell. You guys are too eager to do it. Register right here? Lai has seen the hellish life he will face next, and said with a pained look, now all the players in the continent have to come here. Wu Xing felt sympathetic and said, you went to the outermost part of the continent. I don't know how busy we were in the past period of time. He pointed to his dark circles. Even I, a non-staff member, was dragged to work. Wang Luan forced a smile. Don't say it. There are some in the internal test. All the players with names were dragged to do hard labor. What's wrong with me that I want to run for the mayor of the novice village? I just want to play the game. But I end up working overtime in the game. If I want to work overtime, won't I work overtime in the company? At least there is overtime pay. Yi Quan burst into tears. I also want to jump the grid. And I also want to go to the outermost part of the continent to contact the new civilization. I actually cried. Oh Huang Wang silently took a step back, always feeling that these legendary gods seemed different from what he imagined. Lai coughed and barely maintained the image of a god. This is not just for me, but for all game players? Xiong Da's eyes were blurred. How can I, a worker who has never won the 3 Good Students Award, suddenly have to work overtime for all game players? Wang Xian yawned. You have all graduated, but I am still in school. Li's eyes turned to the faces of this circle of acquaintances one by one. And he had never been so fortunate that he met Xing Zhishi early enough. He also received an invitation from Greenleaf. But because he was in the world gap at the time, he did not go. Now it seems that it is a good thing that he did not go. Witnessing the tearful performances of these familiar faces, he couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, how busy is the novice village? Starting from scratch. It's all up to the players to build it. How busy is it? Wang Xian was visibly haggard. Brother Kong went online after midnight and was kicked off by the anti-addiction system. Oh Huang Wang was a little curious. How is the novice village now? Lai looked at him and smiled. By the way, you are Oh Huang Wang, right? He reached out and held Oh Huang Wang's hand, extending a warm invitation. There are still many vacancies in the novice village. I heard that you are very lucky. Why don't you come? His outstretched hand passed through the other party. Lai was stunned for a second and reacted. Is this the consciousness? Oh Huang Wang scratched his head and his eyes fell on the horizon. I have to take care of the Ring Clan and Star Gap. Let's talk about the novice village later. Of course. How long this later is, that's uncertain. After avoiding the overtime hell visible to the naked eye, Oh Huang Wang quickly turned his head and said to Li, I know who to find to help lead the players through the world gap. Who? Oh Huang Wang said firmly, the devil. Chapter 220 Global Public Beta 44 Pioneer Team. After Oh Huang Wang's attention was diverted, Thrall quietly disconnected him from the other party and headed straight for somewhere on the continent. Thrall still did not completely trust what he saw. As a demon, suspicion is their instinct. But he can be so suspicious, which is closely related to the way the Ring Clan constructs illusions. The illusion constructed by the Ring Clan can be flawless because their illusions are based on reality. They read the surface fluctuations of other consciousnesses, obtain relevant information, and then build flawless illusions based on this information. For example, at the beginning, the city provided by the Ring Clan to the player, the various existences in that city, subways, elevators, mutant creatures, etc., came from the player's shallow consciousness. And the fake demon that the player encountered in that city, Thrall, came from the demon encountered by the Ring Clan. Only illusions constructed with real factors are enough to confuse the other party. Therefore, all illusions of the Ring Clan are based on real reality, such as the huge pupil that Oh Huang Wang had seen, and the records of the Ring Clan experiments that Oh Huang Wang had seen. The long time that Cao was trapped in the Ring Clan territory was enough for him to witness one real illusion after another. Of course, what made the Ring Clan regretful was that every time they thought that the demon had been deceived by the illusion and could further obtain the other party's deep consciousness information, the demon used actual actions to prove to them that the other party did not trust their reality at all. As a liar, it is not good luck to meet a demon. Thrall is cautious and skeptical about everything that happens before his eyes. But this does not prevent him from cooperating with the illusion to see how wonderful the illusion can develop. After all, it is much more interesting to watch a show than to be trapped in the boring darkness. Then he saw Nubleta, who had nothing to do, hummed a little song, turned the skewers by the campfire, and ate a mouthful of wine and a mouthful of meat. Thrall stopped and looked up to think about life. So in the depths of my mind, this legendary demon is actually such an image. Nubleta bit off the mutant meat, tasted it carefully, and sighed regretfully for the 108th time. If I had known it was so delicious, I should have stored thousands of kilograms of mutant meat even if I risked being parasitized by the Zerg. After the Zerg completely disappeared, the natives no longer had to worry about the possibility of Zerg waiting to parasitize on the mutant meat. But at the same time, the mutant meat also became a thing of the past, and one less piece was eaten. Its price has skyrocketed, and it has become an expensive luxury item that ordinary people can't afford. However, demons don't have much else, but they can get a lot of treasures by cheating. So Nubleta alone has created huge economic consumption for players and Ezigen. Therefore, his image among players has begun to go from being a sucker to a fool. However, if demons care about their reputation, they are not demons. Nubleta ate a piece of kebab, immersed in the deliciousness of the mutant creature's meat, and was indifferent to the demon that suddenly appeared in his perception. What's so strange about this? There are not many things here, but there are the most demons. Instead, Kinney passed by and glanced at the incredulous Thrall. He stopped and said in surprise, "Thou? Aren't you trapped at the outermost edge of the continent? How did you get back?" Nubleta heard this, opened his eyes, and looked at the young and unfamiliar demon. Thrall's eyes paused on Kinney, and seeing that the other party was no different from his memory, he fell back on Nubleta. Nubleta glanced at him, pulled him aside, and casually gave him a skewer. "Eat," Nubleta said while turning the skewers on the campfire. "How long have you not eaten meat? You are so thin." Thrall really hasn't eaten meat for a long time. To be precise, he has never eaten anything in the territory of the Ring clan. But this is not the point. Thrall took a bite of the skewer and thought, what exactly is my misunderstanding of this legendary demon? In the illusion created by the Ring clan, Nubleta actually turned into this image, which is outrageous. Thrall's thoughts were interrupted here, and his mind was captured by the deliciousness blooming on the tip of his tongue. The thinking brain only left many sighs about the food. Thrall maintained this action for a moment, then looked at Nubleta and said in shock, "Isn't this an illusion? Anyway, there is definitely no such delicious skewer in Thrall's memory." It was so delicious that Thrall's entire demon city was shocked. Nubleta turned the skewer over, neither denying nor confirming. "It's quite lively at the end of the South China Sea. Has a new civilization encountered players?" Thrall quickly finished the skewer in his hand and nodded. Nubleta handed him another skewer. "That's not surprising. You haven't been on the mainland, and haven't heard of the players' deeds. It's their bad luck to meet players. It's okay. You don't have to believe it in a hurry. Let's talk about the situation of the Ring tribe first." After Thrall summarized the situation with Nubleta, Nubleta put away the campfire and skewers, and said excitedly, "There will be fun to watch." After Thrall and Kinney finished the conversation through mental connection, they finally reluctantly believed it to 50% or 60% for him. This was already a very high level of trust. "Is the situation at the outermost edge of the continent so bad?" Kinney said with some worry. "Is the barrier still effective?" The snake tail behind Thrall shook slightly. "When I returned to the continent this time, I clearly felt that it had become weaker. I'm afraid it will lose its effect soon." Nubleta looked in a certain direction and smiled happily. "That's really unfortunate news. I mean, for the races on the new continent." Kinney agreed with this. "Players will not miss this big fun. Especially the suggestion you gave to players." Kinney patted Thrall's shoulder with his hoof and highly affirmed his behavior. "Well done. Good. Sar? I'm afraid I'm still in the illusion?" It seemed as if Sar was the only one who was concerned about the safety of the entire continent, if the barrier fails. "I'm afraid those new civilizations that were already ready to move will be eager to invade the continent." Nubleta wiped his mouth. "What did you see at the end of the South China Sea?" Sar recalled. "Players formed a settlement there? If the civilization of the New World wants to invade the continent, they must first deal with the players," Kinney said with a smile. "In fact, I think instead of worrying about the invasion of the New World civilization, It is better to worry about how long the civilization of the New World can withstand the invasion of players. Thrall recalled the impression Oh left on him. No matter how he recalled it, it was a weak consciousness, far from the powerful image revealed in the words of Nilida and Kenny. Thrall had many questions, but he was not in a hurry to ask. Someone is coming. A group of weak creatures made noisy footsteps and approached from a distance. Nilida wiped his mouth and smiled happily from the heart. What could make the devil happier than watching the fun? He went to open the door. It was Oh Wang, Lee and a group of great players who couldn't wait to visit the devil. Oh Wang's eyes swept around the small villa, and seeing Thrall, who seemed to be thinking about life, he waved to him and said hello in a friendly way. Lee got straight to the point. Nilida, are you interested in the outermost part of the continent? This is too direct. With the character of the demon, he would definitely go for it. Wang Luan coughed and took over the conversation. We are just very curious. What are the demons doing in the outermost part of the continent? The thoughts in the young human's mind were so simple that the demons could see through them at a glance. Nilida dragged out the sound and said with a bad taste, maybe for adventure? Oh Wang glanced at the players who were talking to Nilida, left the crowd, approached Thrall, and said to him in a low voice, why did you leave so suddenly? I thought that rope really couldn't be untied. While watching Nilida teasing the players, Thrall casually said, little fatty, you don't think our friendship is so good that I would stay and wait for you, right? My name is Oh Wang. Oh Wang introduced himself and watched Wang Luan and the others being crushed by Nilida with Thrall, let alone Wang Luan and the others. In front of Nilida, most intelligent creatures find it difficult to gain the upper hand in the dialogue. The player's depressed mood after being crushed by the words made the demon happy. So Thrall changed his words. Oh Wang. This name is not as good as the little fat man. You don't understand. This is proof of my good luck. Oh Wang lowered his voice and said, by the way, we are ready to go back for revenge. Are you ready? Sal moved his eyes from Nilida back to Oh Wang and said meaningfully, I was wondering why you came over so enthusiastically. So you are waiting for me here? Oh Wang lowered his voice and said, I heard that demons are particularly vengeful. Various thoughts went around in Thrall's mind, and finally fell on the scene where Nilida and Kenny double affirmed that the player was very powerful. Sal was very curious about how powerful the players were. After all, no matter how you look at it, these players can't be called powerful. Thrall took the bait. I really want revenge. But the question is whether you can do it. Oh Wang saw that there was a chance, and continued in a low voice. You will know if you go and see it with your own eyes? Sal stared at Oh Wang and did not respond. Oh Wang encouraged him. You just need to help us reach the world gap, and we will solve the rest by ourselves. And you don't need to intervene. Isn't one demon enough? A familiar voice came from the side. After all, there are so many players. Oh Wang thought about this sentence and subconsciously denied it, based on the current number of registered players. Even if all the demons come to help, it is far from enough. The voice was stuck. Thrall turned his head to look at Nalbuda, who had been close to him for some time, and shut up. Oh Wang followed his line of sight to look at Nalbuda and explained, in fact, it's good for players to go in batches. If there are too many people going at once, I'm worried that the Star Gap and the Ring Clan will be stimulated and directly join forces. The first to set off was the pioneering team composed of great gods. The main goal was to find the correct way to open the consciousness form, and to explore the feasible way to rescue the civilization collected by the Star Gap. Because they were responsible for finding a way for the subsequent teams, and the high risk of being trapped after failure, most players accepted the composition of the first team well. Of course, how much role the Special Investigation Bureau played in it was another matter. Except for Oh Wang, who already knew the answer. Other players were curious to varying degrees about how the demons passed through the world gap. But if they recalled the scene when the dragon first passed through the world gap and sent the players to the vicinity of the wormhole, they should be able to guess the answer. For some races with high individual strength, it is not a miracle to rely on physical fitness to resist the world gap. In fact, it is not the existence of the world gap that prevents the outermost civilizations of the continent from pouring into the continent, but the barrier that came from nowhere that cuts off their possibility of reaching the continent. Considering the weakness of the players, in order to avoid the players dying before reaching the destination, before setting off, Thrall put the ether space on the team members one by one, and then tied them into a long string with a rope made of ether. and then led the players to jump into the world gap. Behind him, the players who were bidding farewell to the pioneering team in tears were whispering, "Is it my illusion? I don't know why this scene looks like Calabash Brothers. Calabash Brothers? Calabash Brothers? 7 brothers on a vine." Because there was no foothold. The series of players relied on the ropes tied to their waists to keep their direction, swaying in the gaps of the world. At first glance, it looked like Thrall was holding a series of round objects in his hands, which really looked like Calabash Brothers. Wang Luan, who was dizzy, was a little curious. "Oh, Huang Wang, did you get here this way?" The Calabash brother at the top. "No." Oh, Huang Wang's situation was better than the others. He had to lead the way, so he was closest to the demon and didn't sway that much. The rope was tied to my hand, and I followed directly. Yi Quan sighed. "It's because we don't have enough favorability with this demon. Damn it!" Greenleaf was not present, because the current situation of the novice village really depends on the village chief. Only Yi Quan and his group took a break from their busy work and took the opportunity to open up the land and get away from the heavy work. The environment in the world gap is almost eternal. The broken land floats in the air, and apart from that, there is only the void. In the continuous progress, intelligent creatures who have lost the concept of time are prone to time and space illusions. Oh, Huang Wang used the special features of the consciousness body to confirm the area in the world gap where the consciousness body fluctuates most violently for Thrall. In the seemingly endless void, Thrall suddenly stopped his wings, floated in the air, and cast his eyes into the distance. The players who were shaking so much that they could no longer distinguish the surrounding environment made dry retching sounds, while staggering their eyes in the direction of the demon's gaze. And then, they were all shocked, compared with the almost unchanged scenery of the world gap. The 2 lumps in the distance are too conspicuous, and their figures can be vaguely seen from a long distance. A large group of white clouds floating in the air. Those eyes are closed at the moment, so the players are lucky to avoid the scene of mental pollution. And the other big guy that paused is surprisingly a large piece of land. The 2 maintain a relatively close distance and are still in a delicate confrontation. Seeing that the situation has not changed, Oh, Huang Wang breathed a sigh of relief, reached out to take the rope in the demon's hand, and said to the demon, "There is something blocking Shirong in front. Don't get close. Just go back." Although Oh Huang Wang didn't know the existence of space folding, he knew very well that Shirong was trapped by something. The demon held the ether and didn't let go, and his eyes turned around the players. "How do you go back?" "Go back to death." This answer fully shocked the demon, who didn't know the players yet, and he let go. So a group of players fell straight into the world gap like gourds. Space lost its rules, and the endless fall just began, when Oh Huang Wang deviated from the route and floated towards Shirong, or rather, Shirong took the initiative to suck him over. The rope made of the devil's ether was destroyed by the world gap after losing the devil's blessing. So the series of players were instantly dispersed, scattered in pieces, and the endless fall mode was about to start. The players showed their magical powers. The exoskeleton mecha started on the spot, and the huge metal wings suddenly extended, forcing it to pause in space for a second. In that second, Wu Xing directly crashed into the clouds. Wang Luan's landing position was not very good, so he could only turn towards the nearest star gap and land on it. In fact, except for Oh Huang Wang and Li, the other 8 players in this team were equipped with exoskeleton armor. After all, they were the first to open up the land, and their strength was very strong. Among this group of people, Li was the only player who landed in other ways. The ether in the world gap is difficult to be controlled by intelligent creatures. In this case, Li used his self-created first-level spell source. All self-created spells are 0 level at the beginning. After the improvement and proficiency of the players, they had the opportunity to upgrade their levels. And source is a product of an accidental upgrade. It was originally just a spell that could condense a few water droplets in the palm of the hand. It was named Water Flow by Li, which is very consistent with the style of spells created by players almost useless. But after the ruins of the Salpha Federation were opened to players, Li accidentally found a scientific instrument that was almost completely damaged. While groping around, he accidentally turned on the scientific instrument, and eventually accidentally upgraded the water flow spell to the current source. The principle of the source spell is to separate water molecules from the air and gather a pool of liquid. It is still very basic, but from condensing water droplets to separating water molecules, it has changed in essence. However, these are too far away for Li. All he can do now is to make a pool of water appear under his feet. And then use this little bit of reaction force to tilt to the side and fall on the star gap. Fuck. Awesome. Can this spell be used in the world gap? Wang Luan's attention was instantly attracted. So, picking up garbage to trigger adventures is the right way, Li simply concluded. He stepped on the ground and subconsciously lightened his steps, fearing that he would disturb the star gap. Li looked at the white mist not far away with some regret, and felt that his luck was indeed not very good, compared with the civilization trapped in the star gap. Normal players would choose to open the thinking body form first, and when he turned around and looked around, he found that among the 8 players, only he and Wang Luan were unlucky and fell on the star gap. And he sighed deeply, as expected of the masters who entered the game during the internal test. In the environment of the world gap, they could actually seize the fleeting opportunity to rush into the Shirong. Wang Luan looked around the empty land. Where are those trapped civilizations? Li gestured to his feet. Wang Luan looked down with him, understood what Li meant, and quickly took out 2 shovels from his space ring and threw one to Li. Let's get started. Li took the shovel subconsciously, but his hand sank. The weight was beyond imagination, and the shovel almost slipped out of his hand. Li tightened his grip on the shovel and looked at the ordinary shovel in his hand with some surprise. Wang Luan explained while shoveling the soil, "Oh, you haven't been in the novice village recently, so you don't know the situation. This is the first batch of goods purchased from the dwarves, prepared for the players in the novice village." A small pit formed on the ground under his action, and then there was a slight metal collision sound. The shovel dug into some extremely hard obstacle and could not dig any further. Wang Luan increased his strength. Several veins popped out on his hands, but the shovel in his hand remained motionless. After Li looked at the shovel, he realized the situation and advised Wang Luan, "Some players have tried it before, but they could only dig a shallow pit at most. After all, this thing is the main body of the star gap. Don't even think about digging it through with a shovel." Wang Luan leaned on the shovel and turned to look at Li. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Li felt wronged. "Who knew you could move so quickly? Then how do we get down?" Wang Luan let go of the shovel and sat on the ground. "Don't tell me you haven't thought it through. How is it possible?" Li smiled dryly. "I originally thought that consciousness bodies don't have physical bodies. This kind of obstacle is no pressure for them, and they can go down directly." Wang Luan was puzzled. "But we are not consciousness bodies." Li nodded yes. "So I think our luck is really too bad." Wang Luan was speechless, stood up and put the shovel back into the space ring, and took out an ordinary black stone. Li looked at the black stone, then at the star gap below, restrained his heart, and said with pain, "The black blood stone makes too much noise, and it will attract the attention of the star gap, which is not worth the loss." Wang Luan took back the black blood stone and cast his eyes towards the Shirong not far away. "When will they come out? And they may not be able to open the consciousness body form. We have to be self-reliant." Li had no objection to self-reliance, but he didn't know how to be self-reliant so as to go deep into the star gap and rescue the trapped civilization without alarming the star gap. Wang Luan thought for a while, flipped through the various skills on his personal panel, and landed on the advanced skills of the beast speaker. As mentioned before, the primary skills of the beast speaker are basically useless, and are completely a tutorial on how to teach you to be a good veterinarian. After Wang Luan continuously improved his skill proficiency and became a qualified veterinarian, he finally learned advanced skills, which were barely intermediate skills. Then he changed from a veterinarian to an animal psychology expert. It's not that Wang Luan dislikes these skills, but as a beast speaker, it's ridiculous not to have the skill to control animals to fight. However, later he repeatedly pondered the name of the profession beast speaker, and suddenly realized that this profession clearly wrote beast speaker, and in layman's terms, it was called a human who could communicate with animals. From beginning to end, there was no mention of controlling animals to fight. Wang Luan has since given up on this profession, and has devoted more energy to jumping grids, picking up garbage, and the novice village. But at the moment, he stared at the advanced skill of the beast speaker animal voice, and turned back to look at Li. "You said before that there are animals in those trapped civilizations?" Li answered him in confusion. "Except for humans. There are all kinds of civilizations." He hesitated, "But isn't it bad to say that they are animals? They can form civilizations, so they must be intelligent creatures at least. Right?" Wang Luan had never thought about this, and had never delved into the question of whether intelligent creatures with animal appearances were animals. But now he had to try his best. If it didn't work, he would find another way. He used the skill neatly. This was not the first time he used this skill, but it was definitely the first time he got such feedback. He heard the sound of life struggling in pain, the sound of withered flowers withering, and the meaningless mumbling. Those complex emotions that should not be produced by animals at all, along with the activation of the skill, instantly poured into Wang Luan's perception. The world in his eyes was spinning, and a new world suddenly unfolded.